a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking, or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service specializes in commercial and residential cleaning. Watson's cleans huge commercial buildings, West Tennessee Agriculture and Education Center, the Federal Court Building in downtown Jackson. Watson's also specializes in residential cleaning services, stripping and waxing floors, buffing, pulling trash, sweeping and mopping, vacuuming, household cleaning, baseboards, walls, dishes, dusting and organizing. Call 731-293-3808. Family owned and operated Watson's Cleaning Services. 293-3808.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or creams.
I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
They say consistency is the key to success. They weren't wrong. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently smooth, consistently refreshing, and consistently light? You might just find that the road to success can be pretty enjoyable. Michelob Ultra, the perfect balance of taste and refreshment, and only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather presented by Dustin Rain. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin now. 731-200-1362. Tuesday brings partly sunny skies. Breezy and warm. High temps in the mid-80s. Winds 15 to 20. Gusting up to 30 miles per hour. Mostly cloudy overnight. Showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms after midnight. Low of 70. Wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour are possible. Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin now. 731-200-1362. DustinBuys.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
Here we go.
She's got a place I can sleep, dog. Where I'm safe and sound. She got a lock on the door, but she gave me a key. She don't walk the floor, oh, but she worries about me. Her love has no strength. Shackles and chains, but I'm holding on for dear life. Talk
You
to
know
me.
this unit. Come on,
Rolling a 7.
Come on.
Every time I roll it dies.
Oh,
Woo,
no.
baby.
No.
Big Oldsmobile.
Oldsmobile.
She got a dog that won't bite.
Dog, it won't bite.
Oh, baby. She got a heart I can steal. Talk to me, baby.
Lord, just like
a
this.
thief
Deep in the night.
She got a slow burning fire.
Yeah, here we go. Come on, bring it to me.
Her radio low.
Here we go.
Yes, sir.
Got Greg Wood on the radio.
When she gets inspired.
Yep.
G-Unit alongside, brother. Let
There
some
we
good
go.
times roll. Talk to me.
Oh, man, you got to love some Delbert on a Tuesday.
Man.
Tuesday morning, the 4th of April, 6:14 the time. It is 64 degrees here at the Midtown Studios. Am I going to have to turn this off? You going to sing the whole thing?
Yo, let's listen. There is nothing wrong that a little bit of Delbert McClinton at 6 o'clock in the morning won't make better, brother. Talk to me.
64 degrees here in Midtown at the Jingling Ford Studios, Midtown Jackson, 96.5 News Talk, 965.com. Greg Wood, G-Unit in with you, Daybreak, 96.5 here. 6:14, what are we looking at? 64 degrees, feels like 65 at the airport, fair skies, and 67. Now, that is going to change today.
Here we go again.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's going to be partly sunny today and a high near 85. 85. You know what that means?
What's that mean?
Storms on the way. Tonight, showers overnight, late overnight, early morning tomorrow. Okay? Mostly cloudy, low around 69. Tomorrow, showers, thunderstorms, high near 79, and windy conditions tomorrow. Let's see. Wednesday night, showers, thunderstorms before midnight, then showers and thunderstorms afterwards as well. Some of those could produce heavy rainfall Wednesday night, overnight.
No, not again.
Could produce heavy rainfall, low around 49 Wednesday night. Thursday, chance of showers, thunderstorms, cloudy, high near 57. Today we have a high near 85.
Right.
Thursday, high near 57.
So about, 30 degrees cooler?
30 degrees cooler in 2 days.
Jeez.
Mostly cloudy. Thursday night, low around 46. Friday, 20% chance of showers. Afternoon, mostly cloudy, high near 63. Let's look ahead, if we may, to the weekend. This is your extended forecast. Extended.
All right.
Can't guarantee this. Cannot guarantee this. But right now, Saturday, mostly cloudy, high near 68.
All right. Well, we'd take that on an Easter weekend. Yeah.
A lot of the stormy weather has been downgraded, can we say?
Thank God.
Yeah. So today, a high near 85. High near 85 today, but only a slight chance of showers through the middle of the week. And right now, Saturday, if we're looking ahead, extended forecast-wise, No rain. Partly cloudy, highs in the 60s, but no right now, no big chances of storms.
We'll take that. While the kids are out hunting Easter eggs and all that kind of stuff, we don't want them getting blown away by a tornado. Mother Nature.
You got big plans for Easter? What's your family do for Easter?
Yeah, I think me and my smoking hot girlfriend are probably going to go to church.
Word.
And hope that the place doesn't burn down once we walk in. And yeah, that's it. Kind of low key. We spent last weekend.
Gonna go to like an Easter egg hunt or anything like that? And you got little kids.
Do they have those for grown-ups?
No, that's what I'm saying. If you got little kids in your family or extended family, you're going to do like an Easter egg hunt, or you're going to wear your Easter bonnet. Put on your Easter bonnet.
Oh, like remember the plastic ones that the little old ladies would put on a Saturday once they got finished at the beauty shop?
Yeah, yes, I do. Are you going to do one of those?
Well, I mean,
you getting your hair frosted?
Not frosted.
We got a beauty shop appointment, barber shop appointment. I mean, what are you doing on Easter?
Not this week.
Lots of people dress up, you know, and this is the seasonal fashion change. It's like for a lot of people.
It's like Super Bowl for all the believers.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's like the Kentucky Derby. You do it all out on Easter, and after Easter, you just go into spring clothes.
I used to have a full seersucker suit.
Oh, I've got one.
A seersucker suit?
Yeah, but you can't wear it until after Easter, though. No. I take that back. You cannot wear seersucker until after Memorial Day.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a thing. You don't dress for the weather. You dress for the season.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does.
A lot of people don't get that, and I get made fun of for that. Because it's a thing.
I tell you what,
and I adhere to it. I adhere to it.
I will eat chicken livers with you one day if you will wear a seersucker sport coat up here sometime.
Well, it'll have to be after Memorial Day.
That's fine.
Or on Memorial Day. Do we work Memorial Day?
No, we're taking off, bro.
We?
That's a paid holiday for us.
Is it?
Yeah, sure.
I've always worked Memorial Day.
Well, we'll talk to management about that.
I don't know what the handbook says, but do we have a handbook?
I haven't seen one.
I haven't been given one.
You know what we do have now, though?
I do. You told me about it, and I just saw it. What?
It's a microwave.
We've got a microwave, bruh. If we'd only had that 2 weeks ago when we had the ranch ice cream and the pizza rolls, maybe that would have been a better experience.
We could have melted the ranch ice cream in the microwave.
Maybe that would have been better. You know what they're doing.
What's that?
We're having our open house coming up later this month.
Oh yeah. Right.
Have you got the thing?
It's buried under all this stuff.
Yeah,
it's there.
I think we can say it. We just can't officially announce it. Does that make sense?
So we can say we're having an open house.
Yes, okay. We're having an open house. It's going to be a big ribbon cutting.
Big thing.
And we got to have our good pants on.
Do we have to go to that? I may have a scheduling conflict that day.
You think?
I might.
You can't even make it to the later edition?
That remains to be seen.
Yeah, that's kind of the way I am too. I don't know. That is coming up. But you'll be glad to know we got a microwave oven.
Woo, baby.
Woo, man, I mashed that button on that thing this morning. It's like Star Trek. Mashed that button on that thing. You know I love me a baked potato.
Boldly going where the break room has not gone before.
Good morning to you. 65 degrees. Here we go on this Tuesday, the 4th day of April, 2023. It was 182 years ago today, back in 1841, America's 9th president. Who was America's 9th president?
I didn't even remember who the second one was. We talked about that one day.
That's right. You didn't even get that right.
Should I ask ChatGPT who the 9th president was?
It's too late. I already know. William Henry Harrison.
Okay.
died of pneumonia just 1 month after his inauguration.
What?
He was the first U.S. president to die in office. 8 other presidents have died in office.
So he was president for 1 month.
Got pneumonia during the inauguration because he spoke too long. It was like 2.5 hours was his speech.
All right.
While he was there giving his speech, he apparently caught pneumonia, and he died a month later.
So the message
William
there
Henry
is,
Harrison.
The message there is keep it short.
Keep it short, keep it sweet.
Okay.
You know. So William Henry Harrison was the first president to die in office.
All right.
Then there was Zachary Taylor. Abraham Lincoln, we know how that ended.
Did not end well for Honest Abe.
James A. Garfield, same thing. He was shot.
The same fate. Is that true? Really?
No. It was William McKinley.
Okay.
He was the next one. He also was shot. He did not die immediately, but he did die from his wounds. That was William McKinley. Warren G. Harding. Franklin Delano Roosevelt died in office.
Yeah, but he wasn't FDR in office for about 75 years or something like that?
Yes. But he died as president.
But it was because of FDR that we now have 2 term limits, a 2-term term limit for president, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's what is that the 24th, 25th Amendment?
That I don't know.
I don't know. One of those. And then John F. Kennedy died in office, which we're aware of.
So we have had 3 presidents die because of being shot. Abraham Lincoln,
William McKinley, John F. Kennedy.
Okay.
Others have died in office, but not assassinated. Okay. 63 years ago, 1960, on this date, the original version of Ben-Hur swept the Oscars, won 11 awards, including Best Picture and Best Actor for Charlton Heston.
Moses himself. Not in that movie.
No, that's not Ben-Hur.
No, not in that movie.
That was the Ten Commandments.
That was in 10 Commandments.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of Easter week right now.
And that will be on TV this week.
Yes.
I guarantee you. The networks are going to go all over some Ten Commandments.
Did you ever watch that when Easter came around on television?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So much so that I have the perfect Pharaoh quote.
Really?
You know who played Pharaoh in those movies?
The bald-headed dude. What was his name?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
What was his name?
Oh, I don't remember, but I can picture him right in my eye, though.
Moses. I will not let your people go. What was his name?
You said it so well.
Moses. I will not let your people go.
Okay, well, then let's add...
Well, I know what it is, and I'm not going to say it, so I'll let you. Ramses' 10 Commandments. I know who it is because he was also in the Magnificent Seven. It's a great movie.
Don't mess with me, bro. I've got Google and ChatGPT.
I know who you got.
I can act like I'm
Can you even
genius.
say the name?
Yul Brenner.
Moses.
Let's see if we can find that on.
I will
YouTube.
not let your people go. I have made so many people mad over my years doing that. I was like, you know who played Pharaoh in Ten Commandments? They're like, no, don't do it. No, Greg, please don't do it. Moses. I will not let you people go.
I can't. Oh, here we go. Movie clip. This is it.
Oh, wait. No, you can't do it.
Lives are mine. All that they own, mine. I do not know your God, nor will I let Israel go.
Who are you to make their lives bitter in hard bondage? Man shall be ruled by law, not by the will of other men.
Moses.
Go. Aaron.
You know, they were like they were half brother. They were stepbrothers. They're stepbrothers.
The Pharaoh and Moses were really stepbrothers?
Yes, I mean the Pharaoh's sister found Moses in the basket in the Nile, and he was raised as an Egyptian. So he was royalty. He grew up royalty in Egypt, right up beside Ramses. They were brothers. And then Moses found out, who he was and what he was and who he was. He was a Jew, a Hebrew. He was a Hebrew, and they were slaves to Egypt, and he rose up against Egypt. And God called him out through the burning bush, said, go to Pharaoh, tell him to let my people go. And he did. And Yul Brynner said, Moses, 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 I will not let your people go.
Talk about a dysfunctional family.
Hey, man, I don't make it up. It's in the Bible. I do not make it up. 59 years ago in 1964, the Beatles had top 5 spots on the Hot 100. Wow. Can't Buy Me Love was number 1. Twist and Shout was number 2. She Loves You, yeah, 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 was number 3. I Want to Hold Your Hand was number 4. And Please, Please Me was number 5. They held the top 5 spots on the Hot 100 59 years ago, this day, 1964. Out of those 5, which one's your favorite?
Please, Please Me.
Mine too. Yes, that's my favorite out of those top 5. Please, Please Me. I love that one. 55 years ago today, and we need to pause just a moment to remember this. 55, stop that. Stop.
I'm playing it.
Stop it. We're doing a serious moment. No, I'm for real.
All right.
I'm for real.
All right.
55 years ago today, this date, 1968, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was shot and killed. The balcony, Lorraine Motel, Memphis, Tennessee. Riots broke out in over 100 American cities, killing 39 more people. But that was a tragic day for the nation, and even more tragic for Memphis, Tennessee, which has not recovered to this day.
There are still scars on the soul of Memphis, Tennessee because of that day.
To this day. April 4th, 1968, Dr. Martin Luther King shot and killed in Memphis. This date, 55 years ago today. 48 years ago today, 1975, Microsoft was founded by Bill Gates and Paul Allen in Albuquerque, New Mexico. 34 years ago, back in 1989, Pepsi dumped Madonna as its spokesperson after the video for Like a Prayer took heat from the Vatican for being blasphemous.
Man.
Oh, boy, sure do love to listen to the Vatican these days, don't we?
Oh, man.
Sorry if you're still in Lent. You're a practicing Catholic. Sure hate that for you.
We need the Vatican on some of the stuff that's out there today.
17 years ago, 2006, Rascal Flatts released their 4th album, Me and My Gang, whatever. They're not still around, so nobody really even cares. 16 years ago, 2007, you'll remember this. I certainly do. Don Imus, radio personality, celebrity Don Imus, crossed the line on his radio show and insulted the entire Rutgers University women's basketball team. You remember the quote.
I do.
You remember what he did.
Yep.
I will not repeat it. But that happened 16 years ago today, back in 2007. Beyonce married Jay-Z. This date 15 years ago, back in 2008. And 10 years ago, back in 2013, Roger Ebert, movie critic, lost his battle with cancer. He was 70 years old. So that's what's going on this April 4th. What about birthdays? Do you have a birthday on April 4th? Many people do, I'm sure.
I can make it up if that would help.
Here's who you share a birthday with. If your birthday is today, April 4th, Austin Mahone's 27. Jamie Lynn Spears is 32.
She's kind of hot. Don't look at me out of the side of your eyes like that. So is Brittany. Brittany's kind of hot.
Natasha Lyonne is 44. Any comments on her?
Well, okay. It's in the same vein right along there.
James Rode, 47.
I don't know him.
Think he's hot?
I don't know him.
David Blaine, the magician. You think he's hot?
Will you stop?
He's 50. You think he's hot?
50's hot. I'm 57 and I'm hot.
What about David Blaine? You got your Jones on for him?
I don't even know who he is.
Yes, you do.
He's a magician?
Yeah.
Well, he can
David Blaine.
Let him disappear then.
Nancy McKeon is 57. Do you know who that is?
I do remember her.
You think she's hot?
I thought she was cute back in the day.
No, I mean like now.
I don't know.
You think Jamie Lynn Spears is hot? She's 32. Nancy McKeon's more of your age, which is where you need to be commenting. So you think she's hot?
Nancy McKeon?
Yeah.
I thought she was
57.
Back in the day. Now, she wasn't.
I'm not talking about back in the day. I'm talking now. Because you referred to Jamie Lynn Spears as hot, and she's 32.
Let me pull
and
up
that's
a picture
gross.
of Nancy McKeon.
That's gross. You're gross. Oh, he's dude, you are so foul. Man, you are foul.
Yeah, she's cute. Yeah. Nancy McKeon, yeah, she's good looking.
Is she hot?
Yeah, she's hot.
Okay.
I'd go out and eat chicken livers with her.
No, you wouldn't.
I wouldn't eat them with you, but I'd eat them with her.
She's 57. Facts of Life fame. She's 57. Robert Downey Jr. is 58. You think he's hot?
Iron Man.
What about Robert Downey Jr.?
Hey, listen, if anybody has had a career that had its highs and lows, Robert Downey Jr. certainly has.
Graham Norton is 60. Hugo Weaving, 63. David E. Kelly, television film producer, is 67. Steve Gatlin of the Gatlin Brothers.
The Gatlin Brothers.
All the gold in California.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Gatlin Brothers.
72. That's Larry Gatlin. This is Steve Gatlin.
His lesser-known brother?
Well, he's one of the Gatlin brothers. I don't know.
How many Gatlin brothers are there?
There's Larry and Steve and Rudy. Those were the Gatlin brothers. And I don't know. I think Larry's the oldest, but Steve and Rudy were the other ones.
There are 3 Gatlin brothers.
Yeah, that's what I said.
And you are correct.
Yes. So how do they fall age-wise? Larry's the oldest.
It doesn't say about their ages.
No, you're not asking the right people. Craig T. Nelson is 79.
Coach.
Clive Davis, Arista Records, is 91. And that's where we stop. Today is Tell a Lie Day. Boy, you're in luck.
I'm going to look outside of my
You are in luck. It's Tell a Lie Day.
I cannot
Tell a Lie Day. 5 days to Easter. 23 days to take our daughters and sons to work day. It is April the 4th, ladies and gentlemen. That's where we are. 635 Sports is on the way from G Unit. 65 degrees on the outside. This is Daybreak.
The Rocket is coming to Jackson April 13th, Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clemens will be the guest at the 4th annual benefit to the Trey Lindsay Scholarship. Roger Clemens has an unprecedented 7 Cy Young Awards, 354 wins, and 4,672 strikeouts. Clemens' career spanned 24 years with the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and Astros. The 11-time All-Star, winning 2 World Series with the New York Yankees. Silent auction is huge with sports celebrity memorabilia along with hunts, duck calls, vacation packages, restaurant packages, and more. Follow posts on Facebook mentioning items leading up to the event. Call 731-217-7187, 731-217-7187 for table sponsor or ticket information. Brought to you by Work Care Resources and News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalkWTN.com.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com.
See all the Memphis legends, Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today,
The Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more.
You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
Hey, Jackson and West Tennessee, Dustin Ring here here again with Dustin Buys Houses, and I'm still buying them fast for cash. Doesn't matter the reason or condition, I can make you a cash offer and close in as little as 30 days. I'll even pay your closing cost. Doesn't matter what type of property, I'll buy them all. Single family, multifamily, mobile homes, mobile home parks, vacant lots, farmland. Hey, are you going through one of those icky divorces and need to sell the house? I'll buy it. Are you going through a foreclosure and about to lose it to the bank? Give me a call before it's too late. Call or text me today at 731-200-1362. You can also visit DustinBuys.com. I can make you a cash offer and close in as little as 30 days. The phone number, 731-200-1362. DustinBuys.com. Really doesn't matter what type of property you have. Give me a call and I'll make you an offer. Call or text me today at 731-200-1362. I'm Dustin Ring and I buy houses fast for cash.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Slip and slide. Come on, baby, don't you hide. There's a place down the street where everybody loves to meet. They got a band plays all night long. Everybody moves when they play this song. They do the South Side Shuffle. Shuffle. They're doing the South Side Shuffle all night long. Come on, baby, come with me.
All right, here we go. 6:42 the time. We're 18 minutes away from the top of the hour. It is now time for sports here with G-Unit. What's going on to you? I think we had a basketball game last night, did we not?
Don't rub it in.
Here we go.
You know what? I may not even talk about it.
No, you've got to. You're the sports guy. You have to talk about it.
As the sports director of News Talk 96.5.
Yes, you have to talk about it.
I am responsible for sports programming.
Yes, you are.
And I can decline a story if I want.
No, you cannot. No, I'm calling you out, man. You may be the sports director, but it's my show, and I want some sports report.
Good morning, Greg. This morning's sports brought to you by...
I want to know. I want to know. The people want to know. And they want you to tell it.
Stop it! This morning's sports brought to you by An Evening with the Rocket. Roger Clemens is coming to town on April the 13th. He spent 24 years in the major leagues, was an 11-time All-Star, and won 2 World Series with the Yankees. For ticket or sponsorship information, call 731-217-7187. The number again, 731-217-7187. Also brought to you by Gene Langley Ford. Pick your car, pick your color at GeneLangleyFord.com. The dealership service built on East End Drive in Humboldt. And Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. In other news, the Jackson-Madison County Sports Hall of Fame ceremony was last week. And I just love this because I wasn't able to get to it last week. So I wanted to go back through it and just kind of remind some of the listeners of who was inducted in the Sports Hall of Fame and some of their accomplishments.
Sure. Yes.
Lee Mayhall was inducted. He's a 2012 USJ graduate, was named All-State in football for 3 years, was also named All-State in baseball and in basketball. He played college football at the University of North Alabama, where he was a 4-year starter and named NCAA All-American First Team, USA College in 2015. Was All Gulf South Conference as first team and All Gulf South Conference second team for 1 year as well. Tommy Sadler was also inducted into the Hall of Fame, director of athletics at Union University. He was a graduate of Southside High School, where he played football, basketball, and baseball for the Hawks. He also played baseball for Union University and was named Most Outstanding Pitcher in 1975. He had been employed at Union for 34 years.
Wow.
And was associate director of athletics for 15 years. Becoming the school's first athletic director in 2008. Congratulations to Tommy Sadler.
Very impressive.
Also inducted was Tim Sykes. Sykes was a 1974 Northside graduate, one of only 2 student athletes to letter in 3 sports the Indians participated in: football, basketball, and baseball. Sykes went on to play baseball at Union University, and his .408 batting average his senior year remains in the top 10 single batting averages all time in school history. So congratulations to all those fine folks who were inducted into the Jackson-Madison County Sports Hall of Fame. And that does it for sports.
That's it? No.
What?
You're not. No. You're not done.
This morning sports brought to you by
No. There was a basketball game last
by
night.
Gene Langley.
No.
If it's good enough for the courthouse, it's good.
I love that. And I love you for that, for coming up with that. But no. You're not done. There was a basketball game last night.
I went to sleep pretty early last night.
So did I, but I woke up this morning, thankfully, and there was a baskall game, and they finished it. And it's over.
You know when I found out who won the game?
This morning.
This morning when I got here to the studio.
So did I. I was in the bed by 8:30 last night, so yeah, but there was a game last night.
Okay.
And we finished up. We can't say MM, we can just say the tournament.
We
say the tournament.
I think so.
The tournament ended last night.
I don't know if that's copywritten or trademarked.
We have a champion.
We do.
And
congratulations to him. That's all for sports.
Okay, so last night the NCAA tournament ended.
Yes.
And we have a national champion in men's basketball.
In men's Division I college basketball, we do.
And it is.
Over. Because I lost a bet with you about it, man.
G-Unit's a little perturbed because he came out on the soft side of this.
Yeah.
But Connecticut wins the national championship.
Congratulations to the Huskies.
76 over 59 over the San Diego State
Aztecs. That's right.
Yeah.
I was pulling for the Aztecs because they were kind of the underdog.
I told you yesterday. I just didn't think they had it in them to do it again
because of that buzzer beater against FAU in the Final Four.
Yeah, I thought that was their game. I was like, that's it.
Well,
that's it.
Apparently that was the case. San Diego State kind of jumped out on UConn, and then UConn went on to about a 75-0 run or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And when they did that early on in the first half, I was like, this game is over with, and that's when I went to sleep.
So did I. But woke up this morning to find out
that congratulations to UConn. The Huskies have won another national champion. I believe that's the 4th or 5th in school history. So to say that they are a powerhouse would be pretty accurate if you were saying that. If you're saying that, that was their 5th basketball national championship for the UConn Huskies. They are 5-0 in championship games. It further validates the school's it further validates
Really?
the school's move back into the Big East 3 years ago. Congratulations to UConn on winning their 5th national championship.
Now that I didn't know. If I had known that, I would have pulled against them. I'd have gone to Sandy. If I'd known that, I would have pulled. Well, I wasn't really pulling for UConn. I picked UConn.
Right.
I wasn't really pulling for them. But I knew they were probably going to win.
Yeah.
In my particular bracket, before I get to my bracket, let's go to yours.
Oh, mine was screwed up as soon as the Fighting Nerds of Princeton beat Purdue.
Where did you finish in your particular bracket?
At the bottom.
Because we weren't in the same bracket. I was in another contest with other people, and so were you. So we weren't in the same contest. So where did you finish?
I swear to God, after Princeton beat Purdue, because I had Purdue winning it all.
I had Purdue in the Final Four.
I quit looking at it after that. I was so mad.
I ended up number 3.
Out of how many?
22.
Did you had that many in your pool?
I did have. There were 22 people in my pool.
That's not bad. Finishing third.
I finished 3.
Okay.
It was a $5 buy-in. It was a $5 buy-in.
Did you win any money?
I lost $5.
Okay.
Lost $5. But my girlfriend was also in this. It was actually her pool.
Okay.
And I just joined in, and she got me into it. She finished last, so she gets her money back. She gets her money back for losing the whole schmeal. And I ended up third, which I thought was great. I don't win jack. And she finishes bottom of the barrel, and she gets her money back. So,
honey, can you take us to Starbucks on that $5 that
she can't even buy some milkshake from Sonic. But she did very well coming at the bottom of the barrel.
For $5.
I thought I did very well.
Yeah, you did
at
good.
Number 3.
Yes, that's good.
Out of 22, I thought I did very well. You know?
Not bad at all. 3 out of 22 is not bad at all.
I was pretty proud of myself. Does that do anything? No. Can I talk smack against other people? Yes, I can.
Against me, yes.
Yeah, I can talk a lot of smack.
Rubbing my nose in it. That's fine.
I can talk a lot of smack, and I will be. But I'm not going to get any money.
You've been talking Yul Brynner this morning.
Moses. I will not let you be.
I will not let the Aztecs win.
I will not let the Aztecs win. The Huskies will win, Moses.
And they did. This morning's sports brought to you by Cambridge Men's Store on North Island. Plan your future at Jackson State Community College. Log on to jscc.edu. Advanced Rehab BioT. Your moods will feel better. Precision Auto Body in Milan. Watson's Cleaning. If it's good enough for the courthouse, it's good enough for your house.
Love it.
Pops Music and Dapper Dan's favorite, Mulligan's.
The average American will spend how much money on Easter weekend? We'll talk about that next. This is Daybreak.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse, all for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from The Range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
Well, of course. There we go. All right, so Easter is this Sunday coming up, and this year the average American. Okay, that means there's as many on the low side and as many on the high side. This is the average.
All right,
that Americans are spending on Easter this year. $192.
What?
The average American is spending $192 on Easter this year.
Man.
And thanks to inflation and price gouging, that's going to get you about 2 dozen eggs and a bag of jelly beans. I mean, I don't know. You're not going to get chocolate. You're not going to get chocolate. Overall, Americans will spend a record $24 billion on Easter this year. The average American, the average one American, $192.
I didn't know that.
Overall, Americans will spend a record $24 billion with a B dollars on Easter this year. That's up from the previous high of $21.7 billion during the pandemic in 2020. The most common expenses for Easter: candy, gifts, food, clothing, flowers, decorations, and greeting cards.
Okay.
That will account for your $192. Are you planning on spending $192 on Easter?
But you know, I might take my smoking hot girlfriend out to eat, or I can understand why somebody would say
Waffle House does not count.
I didn't say Waffle House.
I did.
You might take your friend out. You might take your girlfriend out to Waffle House. I'm not going to Waffle House.
Where are you going?
Somewhere nice.
IHOP, Perkins. That's where you're going, Perkins. That's because you can use your walker at Perkins.
We might go down.
You can push your walker in Perkins, because that's what Perkins is. It's an old folks cafeteria. So you put your tennis balls on the foot of your walker, and you and her can push yourselves into Perkins and get you a nice Easter breakfast.
Are losing points with her as it goes. So let's see. She has sent me.
According to the National Retail Federation, the average consumer has shelled out at least $150 on Easter for the past 6 years, but $192 this year is an all-time high. The most popular Easter Sunday activities include, if I can get this to work,
I can see why it would
include cooking a holiday meal, visiting family and friends, going to church, which is free, right? I mean, unless you go to a church where you got to pay admission, which means Baptist, that should be free. Baptists are going to charge you to go to church on Easter. I mean, they're going to pass that plate 4, 5, 7, 8 times.
There are churches that will pass a plate more than once.
4, 5, 7, 8 times. If you're a Baptist, you're going to have to pay to go to church Sunday. It's Easter. Pony up. And then watching television is the last favorite activity.
You know what? Do you know what movie we're going to watch on Easter? Moses.
Oh, the Ten Commandments. Well, yeah, you have to watch the Ten Commandments on Easter. I mean, you have to.
How many times did we do that when we did it? Probably every year when we were kids.
It was always on Sunday night.
Right, Sunday
night. It was always on. Yep. Moses. I will not let your people go. And he didn't.
You do that too.
But he paid for it. I know. I love Yul Brynner. Everybody else always loved Moses. Moses was the hero. He got the Israelites out of Egypt. He was going to the promised land. But Yul Brynner, you couldn't beat more cool than Yul Brynner. Remember when he did those anti-smoking ads?
I do.
Remember, because he got lung cancer and he died.
Yep.
He died. And right before he died, he did those PSAs about not smoking.
Mm-hmm.
That dude was cool as the other side of a pillow, man.
That's right.
That dude was, and I knew it at 4 years old. I was like, dude, whoever that guy is playing the bad guy in this Egypt movie, I don't know anything about, the Exodus. I don't know anything about that, but I knew that dude was cool as the other side of a pillow. Moses, I will not let your people go. Like, that dude is bad news.
This is WPFG.
7 o'clock.
96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. The eyes of the nation and much of the world will be on New York City later today when former President Trump is arrested and arraigned in a Manhattan courtroom.
Donald Trump spent the night at Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue. Secret Service and the NYPD will escort the former president downtown to the courthouse on Center Street, where he will be booked but not handcuffed, and an arraignment will happen around 2:15. Trump says it's political persecution and calls out the judge and DA.
Correspondent Julie Walker in New York. Some details of the Trump indictment have purportedly been leaked, and Mr. Trump thinks he knows who's to blame. The former president writes on Truth Social, District Attorney Bragg just illegally leaked the various points and complete information on the pathetic indictment against me. The former president reportedly facing 34 felony counts, according to Yahoo News. Police in Nashville say the 28-year-old responsible for the shootings at Nashville's Covenant School had spent months planning the mass murder. Meanwhile, several Democrat state lawmakers involved in the recent storming of the Tennessee state capitol are being reprimanded.
The three are being stripped of their committee assignments and face expulsion after taking part in gun protests that saw protesters storm the legislative chambers of the Capitol. The GOP-controlled House voted to remove Representatives Justin Jones, Justin Pearson, and Gloria Johnson from their committees on Monday. Tennessee House Speaker Cameron Sexton said their actions were unacceptable and a violation of the rules of decorum. Resolutions have been put forward to remove the three from the legislature. Tasha Stevens reporting.
Environmentalists have lost the first round of their legal battle over a major oil project on Alaska's North Slope, but they're vowing not to give up. A judge rejecting their request to halt immediate construction work related to the Willow project. Wall Street, Dow futures up 86 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
And it's Prager here. Sue and I mean it. Dogs are part of our family. We love Otto and Snoopy so much. There's nothing quite like their loyal companionship. So we provide them with Rough Greens. In fact, I just talked to my wife about it because we want them to be healthy and we want them to be with us as long as possible. That's true. I know Sebastian Gorka feels the same way.
The Pragers and I couldn't agree more. Our pups, Killian and Leia, rely on us to provide what's best for them. And naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black has packed Rough Greens full of vitamins, minerals, digestive enzymes, omega oils, and more that supplement their food in a way that has shown us great results. Trying out Rough Greens is an easy yes, recommended by me, Dr. G.
Naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black here, and I'm so proud that the Pragers and Sebastian Gorka have entrusted their dog's health to Rough Greens. I'm so confident that Rough Greens can help your dog, I'm offering you a free Jumpstart trial bag. Just cover the shipping. Yes, your dog's food is dead food, but you can bring it back to life with Rough Greens. Go to ruffgreens.com.
British billionaire Sir Richard Branson's rocket company Virgin Orbit has filed for bankruptcy in the U.S. after failing to secure new investments.
Sir Richard Branson's Virgin Orbit, the satellite launch company, halted operations weeks ago and announced it would cut 85% of its workforce. Now it has filed for bankruptcy in the U.S. after failing to secure fresh investment. Earlier this year, Virgin Orbit rocket failed to complete its first ever satellite launch from UK soil. The mission had been billed as a milestone for UK space exploration, and it was hoped it would mark a major step in the country's satellite manufacturing and rocket building. But the company has had financial troubles and said despite great efforts to address them, filing for bankruptcy was the best move.
The BBC's Michael Race. Nigel Lawson, the tax-cutting UK Treasury chief under the late Margaret Thatcher, and a lion of conservative politics in the late 20th century, has died. He was 91. News and analysis, townhall.com. Close to 43,000 people died in traffic crashes in the U.S. in 2021.
That's the highest number in 16 years, with deaths due to speeding and impaired or distracted driving on the rise. The 2021 final numbers released by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration confirmed earlier estimates showing a 10.5% increase in deaths over 2020. The number of pedestrians killed rose 13%, while deaths of unbelted passengers were up 8.1%. John Scott reporting.
They're heading back to the polls today in Chicago, a mayoral runoff with two Democrats vying to lead the city. The race pits former Chicago school CEO Paul Vallis, endorsed by the police union and major business groups, against Brandon Johnson, former teacher and union organizer who is backed by the Chicago Teachers Union. Once again on Wall Street this hour, the Dow futures up 86 points, NASDAQ futures ahead 62. More on these stories at townhall.com.
King Jewelers is not your typical jewelry store. It's an iconic symbol of love. Custom-made jewelry to suit the most discriminating taste. Or you can redesign an old piece that's just sitting in a jewelry box. Create something completely new and unique. Grover has over 40 years' experience as a certified jeweler. Visit KingJewelerJackson.com. King Jewelers at 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Follow King Jewelers Jackson on social media for special savings.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking. Or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon soon at Mulligan's.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got the treatment and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
They say consistency is the key to success. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently refreshing and light? Michelob Ultra, only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin now, 731-200-1362. Tuesday brings partly sunny skies, breezy and warm. High temps in the mid-80s. Winds, 15 to 20, gusting up to 30 miles per hour. Mostly cloudy overnight. Showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms after midnight. Low of 70. Wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour are possible. Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin now, 731-200-1362. DustinBuys.com.
News Talk West Tennessee includes NewsTalk965.com and NewsTalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and NewsTalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
That's great. It starts with an earthquake, birds and snakes, an airplane. And Lenny Bruce is not afraid. I have a hurricane. Listen to yourself. Churn world serves its own needs. Dummy serve your own needs. Beat it up an ox, speak, grunt, no strength. Clatter with fear, fight down, high wire and a fire represented 7 games in a government for hire and a combat site. Left to us are coming in a hurry with the furies breathing down your neck. Team by team reporters babble Trump, tether crop, look at that low plane.
All right, welcome back in Hour 2, Daybreak. G-Unit, Greg Wood in the studio with you. The Gene Langley Ford Studios, Midtown Jackson. 65 degrees on the outside, feels like 65. Out at the airport, the official forecast, 67 degrees under fair skies. Today, partly sunny. Look for a high near 85 degrees. 85 degrees. I don't even know why I have a shirt on right now.
Whatever you do, don't take it off. That would be indecent exposure.
It's going to happen at some point today. The shirt's coming off, and probably the pants too. 85.
Oh my Lord.
80. Come on, it's 85.
You talk about me being trashy. Listen, dude.
85 degrees. That's way warm. I mean, once it gets to 85, I mean, aren't clothes really optional?
Yes.
Around here, 85 is clothes optional.
Yeah, okay. Works for me.
You know, so at some point, the threads are shedding. At some point today.
Yeah.
Probably about 8:05. As soon as I hit the parking lot, I'm out of the threads. So partly sunny today, high near 85. Winds out of the south 10 to 15. Now tonight, slight chance of showers overnight, early morning hours tomorrow. Slight chance of showers, thunderstorms, mostly cloudy tonight. Look for a low around 69. Tomorrow, a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms as well throughout the day. High near 79 and windy tomorrow. Tomorrow night, showers, possibly thunderstorms. before midnight. Showers, thunderstorms continuing afterwards, overnight hours as well. Some of those storms could produce heavy rainfall tomorrow night.
Oh, no.
Tomorrow night, heavy rainfall predicted. Low around 49. And then Thursday, a slight chance of showers, thunderstorms, cloudy with a high near 57. And by the time we get to the weekend, it's the same old story. Saturday, mostly cloudy, high near 68. But no rain. No rain.
This is about the third or fourth straight week that it's been like this.
It's the same old forecast. Yes, it is.
It's the end of the world as we know it.
As we know it.
It's the end of the world as we know it.
Kick it in, Wichita. So that's your forecast for the next 48 hours or so. But the weekend, we got showers and thunderstorms in the forecast for the remainder of the work week. But by the time we get to the weekend, it settles all out. We got cloudy skies, but no rain, and highs in the upper 60s, near 70 for the weekend.
And today it's almost going to be 90. Almost 90.
High today of 85.
That's just insane.
High today of 85. All right, we've got a local news report. G-Unit's going to catch us up on this, which we've been following for several years now,
Right.
but now we have somewhat of a conclusion in this case. Bring it in for us.
Well, Greg, according to a release from the Department of Justice last Friday in Memphis, a nurse practitioner was convicted of opioid distribution conspiracy, if I can say it right. According to the Department of Justice release, a federal jury convicted a Tennessee nurse practitioner for illegally prescribing opioids, including oxycodone and fentanyl, from his medical practice. According to court documents and evidence presented at trial, Jeff Young of Jackson and his medical practice used his medical practice to illegally prescribe more than 1 million medically unnecessary controlled substance pills to hundreds of patients, including a pregnant woman and women with whom he was having inappropriate physical relationships. Young maintained a party-like atmosphere at his clinic and prescribed these drugs in part to boost his popularity on social media and produce a self-produced reality TV show. The release further goes on to state that Young was convicted of conspiracy to unlawfully distribute controlled substances, maintaining a drug-involved premises, and 13 counts of distributing controlled substances, 6 of which involved distribution to a pregnant woman. He's scheduled to be sentenced on October 3rd and faces a maximum penalty of 40 years in prison for each count involving distribution to a pregnant woman and 20 years in prison for each of the other counts of the conviction. A federal judge will determine sentencing after considering the U.S. sentencing guidelines and other statutory factors.
This case goes back to 2019.
Apparently, that was when the Department of Justice or the DEA, or whenever
they got involved.
Whenever they got involved, when they raided his offices here in Jackson.
Yeah.
And just a really, really tough situation. But our hearts go out to everybody that was affected by that.
Rock Doc.
Rock Doc. That's what he was known by.
And that was the title of his proposed reality television show.
I believe that was right.
Self-produced television show,
Mhm.
Rock Doc. So that goes back to at least 2019. So now we have convictions in that case, and he'll be sentenced when? In October?
A sentence in October, and according to WBBJ, he was found guilty on all 15 counts on Friday and will be sentenced coming up in August of this year.
August of this year.
Yep.
Okay. So that's been a developing story here in West Tennessee for quite some time.
For a long, long time, people have kind of wondered about that.
Quite some time. So now we have some resolution. Sentencing takes place in August.
In August of this year, yes.
All right. The 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump, will be placed under arrest today and informed that he has been charged with 34 felony counts for falsification of business records, according to a source who's been briefed on the procedures for the arraignment of the former president. He is in New York, by the way. Did you see all the press? He flew into LaGuardia yesterday.
Okay.
I don't know where he'd been. Probably, I guess, Florida. That is placed in Florida. But he flew into LaGuardia in New York City yesterday. Press was everywhere. It was more than even when I flew into LaGuardia several years ago. I don't. I wasn't prepared for all the hoopla. I guess the former president was, but I was not when I flew into LaGuardia. But yesterday was a madhouse at LaGuardia. And LaGuardia is about as big as this studio. And is absolutely a rat's nest. Have you ever flown into LaGuardia?
I have not flown into LaGuardia, no.
It's small and it's pitiful. And that's where he flew in.
Man.
And, I mean, when I landed, I mean, there were flash bulbs everywhere. And I can't even imagine what he flew into yesterday. But the press was there yesterday at LaGuardia. A New York City police arrest report summarizing the charges against Trump will be prepared and entered into the court system before he is led into a courtroom to be formally arraigned on the charges, none of which are misdemeanors. But this particular source, according to news reports, said Trump will not be put in handcuffs. He will not be placed in a jail cell or subjected to a mugshot.
Can you imagine?
There will be no mugshot. I was listening to another radio station yesterday afternoon. They were reporting that he had made it to New York, and that at the time they were suspecting that he would be taken into custody and that he would be fingerprinted and have his mugshot taken.
Mm-hmm.
And this particular person on the radio said that he will be mugshotted.
Mugshotted?
And I got to playing through this in my mind. I'm like, I don't think that's correct. You know, if you follow proper English procedure, verb precedence, it would be shot and then another word and then shut. You know what the middle one would be? Shot, sheesh, and shut. If you follow proper verbal precedence. So the way he was using it was incorrect.
Oh.
But if he was in his mind thinking it was correct, it would have been mug. But he missed it all the way around. He didn't get any of it right. He's going to be mugshotted. And I was like, well, that's not right. So if it's not mugshotted, what is it? So you remember diagramming sentences? You remember?
Yes, unfortunately.
You remember proper verbal precedence?
Sort of.
You know, it's like swim, swam, swum. Swim, swam, swum. So if it's shot, then it would be shot and shut. Right? So he missed it all the way around. It's not mug-shotted. It would be mug. And after today, he will have been mug-shut. Right?
I don't know.
I mean, don't you remember your English lessons?
No.
You don't remember grammar?
I was high all the time.
In 8th grade?
No, not in 8th grade, but not long after that.
All right, so swim, swam, swum. That's the perfect example. Swim, swam, swum. You had to learn that. You know, it's verbal precedence. Verbal precedence. Swim, swam, swum. Okay, so if you have your mugshot taken, you were mugshot.
I've had a bunch of those done, yes.
Okay, so that's present tense. Past tense would be mug she. And then past present would be shut. You would be mug shut.
According to Merriam-Webster, the question is, which is the correct past participle
No, I'm not looking for a participle. I'm not looking for a participle.
Swim is an irregular verb. Swam is the past tense of swim.
Yes.
While swum is the past participle.
That's what I said.
Swum is used after have, as in...
We know that. We took English. We know swim, swam, swum.
I have
we
swum
get that.
in the pool. I have swum in that pool before.
Yes, that's past present. I have swum. I have swum.
It says swum is the past participle.
It's past present, but okay. Whatever. It's past present. Swum. Swim, swam, swum. Those are three particular words, and they all three have definitive meanings. And you can use them irregularly, and most people do.
Like mugshotted.
That's incorrect. Mug shot, and then mug, and then mug shut. Don't you agree?
Well, hang on.
Now, I'm asking you. I'm not asking Google. You have to know I'm making this up, right?
Are you really making this up?
You have to know I'm making this up.
No, I don't know. There's nothing on it.
Okay, well, first off, shotted is not a word.
Stop it.
Shotted is not a word.
So apparently the dude got it really wrong.
He got it wrong on all accounts. He's going to have his mug shot, and he said he's going to be mug shotted. And I was like, well, that can't be right. Shotted is not a word. So what is the past tense of shot? Well, it has to be. And then the past present of would have to be shut. He has been or will have been mug shut. Would be the correct way to say it.
It's not. I'm looking.
Have you ever been mug shut?
I have had my mug shot taken multiple times in my life. Yes.
But have you ever been bug shut?
Bug shut?
No, mug shut. You know what I'm saying. Have you ever been mug shut?
I don't know. What tense is
you
that?
haven't.
Because it doesn't exist?
You're just not getting this at all.
I'm not
getting.
No, because I don't know it.
Y'all. G Unit does not understand.
There are people waking up to this right now, and they're like, you know what, this sounds crazy.
I hope if you're on the bypass, lady, and your red car.
Prius.
After you've dropped your kids off at school or on your way to dropping your kids off, I hope you know that I'm being ridiculous.
Are you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I accept your apology.
He will be mug shotted. Shotted. That's what he said. He will be mug shotted. There is nothing about that that's right. Mug shotted. He will be mug shotted. If you were going to do that correctly, even remotely correctly, he will be mug shut.
I wonder if Low-Cut Connie's ever been mug shut.
Oh. Well, they've never been mugged.
Wait till they get in all that mud down in Memphis, and we'll see how they feel about it.
It's shot, and shut. Don't you agree?
The bug that's flying around right around us.
I know.
May agree or may or may not agree.
He is about to be swatted. After I swat him, he will have been swat. Or swat. He will have been swat. Swat, swat, swat.
That's his past participle. Oh, God.
Oh, mug shotted. I thought I was going to drive off the road. Mug shot. He will be mug shotted. Really?
I wonder if Low-Cut Connie's ever been mug shotted.
We're going to get to Low-Cut Connie coming up. So the former president, according to the New York City Police arrest report summarizing the charges against Donald Trump, He will be prepared and entered into the court system before he is led into a courtroom to be formally arraigned on his charges, 34 of which, none of which are misdemeanors. 34 counts, none are misdemeanors. I don't know how this is going to hold up.
We need to put some kind of Donald Trump mugshot on a Daybreak
on
a Daybreak T-shirt on our Etsy page.
He will not be mugshotted.
We could make something
He
up.
will not be mugshot today, according to this report.
If somebody's out there good with graphics, get in touch with Greg and I.
Oh, they've already done it. Look at this.
Because
look,
we want it on our Etsy page, and we want to sell T-shirts.
Hang on, I've already got it.
What do you got?
Hang on.
Have you got a mock-up of his mugshot?
Yep.
What is that?
That's his. Yeah.
Really? Woo!
See that?
Can we show that to the camera?
Yeah. Well, if I can get it on there, I don't think you can see it. But
Let me see.
Most people probably have already seen it. It's been floating around on social media for a while.
Let's see if I can get it up there close.
There you go.
Can you see that?
That's the former president's fingerprint.
The Don's
right
fingerprints right there.
That's it.
Who loves you, baby?
So that's going down today in New York City. 7:28, bottom of the hour. We're on it. Sports is coming up next. We had a basketball game last night.
We did.
I think we got some results. G-Unit's up next. This is 96.5 Daybreak.
Precision Auto Body strives to provide you with excellent customer care. Precision Auto Body will gladly handle your insurance work. Get a free quote by logging on to precisionautobodytn.com. A lifetime warranty on any auto body or paint work. Precision Auto Body. Visit our location nearest you in Milan, Martin, or Dyersburg. PrecisionAutobodyTN.com.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
CWA Development is a reliable and experienced company that provides a wide range of maintenance, restoration, and renovation services for both commercial and residential customers. Fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, drywall insulation and repair, gutter and roof cleaning, power washing, fence and deck repairs, and a whole lot more. CWA Development. They emphasize their commitment to customer satisfaction through integrity and excellence. Licensed and insured for their work. CWA Development are available for calls Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and on Sundays for emergencies. CWA has a combined experience of over 80 years, commercial and residential maintenance, as well as restoration and renovation. CWA strives for your satisfaction with service focused on integrity and excellence. Call CWA today at 731-503-9598. Call CWA today, 731-503-9598. CWA Development.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get. A shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Some things in life are bad, they can really make you mad. Other things just make you swear and curse. When you're chewing on life's gristle, don't grumble, give a whistle. And this'll help things turn out for the best. And always look on the bright side of life. Always look on the light side of life. If life seems jolly rotten, there's something you've forgotten, and that's to laugh and smile and dance and sing. When you're feeling in the dumps, don't be silly chumps. Just purse your lips and whistle, and that's the thing. And
Always look on the bright side of life.
Come on.
Always look on the bright side of life.
For life is quite absurd, and death's the final word. You must always face the curtain with a bow.
Yeah, boy.
Forget about your sin, give the audience a grin. Enjoy, it's your last.
Come on, you know this part, Chief. Let's go.
So
always look on the bright side of life. Just before you know your terminal breath. Okay, so we can't play that part right there. Okay, so we pulled it out. No, or that little part right there we can't say. I'm sorry.
Is that copywritten as well?
No, it's not copywritten. It's just offensive.
Oh.
It's profane.
Is that the past participle of it?
That is the legal representation of that particular word.
Oh, wow.
You know, shot, shut. Shot, shut.
Me and my smoking hot.
Right in the middle of shot and shut, there's
okay.
You can't say You can say shot.
Right. That's right.
Say shut, but you can't say
Okay.
And that's what they say right there. You can't say she. Can't put the t on the end of it. You can say she, can't say t at the end. It's just a rule. I don't make the rules. I just follow them. Don't necessarily agree with them.
Is that an
I just follow
FCC
them.
thing or a standards and practices here at News Talk 96.5 thing?
I think that's I think that you could take it to the feds.
Okay.
They would listen to it. Probably wouldn't do anything about it. They don't usually, but you know,
they would yell at you and I if we did that.
If it was your radio station or my radio station, we could do it and face the consequences.
Okay.
The people that employ us are not willing to take that chance.
Right.
So if you say it or I say it, we will face the consequences from owners and operators.
So our heads will be chopped off on the chopping block.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you're on the radio, your first worry should not be the FCC.
Okay.
Your first worry are your owners and operators, the people that sign your checks and bring you to work. That's who you need to be worried about.
So Melissa is the one that.
If Melissa says it's okay,
then we're good.
Then you can say it, and let the feds take care of it afterwards.
But otherwise, Melissa will lay some smack down on us.
Melissa will lay some smack down.
Okay. All right.
Remember when Justin Timberlake pulled Janet Jackson's boob out during the Super Bowl?
He did not do that. That was a wardrobe malfunction. Thank you.
Yes, that's what it was called because of... Why was it called a wardrobe malfunction?
Cheap material?
Why was it called that?
Because he pulled it off.
Well, he pulled whatever that was off, and she had a sparkle on her nip, and everybody went crazy about it because her boob was exposed during the Super Bowl. Why did that cause trouble?
There was obscenity.
The FCC would not have ever gotten involved but for owners and operators being inundated by viewers.
Okay.
So it's your owners and operators that you have to worry about, not the FCC.
So the 8 listeners that we have, because we're now up to 8. We talked about this before the show. The eight listeners that we have are pretty laid back and really don't give a rip.
They're not going to say anything, so we don't have to worry about it.
Okay. Okay.
That's why I'm able to talk about this and reveal the secrets of the industry, because nobody's listening.
That's right.
So we don't have to worry about it. All right. It is time for sports. It's 6:37 here at Daybreak 96.5. G-Unit sent by. What's going on? I think we had a ball game last night, G-Unit.
Just rub it in, will you?
I know.
That's because you won. Your team won.
Well,
is that what you wanted to do? Your team won.
I didn't win. I picked them, but I didn't win anything. Yeah,
well, you and I didn't have a formal bet on it.
So. No, and I didn't buy back in because that's cheating. So, I didn't win anything.
All right.
I did come in number 3 in my pool.
Out of 22.
Out of 22, I did come in 3.
That's not bad.
So, hey, I'm pretty tagged about it. But this was my first year in this group.
Okay.
It's my first year in this group, and they thought I was going to be a patsy and a smush.
Oh.
This guy doesn't know anything. He's bald. He's old. What can this idiot possibly know about basketball other than the ball is round? They passed over me. They thought I didn't know anything.
They won't make that mistake next year.
No, they will not. I wax the floor with those idiots.
Good morning, Greg. This morning sports brought to you by An Evening with the Rocket. Roger Clemens is coming to town. The Rocket spent 24 years in the major leagues and was an 11-time All-Star. He won 2 World Series with the Yankees, also spent time with the Red Sox, Blue Jays, and Astros. The Rocket will bring his Tales from the Diamond to Jackson at Meridian Baptist Church April 13th. For ticket or sponsorship information, call 731-217-7187. The number again, 731-217-7187. Also brought to you by Gene Langley Ford. Pick your car, pick your color at GeneLangleyFord.com. The dealership service built on East End Drive in Humboldt. And by Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. Hey, we're starting to see those bugs coming out now.
Ugh.
I'm starting to see them in my house
That's
already.
all I need right now.
So here they
bugs.
come. So it's not bad enough it's the weather. The bugs are starting to come out.
Here we go.
And at 85 degrees today, OMG,
yeah,
it's going to be horrible. So if they're about to tote your house away, Southeastern Termite and Pest Control are the folks to call.
Sorry, Mayor.
Call Lifeline, and also thank you to our friends at Lifeline Voice and Data. Well, it was a great day to be a Southside Hawk yesterday.
Again?
Southside plastered Northside in baseball.
Oh, baseball now.
13-1.
That's embarrassing.
It does not look good for the Indians, but Southside had a great day on the diamond. 13-1 beat Northside in baseball. The Lady Hawks softball team beat Chester County 2-0.
Okay.
Chester County is a little closer to your neck of the woods. Sort of.
How so? I live in Jackson.
No. Excuse me, let me clarify. Let me get the correct past participle.
Please, I trust you on this.
Your former neck of the woods. Hardeman County.
I don't think that is closer to Chester County than Jackson is. I can be in Chester. I can be in Henderson in 20 minutes. It's going to take at least 35 to get to Henderson from, as you say, my neck of the woods.
Why do you have to go down a 2-lane highway?
All the way.
Is that all? Is it still?
Yes, all the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Southside Lady Hawks softball team, they beat Chester County 2-0 yesterday. And the Hawks soccer team, congratulations.
What?
Congratulations goes out to the Hawks soccer team. They beat Crockett County 4-0 yesterday.
Wow.
0.
Where was that? Where was that held?
I don't know where the game was, but they beat Crockett County 4-0. You know, a 0 score in soccer. The current participle or whatever you call it.
Unfortunately, I'm versed in the vernacular of football. Football.
Okay.
Football.
All right.
There's football, then there's football.
I'm not getting in that discussion.
I know. It's a whole thing.
And we're the only one that call it that. The rest of the civilized world call it football.
It's football. Football.
Moses.
Yeah,
It's
football. I will not let your people play football.
Well, the echoes of past accomplishments, UConn's 5th men's basketball national championship on Monday night has improved to 5-0 in NCAA championship games and further validated the school's move back into the Big East 3 years ago. According to the ESPN, as UConn brought back a wave of nostalgia, it also came at an opportune time for a league attempting to channel its rich history and help secure the long-term future of the conference.
Yep.
The Huskies National Championship comes amid a confluence of events for the Big East that has the league surging toward the trappings of an era of prominence. Another one. UConn's title win delivers the Big East 3 of the last 7 national championships in men's basketball. Along with UConn unofficially taking over for Villanova as the Big East's lead dog, there's the splashy entrance of Coach Rick Pitino at St. John's and Ed Cooley leaving Providence for Georgetown. Both will be called on to revive wheezing brands in very fertile markets.
Wheezing brands.
That's what. Okay, that was the vernacular that ESPN, where I got this article.
Assignment for tomorrow.
What?
I'm giving you an assignment for tomorrow.
No.
I want a report, a sports report tomorrow, to explain to everybody what's happening in the SEC this fall. Do Texas and Oklahoma come in this year, or is it next year?
Next year.
Next year.
Yes.
All right, so let's go over the schedule. Has the schedule been released for this fall?
The schedule for this fall?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Pull that up. We'll have that tomorrow.
Well,
I want to talk about it.
I can tell you one of them right now.
Well, I don't want to know it right now. I want to know it tomorrow.
Because my nephew and I
don't want to know it now. I want to know it tomorrow. I'm giving a lead in. I'm giving a lead so people will listen tomorrow and not listen to you now. You're done for today.
I haven't read the rest of the sponsors yet. I can't be done.
Well, I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear that report right now. I want to hear it tomorrow.
You want to?
I'm giving you a lead. Take it.
So tune in
so
tomorrow.
You'll have something to do tomorrow.
So tune in
you didn't
tomorrow.
do much today. You didn't even give us the score of the national championship game.
Yeah, I did.
You told us who won. You didn't even give us the score.
I bragged about you. What was?
Didn't even give us the score.
What was the score? Hang on.
And you're busting my chops for giving you homework.
It was 76-59.
76-59. Thank you. You've got some homework to do. I'm giving you a lead in. Take it.
Noted. Duly noted.
Take it. Okay.
This morning sports brought to you by our friends at Cambridge Men's Store right here on North Highland in Jackson. Plan your future at Jackson State Community College. Log on to jscc.edu. Your moods will be better with Advanced Rehab BioT Precision Auto Body in Milan. Watson's Cleaning. If it's good enough for the courthouse, it's good enough for your house.
Love it.
Pops Music, and Dapper Dan's favorite, Mulligan's.
Well, I guess we got a sports report out of that. I'm not really sure. We'll have to reevaluate tomorrow. Okay. All right. 7:45, 7:46. We're 14 away from the top of the hour. Pizza, Italian or American food? Don't answer. We're going to talk about it coming up next. Pizza, Italian or American food? When you go eat pizza. You like pizza, right?
I do like pizza.
I love pizza.
We had some Sbarro, me and my smoking hot girlfriend.
Oh, my
had
God.
some Sbarros on Sunday.
At a truck stop.
Yes.
That should tell you all you need to know if it's Italian or American. We'll talk about it next. This is Daybreak.
Hi, Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson-Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Let's face it, people want to feel loved, appreciated, and pampered. Beauty to the Bone has a mission and a purpose to help you look and feel beautiful inside and out. From facials to Botox, fillers, lasers, IV therapy, functional medicine, and all in between, we've got you covered. Book your appointment today to feel your very best tomorrow.
Book your appointment today. Call 731-300-9103. That's 731-300-9103.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Wake up with Wood. Daybreak with Greg Wood. Weekday morning 6 till 10 on 96.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com.
All right, so let's finish up on some sports because the Masters is coming up this weekend. So who are the hot golf? I know nothing about golf. I promise you. I don't follow golf. I don't watch golf unless I want to take a nap. And then I'll put on a golf tournament because that's guaranteed to put me to sleep every time. I know nothing about golf. I've never swung a club in my life other than putt-putt. I've never been on a golf course, never been in a golf cart. I know nothing about golf, don't want to know. So I need to know from you, you're the sports director, who's hot this year for the Masters?
Well, according to Las Vegas, the pick to win at the 2023 Masters is Scotty Scheffler.
Scotty Scheffler.
Rory McIlroy
I've heard of him.
Is second. And John Rahm is third, Cameron Smith fourth, Jordan Spieth.
Now, Jordan Spieth, I recognize. Isn't he from around?
He's from Dallas.
He's but where did he go to school? He went to school.
Let's see.
Something about him resonates with me, and give me some Jordan Spieth.
According to Wikipedia, Spieth was born in 1993 in Dallas, Texas. He attended St. Monica Catholic School and graduated Jesuit College Prep School in 2011. Learned to play golf at Brookhaven Country Club. Apparently, that's all in the Dallas area.
Okay. But he's won the Masters before, right?
He has won the U.S. Open
The
before.
U.S. Open, okay.
His first major win came in the 2015 Masters, and he won the 2015.
So he has won the Masters.
He has won the Masters, and he has also won the U.S. Open.
Okay. His name sounds familiar is all I'm saying. Like I said, I know nothing about golf. So.
Well, he is making a whole lot of money.
The Masters is this weekend, Easter weekend. So I know a lot of people are up on that and following that. And I will not be watching because I got other things to do than take a nap on Sunday. And that's what golf is nap time.
Well, you won't be napping on this because the combined purse for the 2023 Masters tournament is $15 million.
That seems ridiculous.
For the Masters. The winner.
Do you not find that ridiculous?
Well, I think it's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money.
The winner will receive a cool $2.7 million.
Okay. That's this weekend.
That's this weekend.
All right.
There's music in the air and lots of love everywhere. So give me the night.
All right, so it's 7:53. We're 7 away from the top of the hour, so we left you with this question last break. Is pizza an Italian food or an American food? Now, G-Unit was scarfing his buddy over here, ChatGPT, and got an answer.
I was cheating.
Got an answer, but I don't know that they got it correct. Serious question that's trending right now online.
Okay.
Is pizza an Italian food or an American food? It's in the news right now after a history professor in Italy claimed it's more American than Italian. A history professor in Italy claimed that pizza is more American food than Italian food. So obviously the Italians have been freaking out. Mamma mia!
Moses.
Chef Boyardee.
Moses.
That's Egyptian.
It is Italian, not American. God, tell that one.
That's ridiculous.
Moses.
That's ridiculous. I love it. The Italian government made a formal request with the United Nations last month to get Italian cuisine World Heritage status. And that same day, this professor did a big interview about how some Italian food isn't really that Italian, if you know what I mean. He claimed this Italian history professor claims carbonara sauce was first made in Chicago in 1953.
Whatever.
And that Italy doesn't really do traditional Parmesan anymore either. He says the only place you can find anything close to what it was 50 years ago, Parmesan cheese, Wisconsin.
That can't be right. No.
Basically, this Italian history professor says Italians got to America and started tweaking their recipes. Then Italy followed suit. But now they're trying to claim those recipes on their own, and they're not.
What? Oh, man. Are you kidding me?
This guy's beef with pizza, pardon the pun, is that it originally did not have tomato sauce.
What?
The original Italian pizza did not have tomato sauce. He says that happened in New York, not Naples. It's the reason it's become so popular worldwide. And so America deserves most of the credit, he says, for pizza. The pizza we know today.
Because of the sauce.
Yes. He claims that Italy's World Heritage application includes, quote, a lot of BS. And BS is in parentheses, so he did not say BS. He said bull, shut.
He was using his correct past participle.
Now, the United Nations will not decide whether to accept it or not until 2025.
Are you kidding me?
So they're going to sit on it for 2 years.
Our UN is actually discussing this.
Yes. It was brought to the UN.
In addition to like, hey, sorry, we can't talk about the war in Ukraine. We've got to talk about American versus Italian pizza.
The Italian government made a formal request with the United Nations last month to get Italian cuisine World Heritage status, and this Italian history professor says, not so fast, my friend. Pizza is American. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it.
You mean tell you what Chat GPT says?
Sure, whatever.
Okay, so the question was, is pizza Italian or American? And according to Chat GPT, pizza is originally an Italian dish. The modern pizza, as we know it today, originated in Naples, Italy.
Yes.
In the 18th or early 19th century.
This professor does not dispute that.
Well, he
does not dispute that.
But
he says the pizza that originated in Naples did not have tomato sauce. That happened in New York.
I wonder what kind of sauce it had, though. You know what I mean? Because that might change whether or not I would eat it.
No, it wouldn't.
It might, depending on what it is.
I mean, what are you talking about? What other kind of sauce would it be? Like
I don't know.
like tuna sauce?
Marinara or something? I don't know. My question.
I mean, we put everything on pizzas in the States.
We do.
You can't just say, well, if it might have been another sauce, I might not would have eaten it. No, you would have eaten it. We do eat it.
Do you eat
We put pineapple on pizza.
My exact question was, do you eat pineapple on pizza?
I'll eat anything on a pizza.
Oh, my God.
You can put grapefruit on pizza, I'll eat it.
For people who eat pineapple on pizza, they should be drawn and quartered.
I mean, you can put anything on. You would eat it, too.
No, I would.
I could put ranch ice cream on pizza, and you would eat it.
That's disgusting. We got to draw the line somewhere, buddy.
All right,
That's
man. That's gonna do it for today. We're right up against the top of the hour, man. Enjoyed it. We'll see you tomorrow. It'll be Wednesday.
Hump day.
Did you hear you can now earn your degree or certificate online at Jackson State Community College with degrees and certificates in criminal justice, business, healthcare, tech, and more? There's never been a better time to pursue your education online from the comfort of your own home. Jackson State also offers remote and hybrid options to cater to your busy schedule. Learn more about their online programs at jscc.edu/online.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vol Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
The game goes. This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. First came the Russia collusion hoax, followed by 2 impeachments, and now this. The latest chapter in the Get Trump saga is being written today. Former President Trump, facing criminal charges, will be arraigned this afternoon in a Manhattan courtroom. White House correspondent Greg Clugston in New York.
Trump returned to New York City yesterday ahead of today's arraignment, which has drawn intense news media coverage. Before arriving here, the former president bolstered his legal team, adding a third high-profile attorney, Todd Blanche. This afternoon, Trump will appear in court where his lawyers say he will plead not guilty to the charges under seal in the Manhattan grand jury indictment. He has criticized the case as a political witch hunt. Greg Clugston, New York.
Forecasters warn of more severe weather and fire danger in the coming days across much of the same region hit hard by storms last week. Powerful storms forecast today into the evening across parts of northeastern Missouri, into southeastern Iowa and west central Illinois. The threat for fire danger also remains high across parts of Oklahoma and Texas, New Mexico and Colorado. Wildfires destroyed more than 40 homes in Oklahoma on Friday. The U.S. and the EU describe it as an April Fool's joke. Russia assuming the presidency of the UN Security Council this month.
The presidency rotates monthly in alphabetical order among the Council's 15 members. U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield says she expects the Russians will be professional, but will use their presiding seat to spread disinformation and promote their own agenda as it relates to Ukraine.
That's correspondent Ben Thomas. Finland joins NATO today. An historic realignment of the Western military alliance was brought on by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. On Wall Street, Dow futures up 28 points, NASDAQ futures 55 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Dennis Prager here. Sue and I mean it when we say dogs are part of our family. We love Otto and Snoopy so much, and there's nothing like their loyal companionship. So we provide them with Rough Greens, R-U-F-F, because we want them to feel healthy and be with us as long as possible. I know Charlie Kirk feels the same way.
The Pragers and I couldn't agree more. I rely on my trusted furry friend, Mr. Briggs, who's an absolute machine, and he relies on me to provide what's best for him. Naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black has packed Rough Greens, not a dog food, but a supplement full of vitamins, minerals, digestive enzymes, and omega oils that Mr. Briggs absolutely needs and loves. Trying Rough Greens for your dog just makes sense.
Greetings, Naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black here. I'm honored that the Pragers and Charlie trust their dog's health to Rough Green. I'm so confident that Rough Green can help your dog too that I'm offering you a free Jumpstart trial bag. Just cover the shipping. Yes, dog food is dead food, but it doesn't have to be. Go to ruffgreens.com.
6. Taiwan remains defiant ahead of the Taiwanese president's expected meeting with the U.S. House Speaker. Communist China threatens retaliation and has done so multiple times over the past week.
Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen has been visiting the island's remaining diplomatic allies in Latin America, Belize and Guatemala. The most politically sensitive part of her trip, though, will be the meeting with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy in Los Angeles on Wednesday, while she transits on her way back home. The visit is fraught for both Taiwan and the US because China views Taiwan as its territory and treats any dealings between US and Taiwanese officials as a challenge to its sovereignty. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
Iraq's central government and officials from the semi-autonomous Kurdish region reached a final deal to resume oil exports from northern Iraq through a pipeline to Turkey. News and analysis, townhall.com. Louisiana State University is not happy with the First Lady.
First Lady Jill Biden says national champions LSU Lady Tigers and the defeated Iowa Hawkeyes should both be invited to the White House. Biden's comment on Monday about inviting both the champion team and their defeated opponent would break decades of tradition. LSU's Angel Reese tweeted that Biden's suggestion is a, quote, joke. Sunday's national title game between LSU and Iowa was the most watched women's college basketball game in history. ESPN says the game averaged 9.9 million viewers and peaked at 12.6 million. The win was the Lady Tigers' first ever national title. Tasha Stevens reporting.
The Florida Senate has approved a bill banning abortions after 6 weeks, a measure supported by Republican Governor Ron DeSantis. A proposal must still be approved by the House before it reaches the governor's desk. Florida currently prohibits abortion after 15 weeks. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather presented by Dustin Rain. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin now, 731-200-1362. Tuesday brings partly sunny skies, breezy and warm. High temps in the mid-80s. Winds, 15 to 20, gusting up to 30 miles per hour. Mostly cloudy overnight. Showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms after midnight. Low of 70. Wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour are possible. Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash.
We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
King Jewelers is not your typical jewelry store. It's an iconic symbol of love. Custom-made jewelry to suit the most discriminating taste. Or you can redesign an old piece that's just sitting in a jewelry box. Create something completely new and unique. Grover has over 40 years experience as a certified jeweler. Visit KingJewelerJackson.com. King Jewelers at 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Follow King Jewelers Jackson on social media for special savings.
Hey Jackson and West Tennessee, Dustin Ring here again with Dustin Buys Houses, and I'm still buying them fast for cash. Doesn't matter the reason or condition, I can make you a cash offer and close in as little as 30 days. I'll even pay your closing cost. Doesn't matter what type of property, I'll buy them all. Single family, multifamily, mobile homes, mobile home parks, vacant lots, farmland. Hey, are you going through one of those icky divorces and need to sell the house? I'll buy it. Are you going through a foreclosure and about to lose it to the bank? Give me a call before it's too late. Call or text me today at 731-200-1362. You can also visit DustinBuys.com. I can make you a cash offer and close in as little as 30 days. The phone number, 731-200-1362. DustinBuys.com. Really doesn't matter what type of property you have. Give me a call and I'll make you an offer. Call or text me today at 731-200-1362. I'm Dustin Ring and I buy houses fast for cash.
We found Jackson's perfect lunch spot, Bourbon and Barley's. You can enjoy a delicious sit-down lunch at drive-through prices. Bourbon and Barley's lunch menu is available weekdays 11 a.m. all the way to 4 p.m. Have a late lunch or an early dinner at lunch prices. Bourbon and Barley's amazing lunch menu options include delicious crab and lobster bruschetta, Cobb salads, one-topping pizzas, and their featured slider of the day. All for just $10. Across the street from Starbucks, Bourbon and Barley's, where Jackson loves to lunch.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today. Hiller!
It's always severe weather season in West Tennessee. When severe weather strikes, we are here for you. 96.5 FM, News Talk WTN.com.
He's a showboat. He's a grandstander. You know that. I know that. Sold his company for a tremendous amount of money. And he went out and bought a big yacht. And he had a very interesting life.
Live from Jackson in the heart of West Tennessee, this is the Dan Reeves Show.
He is a sick puppy.
I need your help. I think I'm losing it here, man.
Is it Tuesday or Wednesday?
It's Tuesday.
The days are starting to blur together.
So it's Tuesday.
Can you be a little bit more specific?
It's Tuesday morning.
Okay, that's better. That's better.
Why are we waking up? You got a show to do.
To entertain folks.
And also to
help people
Get through this.
Okay, if you say so.
It's showtime. Hit it.
We'll do it live. We'll do it live. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Good Tuesday morning. It is Tuesday, right?
Yeah, it's Tuesday.
It is April 4th, 2023. We're sitting at 67 degrees in Midtown, J-Town. Good Tuesday morning. My name's Dan Reeves, along with Gina Langley. Good morning, Gina.
Hey, Danny.
How are you today?
I'm good. High pollen count, though. That's kind of bringing me down a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to run that down for you. The primary culprit, we'll reveal that to you as well. Steve Murphy's here. Hello, Steve.
What do you say, Dan? Gina, how are you?
Well, it's good to see you, Steve-O.
Man, it is. It's good to see you. It's been a little bit too long.
It's been a minute.
Yeah.
Steve and I grew up together in Milan.
Yeah.
And then Steve went off to Nashville. Well, Nashville was kind of a sleepy, mid-sized city.
Oh, God.
And then there was a population boom.
Slightly.
Thanks to Ricky Fisher was a big part of that.
Yeah,
He's got like 20 kids.
That wasn't my fault. That was strictly on Rick.
Married a Catholic girl. and he was Presbyterian. He did not know.
Oh, wow. He didn't get that memo.
No, he did now. A couple of years ago, he was changing a diaper at one of his son's high school baseball games.
Yeah.
Changing a diaper, not of a grandkid, but of his baby.
Children.
Yeah. Yes. And Ricky, many of you know Ricky Fisher, his brother John Fisher, who played for Tennessee, was starting center for, I guess, 4 years. And John and Ernest Fields were co-captains their senior year at Tennessee. And Johnny Majors, the story goes, called Coach Tucker to tell him that, because that never happens. I mean, at a city the size of New York City, that never happened, but a town the size of Milan, was 7,000 or so at the time. Now they've hit their stride. They've reached 8,000.
Oh, yeah. They're up there.
Yeah, we reached it once in 1980. I remember I was like, geez, we're getting big. We may go Metro. And Ray Condry said, what? It's a scam. And then we fell back, and they've hit 8,000. But Medina and Milan have kind of grown together now. About, I guess, probably 20,000 people in that little area.
Oh, yeah. They're especially this stretch in between the city limits, man. It has really, really grown.
Yeah.
Dan, I was sitting in my office a couple of weeks ago. Metro police officer walks in.
I hate it when that happens.
You didn't rat me out, did you?
No, I looked, and then I took another look.
Ernest
Fields, man. He come in. He needed a little assistance with an urn. So I saw he was on. I think he's on a cruise ship this week, and he was scattering his wife's ashes. So,
what?
Oh, wow.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, she passed about 3 years ago.
I did not know that.
Boy, that's the way to go out, though, huh?
Yeah,
that's nice.
Yeah, I've got to give him a call. I had no idea. But man, COVID hit, I guess, and everything kind of went haywire, and all kind of piecing it back together.
Yeah,
getting caught up again.
He looks good, man. He's trimmed down and got back in the gym. He's got a grandson that's going to be a really good football player too. So be fun watching
that
him.
happen.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, Ernest wasn't very good.
No, not too good.
32 touchdowns his senior season. Jeez. That's a lot of touchdowns for a team to score.
We were
That's
like,
how many he scored.
We were like the first high school team that did the dive over the goal line. You remember that?
Yeah. When Ernest
Just give it
dove
to
over,
Ernest.
yes, and he would dive over. Yeah, that was never thought about that, but that was something you didn't see, and you still don't see that in high school.
No, you saw it in the pros, but you didn't see it at the high school at all. And then Coach Tucker realized that Ernest had that unique gift, athletic ability. So there you go.
He had some hops.
Man, he did.
We got a lot to talk about today. We've got a lot to get into, including the Tennessee GOP filing resolutions to expel 3 Democrats who led gun reform chants on the House floor. Tennessee House Republicans yesterday filed resolutions to expel 3 Democrats for, quote, disorderly behavior, close quote, after the trio led protest chants for gun reform on the floor of the chamber last week in the wake of the deadly Covenant school shooting. The official expulsion resolutions, they quote they did knowingly and intentionally bring disorder and disorder to the House of Representatives through their individual and collective actions, close quotes. Lawmakers have not yet voted for expulsion. Seems kind of a little extreme, but that's the way it is today. Extreme is normal, isn't it?
Yes, it is. We also have former president being arraigned today.
Yeah, yes, we do.
We do. Apparently,
what's his name? Donald J. Trump. We're going to get to that.
Trump.
Yes.
Yeah, he's going to 115 today.
And the word is they close the courthouse down. There'll be no cameras. There'll be, it's nothing.
No mugshot.
I was watching a little news this morning on TV, and it showed the area where he would be pulling up and walking in, and people are lining up to get tickets to go down there and be in that area.
It's a good indication of where we are
it is.
As a country, man. It's kind of strange.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. And also today in local news, the students, back to the shooting in Nashville, students have walked out of schools across Nashville. Now, Steve, you live in Nashville.
Right.
They're demanding gun reform in Covenant's wake. 1 week after 6 people killed in a mass shooting here in Tennessee at the Covenant School, hundreds of high school students across Nashville walked out of their classrooms yesterday, joining parents and supporters to rally and demand gun reform. Now, the events occurred following a week of mourning and the rallies and vigils for those victims of the school shooting in Nashville last week, or was it the week before last? 3 children and 3 adult staff members were killed in one of Tennessee's deadliest school shootings. And from the Capitol to Martin Luther King Jr. magnets and Hume Fogg academic magnet schools. And Steve, I know you are familiar with these schools. Students walked out in protest or held classroom signs at walk-ins, they said, where they expressed sorrow, disbelief, and anger. They did it along with their teachers. And outside the Capitol, hundreds gathered in a misting rain, and they were chanting as they demanded state lawmakers to enact gun reform, and they were shouting, "Do your job." And several young people stood at the top of the steps inside the Capitol, overlooking a wave of protesters waiting to pass through security. And they were chanting, what do we want? Gun control. When do we want it? Now. It's what these high school kids were chanting. And we were in high school, we were chanting things like, pork chop, greasy, we're going to beat you easy. Now they're chanting, stop shooting us and killing us. Lawmakers, do something now.
Didn't the governor sign a bill to increase armed police at our schools? Yeah, he did. He did this past week.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to do it.
I agree.
That's not. So they went on. The Tennessee Highway Patrol shut down the offices there. Kids are dying. Do you care? Was something else they were chanting, and so this went on for quite some time. And one student protester said he was being interviewed. I saw this where he said, "I'm just tired. I'm tired of turning on the news and seeing another bloody massacre that could have been stopped." At least 1,000 students and staff packed into the gym where student speakers took to the podium in front of 6 chairs with white bows, one for each of the coveted shooting victims. And parents are getting behind the kids, wanting to change. Yesterday morning, one of the parents said at the Capitol that she was, of course, supporting stricter gun laws. Quote, "We're here so they see how many people are supporting protecting our kids. They need to see the faces of the kids who are scared for their lives." Close quote. Now, this on the wake of that 60 Minutes interview with Marjorie Taylor Greene, in which, it's showing footage of her running down one of the victims, one of the kids that survived Parkland shooting. What do y'all make of this? It putting security officers in these schools, but still not doing anything about the background checks to see if someone has a mental illness, mentally disturbed, a personality disorder, things that common sense will tell you, you wouldn't want to be in a room with somebody that was mentally disturbed and they had a gun. You wouldn't want to be in a room with someone with a gun that's had a personality disorder. It's illogical. It doesn't exactly fall under a well-regulated militia. So what is holding these politicians up from doing background checks that would include mental illness? What is it that's holding? I'd have more respect if they'd just be honest and tell us, because this doesn't add up. We have the evidence. We are the only country that has this mass shootings on this level. It's no one else can come close to us. We love to say we're number one. We're number one. Well, we can say we're number one here. So what's the problem?
I'm speculating, and people have mentioned that our politicians are bought and paid for by the NRA, and all they want to do is sell guns and ammunition.
Surely they can't be that narrow-minded. No. And we've got and Richard Archie's going to be in, I think, later on this week he'll be in the program.
Wait.
Richard is not with the NRA, he's with the TFA, the Tennessee Firearms Association, and we'll have a chat with him.
Well, that'll be interesting.
It always is with Richard Archie. You know Richard, Steve?
No, I don't know.
He's a Myler guy. He played on the 71 state championship team.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And he's one of my favorite people. We have some disagreements, other things we agree on, but he's pretty level-headed. So we'll chat with Richard Archie later on this week about this this subject of gun violence, and that should. Now, in Nashville, what was it like there? What was kind of the atmosphere in Nashville?
The morning that happened, I had was leaving the vet's office with my dog. We were on the way home, so we're going down 440, and I start seeing police cars from all directions coming toward Hillsborough Road at 440, and I thought, I wonder what has gone on. Something's going on to have this much police response. And so about an hour later, I heard the news, and everybody has their reactions. A lot of times it's a knee-jerk reaction to just quickly, but I was just stunned. I just had no reaction. That's not supposed to happen in Tennessee.
Well, and I'm ashamed to say that I'm somewhat numb to it because it happens so often. Is this even going to be the headline story today?
Yeah,
a mass shooting in the U.S. And now, you see that some politicians are stressing this was a tranny. We tried to tell you. This is what happens when they have drag queen brunches. I'm insulted by all this. I'm just absolutely insulted. Kids in America afraid to go to school because they don't want to get shot or don't want to be trapped in a school with some idiot with a gun trying to saw them in half with semi-automatic rifles. I mean, this is ridiculous. And every time I hear someone say that this well-regulated militia, explain to me how we have a well-regulated militia. This was before we had a standing army was a well-regulated militia. And I got respect for Richard Archie because when I say, if that's what card you're going to play, then I should be able to have anti-aircraft fire in the trunk of my car. You know, I carry a pistol. That's not going to be very effective against an Apache attack helicopter or a JDAM bomb. If this is with the citizens being armed, if that's all that's keeping the U.S. military from turning on us, we got big problems. And then to continue to run that line out that, well, Japan would have invaded the U.S. mainland if all the citizens didn't have these guns. Well, let's just say, okay, maybe that's true. Then why do we spend so much money on the military if it's actually the citizens with guns that's going to stop a country from invading us? I mean, you put logic to this and it all falls apart. It's complete BS. And I'm all for having the right it should be the privilege to carry. You should earn the privilege to carry a gun because you can end someone's life. And you certainly don't need to carry a gun if you have a mental condition like the idiot that killed those kids in Nashville last week.
Military-industrial complex.
Money.
Yeah, it's money. And what I said about the NRA, I mean, they're supporting gun manufacturers. And when things like this happen, because I happen to see the NRA propaganda that comes through the House, they start capitalizing on it and start telling gun-toting folks in Tennessee and the rest of the country that President Biden's going to show up at their front door and take their gun away.
During
And
the 8 years of Obama, it was record sales for gun manufacturers.
Yes.
And when Trump got in, people that sold guns were like, geez, this is bad for
fell
business.
out of the market. It really did.
So it's these scare tactics.
Exactly.
What are we going to say? Look, okay, we get it now. This is propaganda, and it works. It works. We are sitting back and let them just absolutely dismantle this country. See, what's the purpose here? We have oligarchs that run the country, that have bought the government, have bought the Supreme Court, the supreme morons, and we apparently are caught up in a trauma bond. We've been through trauma now for, I don't know, this system threw us overboard 50 years ago.
Yeah.
And this has been building, and this is what's happening, and why we have Americans hating other Americans, and it's just... I'm insulted. Don't waste my time with this crap.
You know what, though, Dan?
With this well-armed militia. I mean, think about it. Just think about that. How insulting that is to shoehorn that into. They have no respect for the American people whatsoever with all this crap they keep selling. Well, sorry about these mass shootings, but the well-armed militia. Founding fathers would be disappointed if the idiot that killed the kids were not able to go out and buy a gun. Whatever. It's just ridiculous what they're telling us.
I agree wholeheartedly. But I'm taking the mom and Gigi perspective, and the governor signed for an armed guard at our schools. And since they're not going to do anything about background checks or make any difference because of the superpower that they have in Nashville right now, then put some armed guards out and protect my children and my grandchildren.
Well, when Democrats have supermajority in states, they don't do a whole lot more either. It's a two-step dance. And it is a one-party system in the state of Tennessee, no doubt. It's the pro-life only goes so far. Evidently, once you're born, then you're on your own, and you may be shot in school.
Exactly.
So I need some consistency, folks. Are you pro-life, and when does that expire? It's got an expiration date on it, evidently. So,
at birth.
But so if you're in, when does life begin? I keep hearing these arguments from people that have no idea what they're talking about. I think some people think it begins at erection. I'm not sure, but it's the strangest thing I've ever seen. Is a country just absolutely destroying itself from within,
exactly,
with hatred. I'm telling you, we have a trauma bond.
What is a trauma bond? You say that. What is that exactly?
Have you heard of Stockholm Syndrome?
Oh, okay.
Same thing.
Same thing. Okay, got it.
Yeah. We've experienced emotional trauma.
And
for
now
a
we
number
can't
of
leave.
years, and then we love our captor. Because you hear people say it all the time. You bring up something that's a fact, they don't want to hear about the country, and the reaction is with anger. If you don't love it, why don't you leave?
Yeah, I hear that
Well,
a lot.
hey, look, I live here too, and
We're a violent
and playing the
society.
victim. I keep hearing this. Oh, these trannies are trying to force feed their values on us. Really? Because it's pretty evident it's the other way around. I think they have the nerve to ask for equal rights. Gays do.
They're easy
and
targets.
There's not one tranny, not one homosexual man, woman, or child that's ever going to affect my life. Never. And I do think that men that put so much passion and so much energy into trying to make gays miserable, they're fighting a battle themselves.
Yeah,
I think they are closeted homosexuals.
I agree.
Nothing else makes any sense whatsoever. Pick one sin out and let's jump on them with both feet. While we have a childhood obesity epidemic, which is a sin, we have an adult obesity epidemic, which is a sin. We are addicted to opiates, which is a sin. And I'm talking about in huge numbers. And then we're talking about the trannies that represent 1/6 of 1% of Tennessee. Get real with this. I mean, what are you trying to... It's
a distraction, simply.
I want them to answer. I want to know what's...
They're not
I
going
want to
to.
hear... Well, that's our fault, because
It
you get
is.
what you put up with. And this ain't working for me. It ain't. It didn't work in Nashville a couple of weeks ago.
I'm not
and
happy.
we continue to allow this to happen. Steve, good morning, by the way. How are you?
Yeah, how are you?
You still want me to come speak to the company?
I'm having second thoughts. But I'll tell you this, those that are Christians and read the Bible, we are exactly where the Bible says we will be. This day and time, this is exactly where.
Yeah, but it's. I've heard that said all my life.
My whole life.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Steve, I've been told that my entire life.
My dad was a Baptist
From when I was
minister.
a child,
Yeah.
Bible said we'd be here. It's over. Well, here we are 50 years later saying the same thing.
Right.
I'm not, no criticism towards you. That's why we have separation of church and state, because not everyone in America subscribes to the Christian religion. Not everyone subscribes to any religion at all. And the beauty of religion is it's not force-fed, that it's of your own free will. But that's why they call it faith.
Right.
Because there's no hard evidence. We choose to believe the things we believe. And I support anyone's religious beliefs, but don't shoehorn it on me. I didn't sign up for it. Because I mean, it's in 50 years there's a blink of an eye, but it's that same thing. Okay, when Bible said we'd be at this point, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, you can do some research through the Bible and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. I'm involved in a men's study group. We meet on Thursday mornings. We're covering the book of Revelations. Revelations is difficult to understand, and this is really helping me learn a lot more about that.
What do you think's different? So what leads you to believe
Well,
that this time it really is the last days?
This isn't going to happen. 50 years is not a long time. So most people that believe the end of times they started when Christ died on the cross. That was the beginning of the end of times, because the every day that goes by, you're a little bit closer to the end of time. Now, nobody knows when the end of time is going to be, right?
That's right, yes.
Nobody knows. So it's just some signs that indicate this is happening. The technology that is increasing, artificial intelligence is something that has really come to the forefront in the mainstream. And it started with Google back in 1980. They were not creating a search engine. They were creating artificial intelligence. And how many people have you heard say, I can talk about looking for a new car, and then all of a sudden these ads appear on my phone?
I don't see a problem with that.
You don't?
It's kind of convenient, really.
We're in the marketing business.
And then it's, hey, Google.
Yeah. No, it's So what does that mean? That's just too far for God. Slavery it wasn't that bad, but now artificial intelligence, I got to draw the line there.
Why?
I'm asking you.
Draw the line. No. It's just part of the evolution part of going through the book of Revelations that artificial intelligence plays a role. One currency. People are marked.
We don't have that.
Not yet.
So.
But it's developing toward it, I guess is my point. It's not here yet. It wasn't here 50 years ago, but you can see a lot of changes.
Yeah.
Most religions.
A lot of anger is coming out of the church. So would you say that'd be accurate? I've heard people say that. The angriest people I know.
Some of the most critical people in this world are Christians.
I'll give you that. But I know critical non-Christians too.
Yeah, it's not a one-size-fits-all. No,
most major religions in the world have an apocalyptic ending to humanity.
Yeah, and I think some people are they're giddy about all this ending. They've had enough of this human experience and all the incredible things that humans have done on planet Earth. The remarkable advancements in medicine, in technology, and the remarkable achievements in making sure that third world countries the kids have clean drinking water. Well, the hell with all that. I'm ready for it to end. But my response is, I didn't sign up for that. I did not sign up for that at all. This is not happening in other countries, Australia, Finland. When you mix religion and politics, you have the Middle East, which is an absolute disaster. And at one time they led the world in education. Then the religious fanatics got control of the government, and it set them back centuries. What you're saying may be true. But those are extraordinary claims. Extraordinary claims to me deserve to be met with extraordinary evidence. You know what I mean?
Well, to a certain extent, yes. But you said it yourself, faith. You can't see it. You just have to believe it. And it's sort of like the wind blows. You don't see the wind, but you definitely feel it. So.
But there's evidence of the wind blowing. And my hair's mussy.
What were you talking
my wig blew off.
About yesterday? There are no atheists in foxholes. I mean, I get that. Like some of my darkest hours in my life, I'm like down on my knees praying to God to help me. I understand that, but I don't buy into it. I don't buy into an apocalyptic ending to the world. I'm like you. I don't want to live my life that way.
That's fear.
That's exactly what it is.
And it's to control human beings, and that's our trauma bond.
Well, and then why take care of the environment? I'm middle-aged, right? I've had a great life. If the world's on fire and it's ending, there's a certain who cares about the environment, right? It's all going to go up in flames. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like a mindset. The world's going to end, an apocalyptic ending. So there's almost a lack of responsibility for certain aspects of humanity.
Yeah, yes, and that's a lot. But Steve, with all due respect, when you say things like that, and you may be right, I don't know. I start thinking about, well, I don't think I'm going to make a credit card payment for a couple of months just to see. And I'm all for people to have their own religious beliefs, but I didn't sign up for what you believe. If I decide to sign up for it, I'll let you know. But I didn't sign up for it. And stop playing victim, saying that people are pushing their values on you when it's exactly the opposite. That's not what this country was founded on. This country was founded by mostly deists who thought, well, there may be a God, we're not sure. And we even rearranged that to fit our own agenda. and in doing so, trampling on people's rights, left and right, and at the same time, trying to play the victim card.
Right. I just choose to live my life one way, and that's what I consider the right way.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
And I may make mistakes along the way, but I'm trying to do the right thing. And it doesn't matter to me if the end of time is tomorrow or 150 years from now. I'm going to continue.
Which would you choose, though?
Oh, man, I want to live as long as I possibly can. I got grandchildren. I want to see them.
Yeah.
And I'm prepared.
Oh, that's plural now.
Yeah, I got grandchildren. So
How many do you have now?
Well, Hannah's got 2, and then I've also got Aniston, that's a little 9-year-old that came from a previous marriage.
Yeah. Okay, so Hannah has 2. She's still in Texas?
No, she's back. She's in Spring Hill, Tennessee. Justin turned 4 the 24th, and Maylee turned 5 on the 1st of March.
What do your grandchildren call you?
Papa.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah, they call me Papa.
It is 8:42, and it's 68 degrees in Midtown, J-Town. We've got some guests coming in a little bit next hour on the program from the Jackson-Madison County School System. Some kiddos that we'll chat with from Jackson-Madison County Schools. Greg Hammond, I think, is going to be here with them. I'm pretty sure there'll be some adult supervision. I don't think there's or maybe they will, but man, I've had some wonderful kids from the Jackson-Madison County School System this year. Just absolutely wonderful. And the phone lines will open the phones up, and we return here on the program. The phone lines presented by CWA Developments. They specialize in fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, gutter, roof, and window cleaning, wood repair, like your privacy fence and deck repairs. CWA Development, commercial and residential maintenance, restoration, and renovation. They're open Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. And on Sundays, for emergencies, you can call 731-503-9598. 731-503-9598. CWA Developments, 80 years experience, local people just doing it better. The phone number to get in with us, 731-265-6496. 731-265-6496 to join us here on the program. 731-265-6496. That's the phone number. You can text the program. Advanced Rehab and Medical text line is 731-800-TEXT, 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398 to shoot us over a text here on the program. We'll read it right over the air. AdvancedRehabJackson.com. Dr. Shannon Bone is ranked in the top 10 for chiropractors on planet Earth. He is the best. AdvancedRehabJackson.com. It is 8:44, and it's 68 degrees. And we got some weather. What is it, Gina? Wicked this way.
Something
weather.
wicked this way comes again.
Yes.
This is like week 3 or 4, isn't it?
Yes, and the storms, the systems are, they say, are getting stronger, more frequent. And here comes another round for us.
That is horrible.
Yes. 8:44, 68 degrees. Expect to reach the mid-80s by this afternoon. We'll be right back.
It's always severe weather season in West Tennessee. When severe weather strikes, we're here for you. 96.5 FM, News Talk WTN.com.
Precision Auto Body strives to provide you with excellent customer care. Precision Auto Body will gladly handle your insurance work. Get a free quote by logging on to precisionautobodytn.com. A lifetime warranty on any auto body or paint work. Precision Auto Body. Visit our location nearest you in Milan, Martin, or Dyersburg. PrecisionAutoBodyTN.com.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
Watch
Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com. See all the Memphis legends, Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today, the Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more. You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
So I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
Are you looking to move up in your career, change career paths, or maybe even thinking about finishing that degree you started? Jackson State Community College is here to help you greenlight your career. If you're 23 and older, you may qualify to go to college tuition-free through Tennessee Reconnect. Yes, you heard that right, tuition-free at Jackson State. Whether you're earning your degree for the first time to advance your career or finishing a degree you already started, Jackson State Community College is here to greenlight your career. It's time to take the next step in earning your degree. Learn how at jscc.edu/reconnect.
Get all the latest news, talk, weather, and sports. NewsTalkWTN.com and 96.5 FM.
For the Advanced Rehab and Medical text line, you can text the program at 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398, 731-800-text. To text the program, this one comes in, says, Dear Dan, loud and clear listening on the radio, headed up toward Concord, Kentucky on the lake. Well, thank you. Have a good time on the lake. It's a good day to be on the lake today. From the Advanced Rehab and Medical text line, this one says, good to hear y'all on this morning. And Steve Seems like old times. It does.
Man, it does.
From the Advanced Rehab Medical Text Line, sounding good, guys. Listening online down in Stanton, Tennessee. Hello, Stanton. You been to Stanton, Steve?
I have. I've been there.
That's where
Have you?
Blue Oval City is, right?
Not exactly, but it's Stanton is that where like Bojangles Chicken and there's another famous? Is that Stanton or is that?
Nutbush is where Tina Turner was from, which is in that area too.
Yeah, but Nutbush city limits, I believe. You ever been?
I've been through there.
Metro Nutbush.
Makes me think, what's love got to do with it?
Yeah, but Tina lives like south of France now, right? South of France.
Yes.
Why don't they just say southern France? I mean, what if Alabama said the south of Alabama? You know,
I think that's what they
pretentious,
say.
isn't it? The south of Alabama. No, it's, geez, I'd love to be in the south of France, wouldn't you?
Yes.
It is pretty, now it's fairly expensive.
Well, she's Tina Turner.
I'm not talking about, she don't have your problem, I'm talking about me.
Oh.
Yeah, you're worried about it. She's
Hey,
good.
we're working on it, right?
She's good financially, yeah. It's, my name's Dan Rees, along with Gina Langley, and Steve Murphy is in the house. This morning, we've been talking over some problems, some breaking news. But here's something for you. Let's see. Today, a community presentation of the Melissa's STEM Innovation Center at 6 o'clock today. That's South Jackson Community Center, 412 Bolivar Highway. So that's going to be at 6 o'clock today. That's all the information I have on that. If you have... Melissa, what is our new email address for PSAs and community? What? Do you know what they do? I think it's up and running. It's Melissa, if you can hear me, what's that new email address? We need to give that out for people to send over. If you got a community event coming up like East Ruritan Stew, that sort of a thing. So you can email it over. We'll keep it on file and get it on the air for you. Right? Community events. I think
There
maybe
you go.
community events at newstalk965.com.
Yeah,
but
it's our
that could be
mission statement.
completely inaccurate. So we'll find out some accurate information as in an accurate email would be certainly beneficial.
Can we talk about our party?
Sure.
So we are having a coming out party for News Talk 96.5.
I wouldn't term it that way. But
I did that intentionally.
Yeah.
It's our open house. We're doing the chamber. The Redcoats are going to be here. It is Friday, April 21st from 5 till 7. Budweiser's a sponsor. We're going to have food, drinks, entertainment, and we're going to have a stage and a band. And I hope we have one of those crazy little air things that looks like a man wiggling his arms madly. Hope we have at least 2 of those in the parking lot.
And that's what most of us look like these days. You're making loud, menacing noises, especially behind the safety of a windshield of a car. So, yeah, it's...
Come join us.
The Redcoats will be
Yes.
here. Don't let that keep you away. But no, they're good people. It's Business After Hours, our launch party for News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalk965.com. And we think it's the best website around. All the latest local, state, and national news, sports, and weather. And on the weather page at the top of the website, if you click on it, we get a live weather radar for you. And, of course, anytime there's threatening weather, will be here local and live for you. And our weatherman is fantastic.
He is.
Brian
Friday
Thomas.
night.
Weather brought to you by Dustin Buys Houses, fast for cash. Dustin Buys Houses, house, trailers, land. And if you need to sell fast, call Dustin because he will buy your house fast for cash. 731-200-1362. 731-200-1362. Dustin Buys Houses, 731-200-1362. DustinBuys.com. DustinBuys.com is the website. Okay, Steve-O, we were getting into something, and we had to get that time out.
I think that was an appropriate timeout. It's getting a little hot in here.
It's literally, it feels like Florida in here, doesn't it?
It's supposed to be 80 degrees today. Yeah.
Yeah, but not inside. It's.
Yeah, we need to look at the thermostat.
We broadcast from the Gene Langley Ford Studio in Jackson. Gene Langley Ford, the dealership that serves truly built, family-owned and operated. John, Gene, Richard, and Sarah Beth, they're all right there at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt. You can shop online 24/7 at GeneLangleyFord.com. You can build that car from the ground up, secure financing, even set service visits at GeneLangleyFord.com. Also, an evening with a rocket is swiftly approaching. Roger Clemens is going to be here, Steve.
Yeah, I heard that on the radio.
Yeah, he's coming in on April the 13th. He'll be at Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clemens, 7 Cy Young Awards, and the next closest to him with 5. Do you remember who it is?
Was it Nolan Ryan?
Randy Johnson.
Randy Johnson. I saw a video the other day, just random yesterday, where he's pitching the ball and the seagull flies right in front of the path of the ball.
Yeah, I think it was a spring training game. You remember that? You see that clip? It was Randy Johnson could bring it triple digits. Now he could throw some heat, and the seagull was flying by. It was bad timing.
Did it hit the seagull?
Yes, and it exploded.
I bet. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you've heard those. If you toss a seagull, if you're down in Florida on a beach somewhere, seagulls are going to find you on your balcony or wherever. And if you toss somebody like an antacid, a Rolade, they will explode.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen. I tried to. It doesn't happen.
No, I think that's pigeons. That's with pigeons, not seagulls.
But nobody tosses a pigeon or anything.
Like
they set up at the top of the. They set at the top of the building. Pigeons don't swarm like that.
They're kind of boring.
I think it's pigeons. I'll Google it.
Yeah, no, it's seagulls because
it's
pigeons. Well, you can ride with that if you'd like, but pigeons don't behave like seagulls. They don't come up to you at the balcony begging for food. They're kind of. I think they're comfortable with who they are.
They're not
they'll get their own
able
food.
to expel the kind of gas that an Alka-Seltzer makes, and they'll explode.
Well, gas doesn't. It eliminates, or Alka-Seltzer eliminates the gas, huh?
I'm gonna look it up.
That'd be awesome.
The problem is my phone's up by Melissa.
Yeah, it is 8:58. And there's a children's program at Jackson-Madison County Library. Does anyone go to the library anymore? And I'm all for the public library. I'm all for reading. I just wonder if because everyone has an iPhone, has an iPad, has a PC. If anyone goes to the library, not specific to Jackson, but in general, just.
Yeah, I passed one of the libraries close to my office, and putting a car in the parking lot. I asked the same question. I was like, I wonder if people still access the library.
They always had great summer programs for children.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, to have those programs, but spring break program. They had that last month. Story time at the main library, and I don't see anything about a drag queen reading to children.
They have that in some parts of the country, though. Drag queens.
I hear that, but I've never seen it. I don't believe anything.
I had to. I'm sorry.
But I don't. I just. Here's the top of the hour. We'll be right back. We'll continue this.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. The media is out in force, along with the protesters, police, and all manner of security personnel, all of them awaiting former President Trump's arrival this afternoon at the Manhattan courthouse for his arraignment on criminal charges. Trump attorney Joe Tacopina says while there are many unknowns about these proceedings,
one thing I could assure you of as I sit here today, there will be no guilty plea in this case. That's one thing I can guarantee you. I don't think this case is going to see a jury. I think it's going to go away on papers. I think there's a legal challenge that will be made and should be made successfully.
Tacopina on ABC's Good Morning America. Some details of the Trump indictment have purportedly been leaked, and Mr. Trump thinks he knows who's to blame. The former president writes on Truth Social, District Attorney Bragg just illegally leaked the various points and complete information about the pathetic indictment against me. The former president faces 34 felony counts, according to Yahoo News. China seems to be upset that the U.S. isn't doing more to help it achieve global dominance through tech.
Furious at U.S. efforts to cut off access to technology to make advanced computer chips, China's leader appears to be struggling to figure out how to retaliate without hurting China's own ambitions in telecoms, artificial intelligence and other industries. President Xi Jinping's government sees the chips that are used in everything from phones to fighter jets as crucial assets in its rivalry with Washington and efforts to gain wealth and global influence. Xi, in unusually pointed language, has accused Washington of trying to block China's development. He's called on the public to dare to fight. Despite that, I'm Charles de Ledesma.
More trouble for TikTok. Britain's privacy watchdog hitting the Chinese-owned app with a multi-million-dollar penalty for a slew of data protection breaches, including misusing children's data. Dow futures up 14. More on these stories, townhall.com.
It's Prager here. Sue and I mean it. Dogs are part of our family. We love Otto and Snoopy so much. There's nothing quite like their loyal companionship. So we provide them with Rough Greens. In fact, I just talked to my wife about it because we want them to be healthy and we want them to be with us as long as possible. That's true. I know Sebastian Gorka feels the same way.
The Pragers and I couldn't agree more. Our pups, Killian and Leia, rely on us to provide what's best for them. And naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black has packed Rough Greens full of vitamins, minerals, digestive enzymes, omega oils, and more that supplement their food in a way that has shown us great results. Trying out Rough Greens is an easy yes, recommended by me, Dr. G.
Naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black here, and I'm so proud that the Pragers and Sebastian Gorka have entrusted their dog's health to Rough Greens. I'm so confident that Rough Greens can help your dog, I'm offering you a free Jumpstart trial bag. Just cover the shipping. Yes, your dog's food is dead food, but you can bring it back to life with Rough Greens. Go to ruffgreens.com.
The chairman of Credit Suisse is apologizing to shareholders, saying he understands their bitterness and anger at the sudden takeover by rival bank UBS.
The top managers, the CEO, the chairman of the board have been publicly eating humble pie. They've said sorry on multiple occasions, but the shareholders, one after the other, have been standing up and saying, this is really, really bad. We weren't consulted. We've lost money. One of them got a very dapper-looking gentleman wearing a red tie. He said, I'm wearing this red tie because you lot, and he pointed to the management, all deserve a red card.
The BBC's Imogene Folks. Images captured by a robotic probe inside one of the 3 melted reactors at the tsunami-wrecked Fukushima nuclear plant in Japan have shown exposed steel bars in the main support structure. Parts of its thick external concrete wall are missing. Townhall.com. Chicago voters choosing a new Democrat mayor today.
The mayoral runoff pits Paul Vallis, former CEO of Chicago Schools, against progressive Brandon Johnson. Both Democrats finished ahead of incumbent Mayor Lori Lightfoot in February's election, but did not get the 50% needed to win outright. The contest has centered on an increase in violent crime and soaring property taxes.
This is no time for on-the-job training.
Vallis is a moderate endorsed by Chicago's police union and major business groups. Brandon Johnson is a former teacher and union organizer who has the backing of the powerful teachers union.
My lived experiences have shaped my political views.
Johnson says the city should focus on mental health treatment, affordable housing, and jobs for youth. I'm Jennifer King.
Richard Branson's Virgin Orbit filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection following a failed mission and increasing difficulty in raising funds for future operations. Once again on Wall Street this hour, the S&P futures 9 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioTE at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioTE. BioTE uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioTE, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioTE program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8788. 8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking, or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin now, 731-200-1362. Tuesday brings partly sunny skies, breezy and warm. High temps in the mid-80s. Winds, 15 to 20, gusting up to 30 miles per hour. Mostly cloudy overnight. Showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms after midnight. Low of 70. Wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour are possible. Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin now, 731-200-1362. DustinBuys.com.
News Talk West Tennessee includes NewsTalk965.com and NewsTalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and NewsTalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you. It's always severe weather season in West Tennessee. When severe weather strikes, we're here for you. 96.5 FM, NewsTalkWTN.com.
Minutes past 9. It's 68 degrees. We'll run down the detailed weather forecast for you because we got some weather coming in later on this week. And we'll highlight the lowlights because, we're going to be 83 today. And then bottom's going to fall out. Our high temp later on this week is going to be about 30 degrees cooler.
So, oh my gosh.
Yes. Yeah, we'll run that down for you here in just a moment. My name's Dan Reeves, along with Gina Langley. Hello, Gina.
Hey, Danny.
From the Gina Langley Ford studio in Jackson, we broadcast, and Gina Langley Ford, the dealership, is at 3500 Eastern Drive in Humboldt. Shop online 24/7 at GinaLangleyFord.com. We'll open the phone lines up here in just a bit. It's 731-265-6496. Thanks for your patience, by the way, last hour on the phones. Phone lines presented by CWA Developments. They specialize in fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, commercial and residential maintenance, restoration, and renovation with 80 years experience. And if you have some wind damage, like it's taken over your privacy fence, check it down. That happens.
Oh, yeah.
Call them. They'll come repair it. Gutter, roof, windows, wood repairs, fence, deck repairs. Call 731-503-9598. They also do plumbing. 731-503-9598. CWA Development, commercial and residential maintenance, restoration, and renovation. The phone number to get in on the program is 731-265-6496. And you can text the program, the Advanced Rehab and Medical text line. Visit AdvancedRehabJackson.com and find out how to get that quality of life back. Dr. Shannon Bone is ranked in the top 10 for chiropractors on planet Earth. That's not bad. Earth is huge. And Shannon is in the top 10 for chiropractors. The text line is 731-800-8398 to join us via the text line. And we are in search of the Budweiser King of Calls and King of Text. If you're the winner, you'll have a nice prize pack coming your way, courtesy of Budweiser and Central Distributors right here in Jackson. Steve Murphy's in the house. How you doing, Steve-O?
Hey, you doing good?
You're sounding good.
I mean, loud, didn't it?
No, you're good. Stay right up on that bad boy. And to join us in the studio, Holly Stockdale is here. Hey, Holly.
How are you doing?
Doing great. How are you today?
Good. I'm happy to be here again.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you. You got to get right up on that mic, you guys, if you want to share it. And and you're here promoting what?
The community baby shower.
Okay, so what does that mean?
The community baby shower. We talked about this a little bit last time.
I know, but we have listeners that we are in hope of to appeal to a mass audience.
Well, appealing to a mass audience, I think that we can definitely do that. I was just interloping about your last segment. Are you okay?
He's on fire today. He's on fire.
Just to see those kids, thinking about kids. I mean, what did we stress out about, Steve, when we were in school? We certainly didn't say, geez, I hope I don't get shot today.
No.
Our biggest concern was getting into the lunchroom a little early.
Yeah.
Fake IDs to get beer.
I just think it's just ridiculous to tell me. I'm just insulted with people saying how pro-life they are, but we just can't take the steps to do a background check to make sure people don't have a mental illness before we sell them a hand cannon. So don't waste my time with that. Holly, I'm just, not you. You know what I mean? It's just insulting. I'm just kind of done with that.
Don't you think that community values and the values that you share with your community start out very early on in childhood, correct?
Absolutely.
So if we're trying to have family values, we need to have community baby showers.
Yes,
we need to support these women. We can't tell them to keep
no
their
money
baby.
in that, Holly.
Well, to Holly's point, we tell them keep their baby, and then there's no support.
We can't let them fall.
Exactly.
What message is that sending? I feel like this is overarching. We have a societal problem that you've touched on. You're absolutely right. And that's what we're here to. We're changing that here in Jackson.
We're doing something
Holly,
about
thank you. There's got to
I'm
be
a
people
doula,
out there.
so I care about your emotional health as
Yeah,
well,
she
Dan.
was concerned. We talked about it
I
in
need
the
to be on
lobby.
your couch, Holly. Beth Patterson is here as well. Hey, Beth.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good to see you again.
Thank you.
You're doing the community baby shower.
Yes, I'm going to be there in support of these new moms and pregnant ladies and their pelvic floor health.
It's Saturday.
It's May 6th, so we have a little bit.
Is that what day of the week is that on?
It'll be on Saturday. That's correct.
Okay, I'm not gonna be. Yeah, I think Steve and I got something.
No, you don't.
No, go ahead and get your calendars out.
If y'all are going to support community values, then come on.
Yeah, making a difference here in Jackson.
I'm doing my part, but not
Sir, we
negatively affecting the babies.
We have to make a statement. By being there, you're stating, yes, I support you keeping your baby.
Okay.
Yes, we're going to support you through this process.
I tell you what.
Yes,
well,
we care
what
about what
time
happens to you afterwards.
What time is that going to be?
It's from 11 to 3.
All right. All right. Well, we need to talk. We're gonna be there.
You do.
We'll be
broadcasting
there.
live.
I think
He
we
just
do.
decided.
Yeah. Let's get a phone call mixed in here as we get these phones. You're live with us here on News Talk 96.5. You're on the air. Go.
Hi, Dan. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. How are you, sir?
Well, I'm great, man. I heard you speaking earlier, giving an ode to community libraries. I thought I'd call in and say, what we expect out of a 21st century library, with these collaborative consumption modes and, make everything, check it out of the library. We share in a sharing economy, evolution, baby.
I'm with you, big guy. Thanks for the phone call, Josh. We appreciate it. Some of the brilliant in some other language. I love Josh. Love him.
Yeah.
So, okay, so doula?
Yes, I'm a doula.
Well, oh, that's right. Do you know what a doula is, Steve?
I think I heard about it.
One time.
Steve, forgive me for saying this, but you sound a little shaky. I think I heard about it. I didn't either. It's a doula is what?
A doula is physical, emotional, and spiritual support during your birth. Really trying to help mothers integrate their experience of birth into the rest of their life. Besides the mother, it's really important to make sure that we're able to help them process things as they're birthing, even so that they can have a successful birth.
Okay.
And we're starting at the very beginning. supporting these moms and these babies here in
At the
Jackson.
very start.
At the moment they're born.
At the moment they're
or
born.
before they're born, right? Helping mom.
Yeah, you're going to have to get more aggressive. It's
What,
it's
picking
all
on
about
you?
labeling and marketing. It's and
Do you want examples of what I've done in the past?
Let's hear it.
I'd never heard of a
He didn't know what a
I didn't
doula
never heard of a
was.
doula.
Well, by God, you've heard of it now.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I have heard of it now. It's so what do? Just start talking to the baby in its mother's womb, or
I do a lot of teaching. I do a lot of mother coaching, a lot of uncovering subconscious type traumatic experiences.
do you do that with adults too?
With mom.
No, I'm just saying. Yeah, it's a separate question. Do you do this with adults?
I mean, obviously, it's
Pregnant
it's
mothers.
the pregnant mother.
Yeah, I know that. But do you also, have you ever done this with adults as far as
You need to talk.
Are you
uncovering
asking
this?
for a friend?
Dan needs to talk.
I'm asking for you because no, it's. I mean, it's adults seem to be the problem, not the kids. But what you said is very important. That's where personality disorders. That's where they're born when the kids are
Oh,
so
you touched
young.
on something very interesting. When a mother is not able to fully release and is struggling with her birth, not only does it affect her, but it affects her child. Mother and baby are connected 100%.
When a mother's not fully able to release?
Yes. Like emotionally and feel
Okay.
able to birth in a safe place.
So the psychological part of it, I'm fascinated with the way the brain works and doesn't work.
Those are the beginning of attachment disorders, truly.
Right.
I think our country has a trauma bond.
A lot of people walk around with narcissistic type traits, but may not be narcissists because of these reasons.
Because of the birth experience. Isn't this intriguing?
Well, it's fascinating to me. I told you, Holly, it's when you were here the first time. This is fascinating. Steve, are you fascinated?
I'm thoroughly confused.
We definitely got to.
Bless his heart.
Is it too late for Steve?
Steve, it's not too late for you.
Steve is one of the kindest people. We're lifelong friends. I wouldn't recommend a man on the street to say the things I say to him. You may find out what the sidewalk tastes like. You know what I mean?
It got harsh in here last hour.
No, I think me and Steve are actually vibing. Like, that's
cool.
I think that, these things do honestly fit together, even though they seem like they don't. These issues start way before people are born.
Yeah.
Okay, I keep reading, Holly, that today's parents are about to send an army of narcissistic personality disorder kids our way. And, personality disorders in general, because a lot of the parents are yelling at the TV. Here's a memo. Tucker can't hear you. And then, it doesn't matter once you get that bond, that trauma bond, it doesn't matter what they do. They can say, as they've been sued again, for example, this is Fox News example. There'll be other examples out there as well, not just to pick on them. They're just kind of in the headlines today. An Australian who couldn't do this in Australia has made a fortune in the U.S. and has absolutely damaged our country. Hopefully it's repairable, but he's got our boots, his Australian boot on our neck. He can't do that in his country because they continue to use the old game plan we had to, the First Amendment. They put more emphasis on it than we do. So the point I'm trying to get to is, are we a country that's being abused by our parents? Pardon me, Uncle Sam. Has he abused us so much? Do you see traits of that? Seriously, of a trauma bond, of Stockholm syndrome, because the defense in courts for Fox News is no reasonable person would believe what my client says. And he's the number one talk show, cable news host in America.
I wonder if Tucker Carlson was a traumatic birth. That would explain a lot.
No, he's doing it for money.
No, I mean,
I do think the only way you can do that to intentionally mislead, I believe.
I believe
family,
this-
friends is if you don't have a conscience,
I believe this country has a long history of disenfranchisement of many different many different communities. So that's my
but particularly today, it seems to be worse than ever. Maybe because of the tools at their disposal that's used to separate us, to divide us and conquer us.
Let's go ahead with that and just know that, like, from the beginning they're trying to separate you from your children. Think about that.
They want to raise the kids, don't they?
A little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
but
I just
the
got
word was that
goosebumps.
the word was that it's maybe it was Jekyll Island. Years ago, the Rockefellers, the people that ran the country, met and said, "Hey guys, we are missing out on collecting income tax on half the country." What do you mean? We need to get the women out of the house into the workforce. We can do a couple of things with that: collect income tax off them, and then I can be at home to raise the kids. That way, the state can raise the kids.
But the beautiful thing about a doula services is it's bringing it back to more a home life. So since COVID, as a pelvic floor physical therapist, I have seen a huge
what now?
rise. I'm a pelvic floor physical therapist.
Pelvic floor physical therapy.
Yes.
Is your job in the job description?
Yes, that's her. It's on those notes I gave you.
Yes.
That's
Yeah, but-
literally her job.
So
okay, explain that.
I've seen a rise in home births. So pelvic floor, if you're wondering what a pelvic floor therapist is, yes, men have pelvic floors too.
Hey, I love to learn.
Yeah, there are lots of layers in your pelvic. There's 3 layers in your pelvic floor. There's over 20 muscles in your pelvic floor. And so in the pelvic floor, it supports bowel, bladder, and sexual function and childbirthing, pre and postpartum. So
okay. Can I go 1 out of 4 on that?
Yes.
I'd be interested.
Yes. So in the men, we help treat chronic prostatitis, erectile dysfunction, leakage of urine, that kind of thing.
Which happens the aging process seems to be.
Yes.
Yeah.
But in women, we work with the doulas and the midwives to help teach women the best birthing position so they can give birth at home and not have so much trauma to their pelvic floor, not have such a traumatic experience during the birth process, teaching them how to relax. We use biofeedback, which is a computerized technology.
Yeah. That may be where I met you with biofeedback.
You need it on your brain.
Yes. Yeah, I wasn't getting any feedback.
Mm-hmm.
That was attempted humor, but I'm not sure that's that far
fell
out.
a
I don't
little
think it's that
flat. It
accurate.
fell a
Is that
little
inaccurate? Yeah. I need to dumb it down. I'm sorry, Gina.
No, you need to kick it up a notch this morning. We're teaching you stuff, Dan
Okay,
Reeves.
now look. Now y'all ain't gonna turn on me. And
No.
Steve, do something. Would
Steve's
you?
cool.
He's still watching.
Let me interject one more. let me
He's
interject.
watching the Hot Crazy Matrix right now. He's not interested.
I'm not sure what that means, but let me bring it on back. That like every trauma that your mother felt in birth was passed along to you as well.
Psychologically.
Psychologically, it's very real. The mind body connection for birth with the mother and the child is absolutely like.
I need to talk to my mom.
I know you love your mother, and you got to take care of her.
How does the U.S. rate with prenatal care against other countries and
We're
taking
almost
care?
dead last.
Yeah,
It's terrible.
Yeah, so
But
maybe
we're pro-life, though. That can't be accurate.
I know. Explain that, right? What's going on? Where is the disconnect? It's because our community is supposed to come in to embrace these mothers. You know, the village we talked about
Exactly.
does not exist. We must
Yeah,
rebuild it.
yes, it does. It's a village of idiots. Not. I had somebody in mind for Big Rig. He was. He's not a village all of his own. It's
very unique.
He's the mayor of Idiotville. Actually, Holly, I apologize. My attitude today is I'm just so insulted. Not by you.
No, he's on fire.
They just keep insulting me. I don't know why people are not insulted at what these politicians are saying. I mean, we wouldn't put up with this from anyone else. These people they're not special. They're not between the human and God. They're just people. And I think a lot of people don't understand that.
They are just people, and that's the takeaway from that. Like, you know, everyone is deserving that love and support, and just making sure that we can help them as well.
So Okay, say I've hired you.
To be your doula?
Not mine. But
okay.
my girlfriend or wife or, if she's, is it proper to say pregnant or do you
can
have
say
to say
pregnant.
with baby?
Pregnant.
And that's another thing I think. Do you think that we'll never rise to our potential in America till we grow up and able to talk about, be able to say pregnant, and think, just being adults. Do you think that we're hindering our growth as humans?
I think what hinders our growth as humans, especially here, is our emotional intelligence.
That's emotional intelligence, Gina. Okay, what is emotional intelligence? So you could have an IQ, you could be Einstein, but that doesn't mean you have emotional intelligence. Is that correct? Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair to say.
What is emotional intelligence?
How would you even explain?
Being able to regulate your emotion, and that is coming from someone who is emotionally immature.
Yes. And just and
you're not talking to me, are you? Is that
you feeling insecure?
Don't you, Steve? They're intentionally upsetting me.
He's going to get angry. You have to go to anger management classes.
I quit going to anger management classes. Maybe I got upset because I was having to drive down there, but so
where does emotional intelligence? Where does that come from? Parents.
Emotional regulation from your parents, and and that plays into whatever traumas that they had during overall their childhood,
right?
Their childbirth,
right?
You have clearly not been around postpartum women in the way that I have, but
no, he hasn't at all.
I've been around zero.
Know something that is a thread that runs through almost all of their stories is how traumatic their birth was, and they don't just get over that, and those things transfer into their daily life for decades after that.
Is how do you if you're the husband of a wife that has postpartum, what do you recommend, to move or
a support group? I actually started the first one here in Jackson. We meet monthly. That's something that you can do. Also, I would highly suggest that people have a doula to walk with them.
Even after the childbirth.
Absolutely.
Postpartum is post-birth, I'm assuming.
Yes.
You
I
don't
take
know
care
what
of birth and
postpartum is?
postpartum.
No, I don't know what postpartum is. No.
It's
no,
really hard on women, too, because you have all these hormones in your body when you're pregnant, and then you have the baby, and you have none. And it can send you into some serious mood swings and all kinds of different situations where mom definitely needs support then, but you have a baby and you're very sleep deprived and you get to add all that misery to the situation.
Thank God
we have doulas.
There's men, politicians that they can write laws to, or you guys be in a lot of trouble. It's so what you can do with your bodies.
Yeah.
Because y'all have no idea.
And y'all do, right? You didn't know what a pelvic floor was.
No, but I love to learn.
I'm going to be as gentle as I can with saying this, but girls run the world a little bit.
Yeah, Steve, you have any thoughts here?
I mean, that can be argued whichever direction that you come
What
from.
if it was different? What if because what if guys sitting around going, or what if women were sitting around going, these guys get it made. They've got half the money and all the blank. Because,
women don't think like that.
I've heard women say that.
I'll tell you what, though, if men could get pregnant.
Women say that.
If men could get pregnant,
no,
you could
guys
get
say
an abortion
that.
at CVS. It would be an app on your phone.
You think that's true?
I know. That's my personal
I know
opinion.
you do,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Hollywood.
They might not agree with me. But if men could get
we're trying to find out if they do.
I'll tell
Understand
you
the
what
situation.
I think. Go ahead, Miss Gina.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
Because health problems for women don't become a problem that is addressed until it's a problem for men.
Exactly.
100%. Sorry, guys.
Men haters.
No, I
am
love
totally
men.
not.
I love men. It's just men lawmakers I have issues with.
Yeah, but that's the brain trust. They're on TV.
They're lacking emotional intelligence in some ways.
They're lacking emotional intelligence in Nashville.
Or is it that, or is it just they're bowing down to their daddies that fund them?
The corporations.
The supreme morons.
I think there's probably aspects of both of those things, but you got to reach in and think about, there's things we don't know about these men. They may be having pelvic floor issues we're not aware of.
That's right.
We have to be sensitive to that, Dan Reed.
I do think that Lindsey, what's his last name? Graham? Lindsey
in
South Carolina, that he may have pelvic floor issues.
I would speculate so.
He may need a doula.
He needs more than a
doula.
doula.
Doula, it's a community baby shower that's coming up on May the 6th. Where's this going to be held at, Holly?
It's at the Carl Perkins.
Hey, thank you. She said the Carl.
The Carl, that's cool.
I've been trying to push that for a long time. It's not catching on, but it did with you.
It's a thing.
I also want to go with, just call it the 40. Don't say I-40. In California, they don't say I-10. They say the 10. I thought it makes it sound better. And who's Keith Short? Because he got ripped off. Nobody says, the Keith Short bypass.
No.
The bypass.
Who is Keith Short?
We
don't know. Okay.
Yeah, it was a question. I don't know
either.
But his name's on the bypass, but no one ever mentions it. He got ripped on that deal. Do you know who he is or was? Steve?
Do not. I know
wow, y'all.
We're not bothering you, are we?
I know who Johnny Hale is.
That's like in the Johnny Hill Stadium in Marlin's a famous stadium. If people just called it the stadium and never mentioned Johnny Hale. I don't know. That's one of the things that we need to put on our list is start calling it the Keith Short bypass.
We'll have callers go, what are you talking
the Keith
about?
Short bypass. Okay, so this is going to be held again at the Carl.
At the Carl.
On a Saturday, May the 6th.
May the 6th.
What time?
From 11 to 3. And I have like a ton of educators coming. Beth Patterson is just one of the amazing people that will be present.
Beth is awesome, man.
She is so awesome.
Yeah.
Y'all don't understand. Like, pelvic floor, speaking of lawmakers, pelvic floor health and those things need to be addressed as part of care after postpartum period for every mother.
But now you're trying. They're working on some important stuff.
This is way important.
You're trying to deal with drag queen brunches. Every time you turn around, you bump into a drag queen brunch.
I'm not so sure about that, but I can tell you that absolutely pelvic floor health being addressed after babies are born, it affects people later on, and it affects your mothering as well. There's a certain psycho-emotional aspect of it in that, like, we deserve dignity after we've done all these things.
Yes.
And it takes a toll on our bodies.
Yes.
And it's not being addressed. It's not being recognized. It's not being talked about. And we're leaving moms on their own to deal with this by themselves.
And suffer.
Suffering of women and children, Dan Reeves, is very much a societal issue.
And here in Jackson, Tennessee, it's happening.
Jackson, Tennessee issue.
No, I'm with you 100%. It's if we want to get to that, but it kind of goes against our model we need to be making people mad and talking about drag queens and stuff. We need to we've got to be able to create these paper dragons and then slay them right over the air.
Dan,
and you come in here with all this logic. Do I say
that would be good use of tax dollars? We can't do.
Yeah, we can. If you get us some tax dollars, we'll do it.
It'd be an investment in the next generation and helping moms.
Well, what about me, though?
Making society better.
We'll be gone. What about us,
Yeah,
Beth?
I guess that's the perspective in
What
Nashville.
about our pelvic floor?
So not to get too way off course, but the last male pelvic floor certification class I went to, the woman was talking and she said, "Now I had a male pelvic floor patient that was pregnant."
What?
Ooh. Okay. Huh?
Oh,
did you follow that?
I followed that.
Okay, let's say that again. I had a male
pelvic floor patient one time that was pregnant in the class. So
you catching on?
No. Now, Steve, did you catch that?
I had a floor issue last night.
The floor rose up and met him.
Oh my!
Yeah. He's like, how did this happen?
I felt something cold on my shoulder and looked up. It was the floor.
Yep. Yeah. Who put that there? So what? I explained that, Beth.
Well, I am all about everybody has value. Everybody was created in God's image, and everybody has worth.
Are you sure about that?
But if you're pregnant I would think you would be a female. Not
Yeah,
a male.
you're not biologically a man if you're pregnant.
Well, look, I know that.
Okay.
I didn't say that. I was. So, what is pelvic floor therapy? What would you do?
Well, one of the main causes of pelvic floor dysfunction is stress and anxiety. So when somebody is stressed or anxious, you can see them clench up their shoulder girdle and they get all tight. And you say, relax. Oh, I am relaxed. And, and they don't realize they're clenching.
Right.
Well, a lot of people clench their pelvic floor, but you don't see
Is
that.
that your
It's
butt?
not visual. Yeah. Well, it's kind of
between
your butt and your pubic bone. And so when you
Are you
clench
clenching
there,
yours right now?
Close to the fun part. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if you clench all the time, then you start to get pelvic pain. So in men, it'll be testicular pain, chronic prostatitis. You'll get erectile dysfunction because you cut off blood supply.
How do you avoid that?
He's going
I
to
need
take
to write
notes.
this
So
down.
in women, you have pain with sex. You have traumatic birth because you can't relax the pelvic floor to deliver the baby. So it also affects, if it's too loose and too weak, then you pee on yourself.
When you
or-
sneeze or
Ah,
cough.
so that's why. Okay.
And in other countries, pelvic floor physical therapy is a absolute with everybody who delivers birth.
Really? I didn't know that.
So when I take online classes from other countries, I mean, that's a standard of care there, which
Yeah.
is not here.
But
And,
that's, that's
I'll get somebody that
Venezuela.
has a 3-year-old that's still having pain with sex and leaking on themselves, and
Wow.
if they had it right after birth, we could have resolved some of these issues and it would help their marriage.
But it's a slippery slope. It will lead you into Venezuela. If you were to.
I don't know.
See,
about
we've got to
Venezuela.
take the taxpayer money and give it to the military-industrial complex. We don't have time for this. I mean, let's be honest. It's got to go to the big oil companies, the taxpayer money, because
Well, those
it's
big-
not enough for them to break record after record, quarter after quarter. They're really good people that want you to have a full tank of freedom. That's where our taxpayer dollars go. We've not invested in the infrastructure in forever. We have sewage systems that 70 years old, designed to last 30 years. Our taxpayer dollars we've got to go to like Iraq, wipe it off the map, and then pay a bunch of money to just a few people to rebuild it. That's where our taxpayer dollars are going.
So until
we
those
don't have any
things
money for the
change-
kids.
Until those things change, we have to do it on a community level. Local people helping local people, local women doing things like this baby shower, this free baby shower that's coming up, and making sure that women in Jackson and West Tennessee understand that you're not alone. There's services and there's help for you, even if maybe your doctor's not telling you about it.
What I love about the community baby shower we're doing too is it's not exclusive. You don't have to be able to afford a doula to come talk to a doula about your problems.
Right.
You don't have to be rich or have insurance even to come talk to somebody about your pelvic floor, and they can help you decide, what you need to do with that. There's also developmental programs coming, such as TEIS, and they're
What's
planning.
that?
It's like for people to identify early on intervention for developmental delays in
Okay.
children. And that's something that I found really took a backslide during COVID, was like literally they told people not to come in unless they were sick, if you remember.
Yeah.
I was seeing a lot of breastfeeding moms at that time that were discouraged from coming to the office for help because of COVID. And,
So that
and
just
it
made it
affected our
worse.
breastfeeding rates
What do
in
you
the
think?
county.
The number one reason women don't breastfeed? What would that be? Do you know?
I think a lot of it is education.
Yeah.
Knowing what
Education.
to expect and normalizing those things.
Or not wanting to damage their breast?
There should not be any damage to the breast when you're breastfeeding effectively.
I
Okay.
breastfed all my babies.
Yeah.
Just throwing
It
that
appeared
in
to
there.
hurt you too.
Just
To
throwing
hurt
that in
you,
there.
yeah.
That's why they're brilliant.
Breastfeeding is a
You talking
pathway
about the babies
to,
or
The babies.
or the breast?
Both.
That's true.
Bragger.
Breastfeeding is a pathway to an attached child.
It is.
And a child with stable emotional state
It
so they can
is.
regulate itself.
Yes, yes. This is the information we need to get out to change things, Stan. We start local. We have to have a community to help women and help babies.
I think I
Dude,
got
what
him
about
sold
medical
on it.
marijuana? That's back in the news. Does that
Medical
factor in?
marijuana?
Boy, we took a turn there.
He's trying to see.
I'm just
He's trying
asking.
to see how my emotional regulation is today.
Well,
I'm
I'm
very
checking-
good, Henry.
He's not
I'm
today.
checking to see how emotionally mature you are. So, what would be can as far as adults when it comes to pelvic floor therapy? Can you do it at home alone? Not that I'd want to. I'm just asking.
Of course you can.
Oh,
What- What would you do?
Yeah, great place to do it. So I'm going to walk you through a Kegel, Dan. You ready for this?
Okay, can you hold that thought? I want you to explain
Yeah.
it when we come back. We'll be right
This is
back. And Beth
incredible
is going to
radio.
explain. Beth is going to explain. Beth Patterson, you are a PT.
Patterson Physical Therapy.
Okay. And Holly Stockdale, who is a doula. And Beth's going to explain pelvic floor therapy when we return here on the program. I think you got Steve's attention now.
Steve, you ready to do some pelvic
He's ready
floor
to do some
therapy?
Kegels with you.
We're going to do Kegels. I actually know what that is.
I need all kind of therapy.
Yeah, same here. Hey, Precision Auto Body, wonderful people. 25 years or so in business now, and they've doubled their size over the last few years. That new, beautiful facility on Highway 45, just south of, or just north of Medina, headed towards Milan. And the address is actually 146 Milan Highway. It's complete collision repair on domestic and imports, including BMW and Mercedes. They've always been out front when it comes to the latest technology like the Maximus computer and the WEEP systems, just producing amazing results. And they do things like they've got a fleet of rental cars on site. If you get in an accident, they will come to you with the rental car. They'll pick up your vehicle, they'll take it in, they'll repair it, and then deliver it right back to you looking brand new and pick up the rental car. Now, that's customer service
It
right
is.
there. Precision Auto Body, Mark and Kim, they're the absolute best. You can call them at 731-783-0075, 731-783-0075, Precision Auto Body. Get it on.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
All the happy-faced truck today.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling on it.
The dad joke. Corny, groan-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
What did the buffalo say when he dropped his son off at school? Bye, son.
So take a moment to make your kid laugh, because dad jokes rule. Make your kid laugh today. Go to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line, we provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
The Rocket is coming to Jackson April 13th, Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clemens will be the guest at the 4th annual benefit to the Trey Lindsay Scholarship. Roger Clemens has an unprecedented 7 Cy Young Awards, 354 wins, and 4,672 strikeouts. Clemens' career spanned 24 years with the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and Astros. The 11-time All-Star, winning 2 World Series with the New York Yankees. Silent auction is huge with sports celebrity memorabilia along with hunts, duck calls, vacation packages, restaurant packages, and more. Follow posts on Facebook mentioning items leading up to the event. Call 731-217-7187, 731-217-7187 for table sponsor or ticket information. Brought to you by Work Care Resources and News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com.
What do you think he'll get you this year? Candy? Flowers?
No, I was thinking something more sparkly.
Wow, congratulations. How many carats do you think he'll spring for?
Girl, forget the ring. I want some of that shiny 45 Automark bling.
At 45 Automark, get a jewelry box full of $1,000 savings just by walking in and saying,
"Show me the bling."
We've had an 18-year clean Carfax successful marriage to our customers, and to keep the romance alive, we're taking $1,000 off so our relationship thrives. Say,
"Show me the bling,"
and carry this loaded leather sunroof Honda CRV over the threshold for $11,900, or pick up this 60,000-mile 2020 Chevy Colorado for just $21,900. Don't fall for Mr. Megadigger with a sappy sales spiel and false love sting when every drive-in your Forever 45 ride will give you the feels like a sweet romance with $1,000 off because you said,
"Show me the bling."
So call 989-8059 or come to 45 Automark today. Wear your $1,000 off the perfect for you ride with that loves and bloom at first sight feeling that'll make you swoon and leave you reeling. Dealer!
Not too expensive, nothing too fancy, just an authentic Italian family recipe served up piping hot, just like a pizza pie should be. Locally owned and operated Carico's Pizza, home of the $8 lunch special. 2 slices and a drink for just $8. Buy the slice or the 28-inch monster, perfect for the ball game. Carico's Pizza, 1370 Union University Drive. For catering, call 731-240-1033. For the full menu, visit caricospizza.com.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Wake up with Wood. Daybreak with Greg Wood. Weekday morning 6 till 10 on 96.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com.
Every night that goes between, I feel a little.
Okay, we got some. The kiddos from Jackson Madison County School just showed up. It's going to be hard to get them in here, but we'll try to. Okay, so Beth was going to explain the process of pelvic floor therapy.
Yes.
Beth?
So I'm going to walk you through a Kegel, Dan. You ready? First time ever live. This is great radio, y'all. And just to preface this, there is research studies out there that says the more you strengthen your pelvic floor, the better your intimate life is.
There you go.
Hey, yep.
Taking notes, gentlemen.
So there's motivation, right?
Okay, how do you strengthen your pelvic floor?
Okay. So the pelvic floor is amazing muscles, right? It can go 2 directions. It can close together and suck up, or it can open and spread out. So in the female, to deliver a baby, you need to learn to open it and spread it out. In a man, to have a bowel movement, you need to open up the pelvic floor and push out, right? So it's two directional. But most of the time when we talk about Kegels, we're talking about sucking it in. Okay? So you start with winking your butthole. Yeah. I said butthole on air. Yeah. So you wink it.
I need to emotionally
and then
regulate.
you want to suck in your penis. Suck it in.
Suck it in,
Women,
gentlemen.
suck in your clitoris. Okay? Yes? So suck it in. You also feel a little bit of your transfer abdominals right above your pubic bone. Suck it in. And you want to hold it 10 seconds. Ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And relax.
Did you
Let
do
it
it?
go. Open
Did you
it
do
up.
it?
How was your Kegel, Dan?
Yeah, it was
uneventful.
No, I bet I'm thinking, yeah, that has a lot of potential.
So there's a lot of new things on the market, and they're heavily advertised. So there is underwear that you can put on that actually contracts your pelvic floor for you.
Really?
That's interesting. I get all these samples in the mail being a pelvic floor therapist. So there's a pad that you can put on, and it's connected to an electrical device that'll contract your pelvic floor for you.
That sounds interesting.
You get that? Is it Miranda's bookstore?
No, this is anywhere. So I have a program where you can play video games with your pelvic floor.
Okay, you
Men and women and children.
The video
talent.
games.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So in my office, my biofeedback is linked to video games. So that children who are 8, 9 who have to wear pull-ups to school no longer have to wear pull-ups to school. They can learn how to control their pelvic floor muscles.
It's really important.
Steve,
gentlemen.
you with us, Steve?
You over there, Steve?
Yeah, we're gonna have. It's gonna be the frog in the boiling water with Steve.
This has been a
He's not
wonderful
gonna
segment.
He's not gonna go. Yeah.
I'm gonna need that therapy we talked about.
No, I'm. No, I'm with you. No,
Dan Reeves
no,
is speechless.
absolutely not. I just wonder because we're juveniles when it comes to talking about sex or adult things in America. Other countries, I found it not like that. Other Western countries. What do you think that is?
Childhood trauma.
Lack of.
Yeah.
I didn't know. Or I guess it could be, but
the whole country.
what do you think? But what do you think,
Holly, I
Beth?
want your opinion.
My opinion on why we can't talk about these things.
Why is America? If we could paint with a broad brush.
You guys are very
emotionally-
comfortable talking about it. If we don't address these problems, it's easier just to I not talk about it.
I think it comes from somewhere that you may not even attribute it to. I think America in general, like our society, is very insular. So we're focused on being an insular unit of one.
Yep.
An identity, a one single identity, instead of being a community.
Exactly.
Right. So we don't share our problems with others, straight up. And I think that transfers into every aspect of our daily life. Truly.
I agree. 'Cause
Steve,
it's going to come out one way or the other.
You agree with that?
I think it is difficult for most people to communicate with one another as a whole.
What do you mean by that? I don't understand.
And as a pelvic floor physical therapist, I talk about sexual health for an entire hour one-on-one with my clients. No doctors have the time to sit there to talk about these issues and to deal with them effectively. You need time to work through these issues and focus on it.
It's about quality of life, Dan.
We've got and I'm with you on that 100%. Beth, where's your practice at?
I have 3 locations, but our main office is on West University Parkway in the Waynesworth Office Complex in North Jackson. Phone number 731-300-4950.
Holly Stockdale, doula.
Hey,
she's our doula. She's the news talk doula.
I would love to be the news talk doula. I
That
have
is
so
so
many
cool.
cool things to share with you guys.
We'll get you some.
Can I get a
Melissa,
t-shirt?
we'll
Heck
get some business cards too.
Heck yeah.
Promoting community baby. Well, it's a community baby shower.
Yes.
And that's coming up on May the 6th, a Saturday, May the 6th, right here. It's at the Carl. That's right here at the Carl.
You have to come
right here in
now.
Jackson.
Oh, we're going to broadcast live
We'll
now.
definitely be
he
there.
just decided on the air. He did. It's
Thank
gonna
you,
be
Holly.
fabulous.
And did leave me your number, both of you. I'm going to call you guys. We're going to you write it down there, and I've got some ideas.
Uh-oh.
It does, in case you're wondering, it does include pelvic floor therapy.
I love that we're able to talk about helping moms. And my
is
youngest daughter.
for me.
Well, I know it's going to loop back. The conversation's all
This
about
will
Dan.
loop back.
It will always.
It
to
loops
Dan.
back to every person who's ever been born, which is all of
Exactly.
us. Like these things don't just stop affecting us in our 20s. They follow
No.
us subconsciously, whole life care. If we want to fix the problems in our society, I truly believe that it starts before you're born, with your mother, at your birth, at her postpartum. We are passing along these generational curses, and if we're going to be curse breakers, this is what is necessary.
And we have to do it locally, starting right here in Jackson.
What's up, y'all?
Amen. We have been talking about pelvic floors and
distracting. It's
all kinds of stuff.
9:57. Do what now? That's what I thought. At least Julie's honest about it.
We found out Dan has a pelvic floor.
Oh, I found that out. Raising the floor. Now, when you empower women over the course of history, any country that does so, it's been proven it raises the floor.
Amen.
All right, we'll be there.
Better.
I promise you that we'll be there. You got my notes.
I'm going to take you to a baby shower.
No, I won't. I'm not.
Yeah, you're broadcasting live. You promised these ladies on the air.
Yeah, you're not listening. I'm not going to the. Yeah, I'll be on the air. I'm not going to.
We're going to be at the baby shower,
no.
though.
When you say we,
going to a baby
when you say
shower.
we, you mean you.
And you.
I mean,
Holly
mommies
Stockdale,
and
Beth
daddies,
Patterson.
come on.
Steve, great to see you, man.
Hey, good to see you,
Wonderful
brother.
to see you. Gina, always lovely to see you. Walker Talks is coming up next. Are you bringing these kiddos in, Chuck, for minutes?
We got a full house
yeah,
out
we
in the
do.
lobby.
Thank you
That's
so
all
much
for us
for having
today.
us. I
Well, you're
appreciate it.
welcome.
ladies, so
Have
much.
a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Walker Talks is up next. Chuck and Julie. Jackson-Madison County Schools have brought some kiddos here today. They'll come in with Chuck and Julie in a bit. It is 73 degrees, and the weather updates will keep you in tune with the weather because we got some weather coming in later on this week. 83 today, 73 right now at 9:58. That we expect to top out in the mid-80s today, later on this week. About 30 degrees, trim that off of 80 today. We'll be in the 50s later this week for high temps, but this weekend promises to be lovely. Have a wonderful day. This afternoon, it's Dr. Mark Fowler. I'll join him 3 to 6 with the afternoon show. And Larry Newman. All that coming up later on today on the program. Greg Hammond is in the house. Hello, Gregory. So thanks for listening and have a wonderful day. And be sure to visit, if you're not downloaded, News Talk 96.5. Our apps fit Apple and Android. Free downloads for News Talk 96.5 FM on Apple and Android.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. An eventful day in the life of the nation. Former President Trump to be arraigned later today in New York City.
I think there will be a typical processing, which does not take long.
20 or 30 minutes, according to Trump attorney Joe Tacopina on ABC's Good Morning America. White House correspondent Greg Clugston at the Manhattan.
Charges. He spent the night at his Trump Tower and will travel downtown to the Manhattan Criminal Courthouse, where he will surrender to authorities. After the booking process is over, Trump intends to plead not guilty when he stands before a judge as a criminal defendant. Then he'll return to Florida to give a primetime speech in front of allies and supporters. Greg Clugston, New York.
NATO has gained a new member today.
The Finnish flag will be raised outside NATO's headquarters for the first time, joining the 30 others. The head of the alliance, Jens Stoltenberg, has described it as NATO. He's also expressed confidence that Sweden, which applied to join at the same time, will soon be a member too.
The BBC's Jonathan Beale. There is another weather heads-up for a wide swath of the Midwest and the South. Forecasters say severe thunderstorms, along with hail, high winds, even tornadoes, are possible later in the day. The search for a man who was once a top aide to a Maryland governor has come to an end in Tennessee. His attorney says Roy McGrath died following an exchange of gunfire with law enforcement. The 53-year-old McGrath was declared a fugitive after failing to show up some weeks ago for a trial on corruption charges. At one time, McGrath served as now former Governor Larry Hogan's chief of staff. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 26 points, the Nasdaq 27 points higher, and the S&P is better by 8 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Welcome in to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie on an absolutely gorgeous day. Or at least it's going to be, right? Kind of cloudy. It's going to be 83 today.
Yeah.
The good news is we're preparing for it in studio as it's 88 degrees in here.
Yes, it is warm.
I don't know how that's possible.
It must have been all that pelvic floor conversation.
It was getting hot earlier.
It was getting something.
Yeah, I don't know who was burning firewood in the studio, but your fire's hot.
It's nice and cozy.
Your fire is hot. We have got an absolutely action-packed show for you today. Per usual, just like normal, just like every single day, it's a Tuesday. I have been going through Tom Scuteri withdrawals. Now, I did go back and listen to him every night. I went back and watched the show every single night before I went to bed. And, Tom, you'd never put me to sleep. I appreciate you working with Julie last week. I know that had to be hell for you.
It was hell for him.
It was an exploration of new areas, shall we say.
Look at Tom.
Yes.
Tom is playing the role of the Pentagon, and we would be the Tom Scuteri in this. You see how he's giving us words that we have to look up?
That's right. I'm giving you words that sound really well, but what does it mean?
What does it mean? Exactly. I believe that's called the runaround in some circles, Tom. Well, we've got
That's one way of putting it.
we've got a lot to get into today, and I've got some off-topic subjects I want to talk to you about, or at least pick your brain on and get your thoughts. But let's start here, because this is a story we talked a couple of weeks ago about when it was talking about military enlistment and, some young people physically not being able to do it, recruiters not being there during COVID. But we talked about obesity and kids being out of shape and what that can mean. And here we go. It's coming back again.
You're right. And we talked about it because it was an impediment for recruiters because of the possible recruits being obese or overweight.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what we're finding out, a new study came out that's focused on the beginning of the COVID pandemic, up through June of 2021. So that's the first part of the COVID pandemic, that in the Army alone, almost 10,000 active duty soldiers developed obesity because of the change in, because they're eating more and a change in duties. Mm-hmm. They also there were some increases in the Navy and the Marines as well. Now, people think this is a funny topic, but it isn't, because those troops that are overweight or obese are more likely to be injured, less likely to be able to, do the physical demands of the profession. This is what the study says. The military loses more than 650,000 work days each year because of extra weight and obesity-related health costs, exceeding $1.5 billion for current and former service members. So, and there's no sign that the trend is ending. Former General Cheney, not related to the vice president, he's a former Marine Corps general.
Right.
He was one of the two authors of the study. He said the numbers have not gotten any better, and that they're just getting worse and worse and worse. So, the military leaders add to their list of things they're concerned about is obesity in the ranks. Now, it's a lingering pandemic has been a problem for them. Maybe as the pandemic issues diminish, they can address this problem. But it's just like what I just said, one more thing that the military has to deal with. Right. So we're looking at people who are obese before they even get in, and thus they can't get in, and then they have the weight issue once they're in.
Tom, let me ask you this, because this is a real world question that we all deal with because of inflation and hyperinflation. And one of the first things that were hit for all of us were grocery food costs, right? Food costs, chicken, steak, pork. And we, for whatever reason, chemically altered fatty food is much cheaper than getting, grill, chicken breast to grill or something like that. I wonder if that comes into play at all too. Because soldiers, no one goes into the military to get super rich, right? You go in there because you have a passion to serve and things like that. And I told the story yesterday. My son and I went to the grocery store on Sunday. We didn't buy anything like steaks or anything crazy you would think of like that, and it was $276. So I wonder if there's just some of that coming into play too.
Well, I think you're on a good point here. Broadening out from the military, that's one of the issues of nutritional eating throughout this country. In less affluent areas of the country, the type of foods that are available are in restaurants as well as in grocery stores are those kind of foods that are less healthy for individuals. Mm-hmm. And so when you look at the demographics of health issues in this country, and there's a true correlation. It's not exactly the same everywhere, but the more affluent buyers will go to stores that have healthier choices in both purchasing as well as dining. A steady diet of anything is not good for you unless it's certain diets that mix things up, like the so-called Mediterranean diet and other things that mix up healthy issues. You can have a lot of kind of food if you vary it, but a steady diet of, say, fried foods, a lot of polyunsaturated foods, all the kind of prepared foods that many of us eat, those are the things that are the least helpful to your health. The military is the same thing. Those guys get fed on base, of course, but they also have families, some of them, and they have to buy food like you and I and everybody else. And, if you ever go to a military base, I'm sure there's some in Tennessee. I know that.
Oh, yeah.
If you just go outside the base gates, you can see the kind of fast foods available to those individuals.
Absolutely.
And, there you go. And I'm not making a critical point against those companies that sell fast food. I'm just telling you that a steady diet of anything like that can lead to less than healthy conditions in many individuals.
What's our plan? So we've identified this problem. This is a lot of money, $1.5 billion annually, losing more than 650,000 workdays each year. What's the plan? Are we going to incentivize, healthier lifestyle for our soldiers? What's the thought?
I don't know. That's a good question, and I don't have an answer for it. I don't think there is a plan. This is a study that just was finished and released, so I would probably tell you that if I go to a briefing and ask, cite these numbers, I will be referred to the Army, first of all. It's an Army issue. Well, it isn't an Army issue, but that's what they'll do. They'll turf it to the Army.
Right.
Okay, remember that word? They'll turf it to the Army. And then when I go to the Army, they'll say, well, it's being studied.
And such is the joys.
But wait a minute. We just had a study.
Right.
How could it be?
Well, now you got to study to make sure of accuracy, right? You got to,
Yeah.
it's all in due diligence.
So what do you think would be? This is a mock interview I'm doing right now.
Sure.
So what do you think? What do you think, Major? That what would be like? What do you think would happen now? Well, we'll look at it to see if we can come. Okay, what's the timetable for? We don't like to talk about timetables. We can't talk about timetables. Why not? Because then we have to meet them. Well, they don't say that, but
right.
That's
what they're really meaning. Yeah. This seems to be one of those things where, hey, extra PTO, extra bonuses, whatever, because we're losing $1.5 billion, so we've got some money here to play with to fall in between. However it is we range these things. I don't know if they still use that whatever that index was that used to tell you if you're obese or not, took your weight and your height and all that kind of stuff. I forget what it was called, but maybe they use something like that and say, okay, we're going to incentivize you to fall within these ranges. Your body mass, BMI, I believe is what it was, body mass index, something like that.
Right.
But to fall in within these ranges, and then there could be monetary benefits or more time off or something like that.
Well, there's a lot of things they can try to do, including healthier food. Remember?
Right. Yeah, that would make sense.
We talked. I think we talked a few weeks ago how they're worried about the one thing in the MREs, the meals ready to eat, because it gives a false sign of drug use. So they had to take that out of it. A pound cake, that was despised by most members anyway. So that's a plus.
My goodness.
Maybe that'll give them some ideas.
Well,
I thought you'd like that item.
Yeah, no, I did, because it kind of ties into what we've talked about.
Yes,
everything in the world's connected. What about this? And I was. This has evidently been around for a while, but I kind of giggled at this story. The Army is introducing a new deck of playing cards for the soldiers as a training tool.
Yeah, and it sounds funny, but it's actually serious. Especially if you take all the array of weapons that are in the world now, particularly in Ukraine. What is this weapon and what's it do? So what these deck of 52 cards, and there's two jokers in it, by the way. In other words, they have a weapon, and it will help the individuals distinguish, enemy equipment from friendly equipment. Okay, so it's trucks, weapons, armored personnel carriers. So each card has a picture of a weapon system with the name and the country where it's manufacturing and basically where it goes in its armament. So there doesn't seem to be a set. I haven't gotten the deck yet because they're being printed, so it's explained to us. But for example, the Bradley M1 tank, our tank, is the king of clubs. Okay, king of clubs, right? And the armored personnel character is the ace of spades. The Bradley is the queen of hearts. And the Stinger missile is one of the jokers. Okay.
Okay.
But there's a German anti-aircraft gun, which is now in Ukraine. Ace 7 of spades, and the HIMARS system is the 6 of clubs. So the idea, especially in Ukraine, where they're getting a lot of weapons from a lot of places, these are valuable. Now, it sounds funny, but I want to point out a little bit of historical background to this. In World War II, I remember this because my dad was in the U.S., what was it called, the Army Air Corps then. The Air Force, they gave those guys and our ground troops cards that showed the Allied aircraft as opposed to the enemy aircraft. So when you're on the ground looking up, you could see the shape of the airplanes, of course, but you can't necessarily see the markings on them. So the cards then showed you, that's a Mustang, that's okay. That's a Major Schmidt, that's not okay.
Wow.
That was the purpose to that.
Sure.
And then I remember this. In fact, in my drawer, Chuck, I still have this deck of cards, 2003 Gulf War against Saddam Hussein. There was a deck of cards that were used to show the fugitives. In other words, who was on the run, the most wanted fugitives. And Saddam, of course, was the ace of spades in that deck, okay? And they distributed the troops so people, they could see, oh, well, this guy's wanted or this person's wanted. And some of them, I remember in that deck, didn't actually have a photo. They didn't have a good photo of them, but they had the name. So
that's such a good idea. Like, I laughed about it. But especially back, World War II. I mean, you didn't Google things on your phone, right? You didn't, you didn't have all this stuff, even in the Gulf War. So that does make a lot of sense. I want to get some of those cards. That sounds awesome. Just to have,
I'm sure there'll be a hot item. I'm sure there'll be a hot item. I'm going to see if I can snare a few guys.
That and I've already pre-ordered my set of 52 Trump mugshot cards, so I've got those. And then
no, they don't really have those, do they? Do they really have those?
No, Tom, if they do, I'm going to save up all my money and call you for an investment, and we're going to sell the decks because then all of a sudden we don't have to wake up early to do radio anymore. Well, all right, so here we go. Here's the meat and potatoes. It's 82 degrees in Jackson, Tennessee today. That's what we're projecting the high to be. We've been hearing about this spring offensive all winter long in Ukraine. What's going on now? What are we in the spring there?
It sounds like the Ukrainians are starting now to take steps to do it. In our previous discussions, I was a little skeptical of their ability because they were draining a lot of forces and materiel into Bakhmut and that fight along that line there in the Donbass. But what the word is now that some of these elite troops that they've trained have been held back from that battle. In other words, they're not being sent to that front line. And some of the new equipment that they're getting is not being sent there. They're saving it up for this counteroffensive. They've been trained. I think it was last week where the Pentagon said the Ukrainians who have been trained on the Patriots, which are anti-missile defense systems, are done. But more importantly, the Ukrainians who have been training in Germany using the Bradleys and the other new equipment, they're heading back to Ukraine, and the next group of soldiers are going to be starting to be trained. So those Ukrainians are heading back with that new equipment, which they didn't have before. So this is what's called the maneuver skills that the Pentagon keeps talking about, Chuck. The Russians don't have this capability, or they don't demonstrate, I should say.
Right.
To coordinate air, ground, and vehicle maneuver together in a coordinated effort. It's very successful, and also saves ammunition, by the way, which is incredible too, because you maximize the efficiency of your ammunition use.
Oh,
I hope I'm not going too far in the weeds.
Concern so far, right? Yeah, just the amount of
a huge concern. Yeah. So that's one of the reasons why the Pentagon, in their own way, is a little bit more optimistic. Once they keep saying, well, once we get this done, we hope to see changes as much as they want to say anything. So that's pretty good, And also, the other thing is, whatever, everything old is new again type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, anyway, let me finish the first thing. I'm sorry. So according to some officials, Ukraine's plan seems to be, and I emphasize the word seems, so don't come back at me in 2 or 3 weeks, but they seem to be planning to drive a wedge between the Russian-occupied territories near Crimea and the east in the Donbass. In other words, drive to the Black Sea, open that up again. That would be a major step forward for them. Mm-hmm. First, to divide that area the Russians took over in the initial weeks of their invasion, and also to put them back on the Black Sea and give them ways to pound Crimea as well as the other areas. Now, the other element in this is everything old is new again, as I just mentioned. And that's alcohol. That an old foe of the Russian military, alcohol, is starting to take its toll. According to the British Defense Ministry, which as you know, I really rely on them because they have been spot on with their accuracy.
Right.
They're saying that, quote, pervasive alcohol abuse is taking a high number of casualties in among Russians because of they're going into battle like this. Okay, so their skill set, which may be questionable anyway, is impaired, I think is the word we would use.
Where are they bringing? I mean, I guess you don't know. I'm asking you everything to know about a Russian soldier leaving Moscow and going to Ukraine. But are they going to the liquor store? Like, how's this happening?
Well, I don't think they have drive-through liquor stores in the Donbass.
I wouldn't imagine, but I don't know. I haven't been there.
I think who knows what? I don't really know. I mean, first of all, these guys are not coming from Moscow. I want to correct you on that, because those guys in Moscow are not going to serve. They're pulling people from the rural areas of Russia and the ethnic populations, and those guys are coming. And they're just thrown into the front line. I don't know where they're getting it. I mean, I can't believe it's that hard to get. They're right next to Russia.
Right.
And they've been in that part of Ukraine and parts of it for 5-6 years now. So I don't think it's hard to get. But
that makes sense.
Regardless, they're getting it, and it's having an impact.
What about this? The interview with Mark Milley and then Zelensky's comments. I find both of those things to be pretty interesting.
Yeah, Mark Milley, who's the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, he talked to Defense One on Friday afternoon. They published it Friday afternoon. A very good interview. He talked to it on Friday, and they published it yesterday. He said that he doesn't think Ukraine is likely to be able to expel all the Russian forces from its territory. Now, all is the key word there. All of them. That doesn't mean that they can't do what I just said, have a great counteroffensive and take land. But it's this. He calls it a significant military task, a very, very difficult military. You're looking at a couple of 100,000 Russians still in Russian occupied states. I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm just saying it's a difficult task. He's speaking the truth.
Right.
And so I think that what he's doing is trying to walk the line here by not discouraging the Ukrainians, because obviously the Pentagon wants Ukraine to win, and to win, you have to be in a position militarily of strength if you're going to negotiate a situation, but you can't drive everybody out. And right now, Ukraine is not in that position. It's a stalemate at best, okay? So, they need to get in a better position, and if they can drive them out, fine. Milley's not saying it can't happen. He's just saying it'd be tough. I'm going to tell you something. I've been working on a story unsuccessfully for months now, trying to get people who are smart about military strategy to tell me, how do you take Crimea militarily? And nobody can, everyone's open to discussion on it, but it's just a difficult nut to crack because of the way it's shaped, the access to it, what Ukraine has now and doesn't have now, and of course the Russians have been dug in there for years. So what Milley's saying is he's speaking to the truth. We're not trying to discourage Ukraine. There's a lot the Ukrainians can do militarily, short of trying to retake all of Crimea, like we just discussed. They can go and take back much of the southern coast of the Black Sea. That would be very, very significant. Put them in that position of strength, because the Russians then in Crimea would be cut off, especially because now the Ukrainians have the ability to take out ships, the Russian ships in the Black Sea. The closer you get, the better you. So there's a lot they can do, and I don't think Milley's trying to say there isn't. He's just speaking he's just talking in real talk.
Right, which is it's good. I'm not the biggest General Milley fan since the Afghanistan thing, but I like to hear. I think somebody needs to say reasonable things, and it brings me to my next point. And President Zelensky, and I understand why he said these things, obviously publicly, but he stated many times that Ukraine's objective is to kick out every Russian out of Russian-occupied Ukraine. And that makes me think a week or two ago when President Xi was maybe, he'd been to Moscow, maybe he was going to call, Kyiv and talk to President Zelensky. And it makes me think, with him saying stuff like that, could they ever really have a real peace without giving up some more of Ukraine, that eastern section of Ukraine that Russia took within the first couple of months? Do you think the Zelensky would be okay with that, or do you think he would stick by this statement?
I can't answer that. I don't have any real contacts to get a feel for a pulse of Zelensky. I think he has to say what he's saying now.
Right.
He can't start saying, well, we'll give up this we're going to fight, but we're going to give up this territory. That would be bullish on his part.
That's true.
Look, I think that at some point, I think, the reality on the ground and the reality of the world may influence what happens in Ukraine. I'm not saying the West would get tired of supporting Ukraine. However, at some point, you got to make a calculation how much it's going to drain the West of finances and military aid and just, the refugee flow and everything like that. There may be a way to get out of it, but I think the sticking point is going to be Crimea, whatever it is. The Donbass, the eastern part of the Donbass, which has been Russian-speaking and really essentially they don't want to be part of Ukraine. Mm-hmm. That might be able to be something to be part of the negotiation. Crimea is what I can't see as a giveaway. It's hard for me to see that
hard
at
to
this
see
point
that.
anyway.
It's such an odd region because we think, like in our heads, I think most of us were like me when this first happened. You've got two countries. You've got, like Mexico and the United States, right? These people speak Spanish. These people speak, but these countries have been integrated before, and I think we forget that a little bit here. Just the common, everyday American walking around. There is some speak, like you were talking about Donbass, like they speak Russian, and but they don't want to be a part of it. And so there's been some civil unrest even before this invasion. Right. Oh yeah. So there's those kind of dynamics that need to be, taken into consideration, I think. Well, as we continue to go around the globe here, I did find some good news in the reports, and this should really help calm the tensions with China. The U.S. is opening up 4 more bases in the Philippines, so that should relax tensions. Yeah, that's not going to relax tensions at all. I know you're joking. This is a significant, very, very significant move here. The Philippines, have made nice with the United States again. The new President Marcos, who's the son of the former President Marcos, has moved closer to the United States, frustrated with China and worried about China. 4 bases, 2 of them the northern portion of Luzon, that is just across from Taiwan in the South China Sea. That puts the United States in a great position militarily, strategically. Another base is farther away. The 4th base is on an island located in the western part of the Philippines near the Spratly Islands. That's an archipelago, I can never say that word correctly, in the South China Sea that China has illegally occupied and militarized against its promise. So again, it puts the United States with the Philippine forces in a much stronger position to at least to monitor, to check, and to do whatever is necessary. Now, the danger is, of course, that the more U.S. ships there and the more irritated the Chinese come, raises the risk of an accident happening, much like we saw with the drone being shot down, or taken down, not shot down, over the Black Sea by the Russians. You have these accidents or carelessness. So there's good and bad about it from a military perspective. What does this, because, things are going back and forth all the time from BRICS to rhetoric to Saudi Arabia now trading the dollar and the yuan. Things get ratcheted up with the U.S. and China a lot now. Would this be a major thing? Because I see where the spokesperson for the Chinese embassy in the Philippines said it will seriously endanger regional peace and stability and drag the Philippines into the abyss of geopolitical strife and damage its economic development. It's
because the Chinese have been making economic inroads in the Philippines like other nations, and they have tried to use that economic leverage to both keep out the United States and other Western nations, as well as to sort of make the Philippines more and more dependent on them. That's part of their overall strategy and their method. It's their game book,
Right.
Make nations economically dependent and beholden to them. So they're irritated by the fact that the new President Marcos, who's tried to be nice to China and the United States, has decided, as I said a few minutes ago, to let the United States into the country more, not just militarily, but economically. He wants to have a balance, and he has talked to China, and China has violated the fishing areas of the Philippines repeatedly. He's asked them to stop. They haven't. So he's just reading the tea leaves as to what's happening now, and he sees that, this is me projecting for him because I've never talked to him.
Right.
He seems to see that China is not good at keeping its word.
Right.
So he figures he needs to hedge his bets.
Yeah, not
this
a bad.
This is my speculation. I haven't talked to him.
Tom Scuteri, Pentagon reporter, joined us. Tom, on the way out, if that didn't make China happy, maybe this will. Kevin McCarthy, he's poised to meet with the Taiwanese president on Wednesday. Maybe that'll calm him down.
Yeah, that's not going to calm him
That's
down
not
much.
going to work either, is it? Yeah.
No, he's going to have a bipartisan delegation meet with the Taiwanese president at the Ronald Reagan Center in California. I mean, it's a very highly regarded, establishment, high visibility, high profile. He's not going to Taiwan like Pelosi, but he's meeting Taiwanese president on U.S. soil at a high profile event. Ronald Reagan, name alone conveys that.
Sure.
So you have the Philippines. You have this with the Taiwanese president. You have the U.S. trying to crack down on chips for computers. The Chinese are getting hammered right now, and they don't like it.
Yeah. Here we go. Tom Scuteri, the very best. We look forward to talking to you again on Thursday, my friend.
Thanks. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Absolutely, Tom Scuteri there. It's a whole big world out there. You know what, Julie?
Yeah, and it's a mess. It's burning.
It feels that way, right?
Yeah, every time I'm just like, oh, Lord.
It's something we didn't get into with Tom, but he did have on the notes, but we just ran out of time.
Yeah.
President Trump is getting arraigned today.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right now, people are already getting crunk. He's already getting a little crunk.
We've already seen some little arguments and tiffs between press.
Since 2000, over 76 different leaders around the globe have been charged. So they'll be acting like this could never happen. It's never happened in America, but this happens.
Mm-hmm.
Politics is dirty, nasty. Ugh.
It is.
That's why I love our mix. And this is a Steve Bowers thing that I completely ripped off, obviously. But I think Steve was a genius for this, and then I think that I'm relatively intelligent for it. We've got a great mix of domestic stuff going on here, and then and stuff around the whole globe.
Like
between Bob and Tom, between international stuff. Because, it's sometimes we just get focused on one thing. You really need to know about everything, because there's smoke everywhere. We need to try to put all these fires out. We're getting ready for break here. We'll take this phone call, say good morning, and welcome in. Well, that was ugly.
Don't you love that?
You know what?
Just let them
I
cry.
got your number. I'm coming to your house. Matter of fact, I'm coming during this break.
Star 69 him.
I'm going to star 69 now. Remember that? I star 69.
Yep. And I used to star 67.
Oh, dirty people doing that.
Yep.
Y'all quit playing with the phones. Quit playing with the phones. That's not what they're for. CWA Development phone line number, if you want to give us a call, is 731.
And not hang up.
265-6496. Absolutely. If you want to act like an adult, or at least as a young child, 731-265-6496. Our CWA Development phone lines. Advanced Rehab text line. Our text number, 731-800-8398.
Tomorrow, let her read.
This year.
Candy? Flowers?
No, I was thinking something more sparkly.
Wow, congratulations. How many carats do you think he'll spring forward?
Girl, forget the ring. I want some of that shiny 45 Automark bling.
At 45 Automark, get a jewelry box full of $1,000 savings just by walking in and saying,
show me the bling.
We've had an 18-year clean Carfax successful marriage to our customers, and to keep the romance alive, we're taking $1,000 off so our relationship thrives. Say,
show me the bling.
And carry this loaded leather sunroof Honda CRV over the threshold for $11,900, or pick up this 60,000-mile 2020 Chevy Colorado for just $21,900. Don't fall for Mr. Mega Dealer with a sappy sales spiel and false love sting when every drive-in your Forever 45 ride will give you the feels like a sweet romance with $1,000 off because you said,
show me the bling.
So call 989-8059 or come to 45 Automark today.
Wear your $1,000 off the perfect for you ride with that love's in bloom at first sight feeling that'll make you swoon and leave you reeling. Dealer!
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
We found Jackson's perfect lunch spot, Bourbon and Barley's. You can enjoy a delicious sit-down lunch at drive-through prices. Bourbon and Barley's lunch menu is available weekdays 11 a.m. all the way to 4 p.m. Have a late lunch or an early dinner at lunch prices. Bourbon and Barley's amazing lunch menu options include delicious crab and lobster bruschetta, Cobb salads, one-topping pizzas, and their featured slider of the day, all for just $10. Across the street from Starbucks, Bourbon and Barley's, where Jackson loves to lunch.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
Welcome back into Walker Talks. We've got some special guests in the studio, Julie.
We do.
I need you to be on your best behavior.
Only for a minute.
Only for a minute. That's all we got. That's all she can do.
Yeah.
It's in her contract. It's ironclad. We've had our legal team review it. That's all we can do it. So here's what we have here. We've got some students from Madison Academic that have been selected for Governor School. You know, when I was in Crockett County, I was one of the finalists. I was not selected. I'm very happy for you guys. I carry no ill will 20 plus years ago.
Sounds
not
like
a big deal. Not a big deal. I'm very happy for you guys because the people that went, it was a great, great honor for it. I had a son that went to it. It's an absolutely amazing program. So tell us a little bit about you guys here. Who do all we have? We have Gracie, Boren, and Colson. Is that right? All right, good. Tell us a little bit about you guys. You guys are in 10th grade. Is that right? Yeah. Get right on these microphones here. These are crazy, but you got to get like right on them.
You got to act like you're going to kiss it, kind of. It's kind of weird.
They don't know how to do that.
They kiss their moms on the cheek when they get out of the car.
I told y'all,
they know.
couldn't act right. 30 seconds in. All right, so you guys all go to Madison Academic.
Yes, sir.
How were you selected for this?
We all had to make an application. I don't know. I think the arts had to do an audition, but I, in the science and engineering, I just had to do an application, and I had a transcript, and that's really about it. I put test scores in.
That's awesome. So tell me, what do you guys know about Governor School?
So as far as I knew, it was like I knew a lot about the art school, and I knew that it was just like a place to really like have an opportunity to learn more about the things that interest you and meet new people and kind of make connections with the people and the things that interest you. So that's kind of what stood out to me about it.
Yeah, it's really, really cool because when we look at it here, all right, it looks like the study from agricultural sciences to arts to compunctional physics. Whatever
I don't
that.
even know what that is.
We will not be discussing that on this show. Emerging technologies, engineering, humanities, information technology leadership, prospective teachers, sciences, scientific exploration of Tennessee heritage, scientific models and data. This is probably why I didn't get in.
This is why neither one of us. I didn't even apply. I knew better.
I think they kind of. I mean, I think the teacher would have asked you to apply. Did you? All right, so did you guys apply, or did the teacher come up to you and say,
You're
or the
going.
guidance counselor? No, not you're going, but this should be something you should look into. How did that happen?
We had a meeting at school, but I did the application all by myself. I don't think the guidance counselors really didn't do all that much. They didn't have to do anything.
Because they knew. And you guys are all at Madison. I tell you, Madison is such an awesome school. I've got some friends who have children that go there, and they cannot say enough good things about Madison Academic. Are y'all enjoying the new building?
Mm-hmm.
It's not bad, is it? It's pretty cool. It's absolutely awesome.
Do you ever try to sneak over to the University of Memphis campus and get in on their classes?
I mean, we have dual enrollment, but I never really need to sneak into their classes.
You can just walk in.
Y'all act like she's not here.
You know what? Give me this piece of paper. I'm on
Give me the paper
some questions. No, I'm just kidding.
This is an interview by Julie. So when is this? When do you guys leave?
They're all at different dates. Mine is from June 4th to July 1st.
Okay.
Mine is June 10th to July 1st.
Mine's like June 3rd to like June 24th or something.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So you guys are excited. How many kids will be there? How many students from across the state will be there?
I believe at Science and Engineering, it's 125.
Wow.
That's really different from my school. It's only about 60 people.
And what's
total.
yours in?
International Studies.
International Studies.
Very cool.
And where do y'all stay? What campus do y'all stay on?
The Science and Engineering is at University of Tennessee at Knoxville.
Yes. Go Vols.
The Governor's School for the Arts is at MTSU.
Okay. That's a fun place to stay.
And then International Studies is at University of Memphis in the Memphis campus.
Whoop, whoop.
There we go. All right. I'm so proud for you guys. I know y'all are excited, right?
Yeah.
Were your parents pretty jazzed?
Mm-hmm.
I get jazzed for stuff like that. And I'm telling you, this looks really good. This is probably breaking news, and you only get this on Walker Talks.
Oh.
This looks good on a college application. Y'all didn't know that till now?
Do you guys know kind of where you want to go for college? Have you gotten that far?
I kind of have like some ideas of where I want to go, but I don't know exactly. I'm going to use this experience as kind of like helping me decide if this is what I want to go into for college.
So
What's your
smart.
top two?
I'm looking at Union because I kind of don't want to move away, but like I'd like to.
You listen to that, Will Walker? She's not leaving her family. Go ahead. I don't care. He can go if he wants. I don't care. Go ahead.
But if I did move away, I have family in Cleveland, Tennessee, so Lee University would be another opportunity,
Very
a good
cool.
option.
Where's Cleveland? Is that East Tennessee?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
that's what I thought.
30 minutes outside of Chattanooga.
Oh, yeah. Chattanooga's, that's a cool spot. What about you? You have any ideas where you're thinking to go to school?
I've just started touring colleges right now, so I don't really know.
Don't rush.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I like Vanderbilt. I toured there last Saturday.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
in
Your
high
parents
school,
just
but-
texted in. They said, we're looking for scholarships, so anybody interested?
Oof. That's a high one.
That's good, though.
But it's a
good
great
for you.
school.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Yeah.
What about you? Any thoughts here? Where you're?
Like Colson, I'm really interested in Vanderbilt, but if I were to move away, probably somewhere like Emory in Atlanta or maybe like
Ooh.
Boston College, somewhere in
Ooh.
Boston.
We got
I like
a lot
that.
of underachievers in here. A lot of underachievers in the studio.
Stop talking about us
They don't
in
even
front of the children.
They didn't even sell us tickets to Vanderbilt. Julie had a whole thing there.
That is not true. Don't do that for me.
Just
No.
saying. No, good for y'all. Good for y'all. And I think it's very wise to kind of use this time, like you said, to look and see, especially because I went to Union for a hot minute. They asked me to leave. It's all right. I don't care about that either. It's no big deal. I carry no grudges.
Oh, here we go.
No, they didn't ask me to leave.
They suggested. I'm just kidding.
They're like, you could be happier another place. It's like when if you guys date and y'all have boyfriends or girlfriends or anything. Good,
Smart.
smart. Like,
Smart.
if you ever do, and they're like, it's me, it's not you, kind of a deal. That's such a weak way out. I'm so tired of getting that line.
Oh my goodness, that's a crap line though.
It is a weak line. Yes, that is a weak line. But I think it's good because you're going to be gone for 4 weeks. And you said you want to stay around home, but you may come to find out, well, this is fun to have this independence and stuff because your family, did they get to come up and visit during Governor's School? I did not when my son was
Just
there.
say no.
Yeah, I guess no. I'm not sure. Maybe.
Mine has a parents' weekend in like the second week, and like parents can come and go, and you can like adopt other students whose parents didn't come to the parents'
That's what
weekend.
happened to Will. I bet he got adopted.
Oh no.
I mean, I was curious, and I had to send him like $400 a week. I was like, "What's this going for?" Because they feed you and stuff, right? Yeah, I got hosed.
Yeah, you did.
I got.
Has there been any teacher at Madison who's played a very influential role in you taking a really interest in these categories?
Well, I'm going for Governor School for the Arts, and I'm going for vocal music. So my choir teacher has been.
Is it Lindsay?
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
love her.
Me too. Yeah, she's definitely encouraged me to do that, and also like I have my step siblings went there, to Governor School for the Arts vocal music, and I have friends who have been there, and people who are in the choir with me right now have done that. So like they've definitely encouraged it, and all of them have said that they've grown from this experience.
Do you ever go to like All West or any of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. It's fun, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
What about you? Do you have a teacher that has been influential for you?
Yeah, Miss Mullins. She's the chemistry and physics teacher. When I had her class last semester, I really loved it, and she wrote me a recommendation. I think that helped me out a lot.
So do you like chemistry?
I do, yeah.
Like for real? All right, because I had in Crockett County, my chemistry teacher, and anybody out there that listens from there, they'll know who this is. Her name was Peggy Tracy, the sweetest woman in the world. I used to go to her house and mow her yard, and she would go over homework with it. I got a B in the class, and it was like, she saw I was trying. I mean, but there's no way I earned to be in that class.
It was that grass mowing.
Oh, yes. I was like, and her husband had used to, he was a chemistry teacher back in the day, too. She was a sweet, I could not get it. There was a lot of things that I could have understood better, and sometimes it was just like an effort thing for me. But chemistry, it's the only thing that I've ever put 100% effort in, and I have no clue. So good for you. Good for you. What about you? Do you have a teacher that is your favorite?
Yeah, so Miss Lane and then Miss Soriano at Madison, they really opened my eyes towards like learning about other cultures and seeing how I can take that and make a change in my community for like minorities and anybody who's like less fortunate.
Mm-hmm.
And so they kind of they opened my eyes into this opportunity to take it and be a better person and activist in my community.
That's awesome. You never start too young.
You know how many times we do a talk radio show from 10 to 1 every day. It doesn't have to be your favorite show, but if you guys want to leave class to listen, you can. I'm sure it's fine. Because we have an app. You can just put a head. Never mind. We'll talk after. We'll talk during a break. When all the adults leave, we'll talk. But people are like, oh, the world's in such shambles and no one wants to do anything with their life and stuff like that. It's so awesome to have you guys in here as young people with plans and ideas, and from potentially something medical to chemistry, some kind of research like that, to the arts, to community activism. I mean, it's great because this is the thing that's always made us the greatest country in the world. Has always been smart people who care, who want to do things and want to better themselves and want to learn more than anything else. So I congratulate you guys for that, because that's extremely, extremely impressive. We're blown away to have you in here. You guys, are you nervous at all about leaving? Have y'all been gone for a month at a time? Is anybody a little trepidatious? Julie, that trepidatious, he'll explain to you what that means.
Here we go.
I've got a word a day calendar, guys. Don't be impressed.
Here we go.
Is anybody nervous at all?
They don't even look nervous to be in here. I think they're going to go to those schools and they're going to be perfectly fine and live their best life.
Have y'all done anything like this before? Like been gone this long? Like summer camps or anything like that?
I did a week-long camp last year at Lee University, a
Right.
music camp, and it was awesome. I made some friends there that like I didn't expect to make friends, and like we made friends in the last 2 days.
That's always how it is.
Yeah, and it was like, oh no, now we're gonna have to leave.
That's why I didn't like camp. I went one time and they had Wednesday night. They had Wednesday night ghost stories, and I called my mom at midnight and said, "You have got to come get me. I cannot do this."
Yeah, so I just like I'm excited because I'm gonna get to make friends with all these people who care so much about this thing and who have auditioned. Like I had to audition to get into this. It was like over 600 people applied and auditioned for the Governor School for the Arts. So I auditioned to get into this, and I made it in. And I'm also alongside other students from Tennessee who really are excited to do this and like put in the effort to get to do this thing. So like those friendships that we're gonna make in those 3 to 4 weeks of being together are just gonna be great.
Yeah. Could be lifelong sometimes.
Yeah.
I remember one time I met a girl at Beta Convention. So there's that. She broke up with me at Union, but no big deal. I don't care about that either. No big deal. I've let it go. It doesn't matter to me. You guys, y'all need to be like, yes.
I don't believe it.
Stop your face.
Okay.
So Crockett County has very low requirements. I mean, most of it was like tying shoes and things like that. It was
color inside the lines.
They still have Beta Club, right?
Yeah.
And they have now they have this thing We did not have this when I was in school. It's called National Honor Society or something. Like that's like the super beta. I was like in the beta, not the alpha beta, which is like the National Honor Society.
Oh my goodness.
What were you in? What did you do?
A lot of things.
Like?
I was actually very smart. Am.
Beta Club?
We didn't have that at Jackson Christian.
What?
Mm-mm.
What kind of higher academic learning did you have?
Honors classes.
See, we didn't have those, but when I was a freshman, and I think it's changed in Crockett County, there was like 8 of us, and we were in classes with sophomores. In our sophomore year, we were in classes with juniors. So by the time I was a senior, I got to leave school at like 10:15. I went to work. I got a job.
I graduated with honors.
Started my radio career.
I graduated with honors from high school. I graduated with honors from Bethel.
No one cares, Julie. Well, back to you guys.
I'm going back to Beta Club. Whatever. So what do you think is going to be the hardest part of this? The education or being away?
Probably being away.
Yeah, I agree. I think the opportunity, it's not as much as like the classes are going to be difficult because it's something you're interested in and you're like, it's something that you've been yearning kind of to learn about, and you might not have those in reach in the areas that you're in. So this opportunity, like, it's just really exciting and you feel really like open into doing new things and like you're getting out of your shell. And so I definitely think that like leaving home for a little bit will be the hardest thing, but I think the lifelong friendships and the opportunities outweigh any nervousness you might have.
Absolutely.
Have y'all been paired yet, like roommates?
No.
When does that happen? Because that happens. You get to learn about them, right?
Yeah.
If I remember, man, I think we'll know. Like you could, because maybe that was college that he got to talk to his room. You know, like find their social media and talk to them and stuff like that. I'm excited for you. You guys are going to love it. Now it's going to be intense too, right? It's going to be pretty rigorous.
Yeah.
You know, things like that. It's going to be. It'll be intense.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Julie. You were just touching. You were just.
I was just
me.
touching you.
Yeah, I understand. Well, guys, we are very proud of you. We would love for y'all to come back after your trips and tell us how it went.
Yeah.
And we would also, I don't know if this falls under the vocal, the chemistry, or international studies, but if y'all could come back and figure out how to get this air working in the studio, that'd be phenomenal as well. I don't know if there's anybody at Madison that could do that, but that would be a great starting point because Dan Reeves certainly cannot. This is unbelievable in here.
I know.
It's unbelievable.
It is toasty.
Guys, we're so proud of you. I think that's absolutely awesome. You guys, good luck. And this will be a thing you'll remember the rest of your life. So good on you, all of you. And have a great time. And y'all come back and talk to us.
Thank you so much for having us.
Do y'all have a favorite radio show?
Definitely this one for sure.
Never mind. See, this is why you go to governor school to learn things.
96.5, right?
Walker Talk.
If y'all are going to any other radio stations today to talk,
tell them where your favorite.
Just let them know that the best show was here.
We're gonna be listening. We're gonna be listening. If y'all cheat on us, we're gonna be so upset. No, seriously, congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Y'all have fun. You're listening to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie. We'll be right back.
Would you lie with me and just forget the world?
The Rocket is coming to Jackson April 13th, Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clemens will be the guest at the 4th annual benefit to the Trey Lindsay Scholarship. Roger Clemens has an unprecedented 7 Cy Young Awards, 354 wins, and 4,672 strikeouts. Clemens' career spanned 24 years with the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and Astros. The 11-time All-Star, winning 2 World Series with the New York Yankees. Silent auction is huge with sports celebrity memorabilia along with hunts, duck calls, vacation packages, restaurant packages, and more. Follow posts on Facebook mentioning items leading up to the event. Call 731-217-7187, 731-217-7187 for table sponsor or ticket information. Brought to you by Work Care Resources and News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com.
King Jewelers is not your typical jewelry store. It's an iconic symbol of love. Custom-made jewelry to suit the most discriminating taste. Or you can redesign an old piece that's just sitting in a jewelry box. Create something completely new and unique. Grover has over 40 years experience as a certified jeweler. Visit KingJewelerJackson.com. King Jewelers at 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Follow King Jewelers Jackson on social media for special savings.
They say consistency is the key to success. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently refreshing and light? Michelob Ultra, only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson. Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service specializes in commercial and residential cleaning. Watson's cleans huge commercial buildings. West Tennessee Agriculture and Education Center, the Federal Court Building in downtown Jackson. Watson's also specializes in residential cleaning services, stripping and waxing floors, buffing, pulling trash, sweeping and mopping, vacuuming, household cleaning, baseboards, walls, dishes, dusting and organizing. Call 731-293-3808. Family owned and operated Watson's Cleaning Services. 293-3808.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or creams.
I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
Through the trees and the voices of those who stand looking. It makes me wonder.
Welcome back into Walker Talks. Julie, you found some interesting news.
Yeah, you called
during
me
the break. The jokes write themselves. Go ahead.
So, everybody knows, there's been that bill going on, voted on this morning, to allow local law enforcement to partner with the private schools. So, one of my really good friends, Chris Carroll, who stays on top of everything.
I met Chris the other day.
He's awesome.
He's definitely a person. No, I like Chris.
It did pass.
Good.
Because it got 92 yeses, but it got
Well, then
7.
there's only 92 votes then, right?
No, it got 7 no's.
No.
And they were all
No,
Democrats.
No, it did.
It was Beck, Clemens, Dixie, Harris, Johnson, Jones, and Pearson.
And tell me the bill again.
And it's for local law enforcement to partner with private school for security for our children.
Yes.
So to me,
that
it
makes
seems
perfect
like
sense,
all
right?
the ones that said no are Democrats. So is it because what? You want to protect our kids and you want everything to be safe and you want gun reform and all of that, but you're saying no to protecting them because they're at a private school? Sounds to me like you just want to fight and argue with Republicans.
You like your policy more than you like an actual problem. I'm telling you.
If we had a mic drop button, I would mic drop.
Crazy people. We got to get crazy people out. Who on earth, right now, today, even if you think, we should outlaw guns. Okay, cool, I'm with you. Actually, I'm not with you, but I
hear
can
you.
I hear you. But that doesn't change anything today. We're not doing that next week. Why would we not do things that make our children, public and private school, safer for today?
And you and I both know, because I've been in the private school system.
Mm-hmm.
My children have gone to the private school system. There are Democrats in the private school system. There are Republicans in the private school system.
But more importantly, there are children
in that that system. I want you to know that in Tennessee, the Democratic representatives who did not want your children to be safe if they are in a private school, and we're going to say it again, Beck, Clemens, Dixie, Harris, Johnson, Jones, and Pearson. There's a problem right there. That is a non-partisan problem. What are we doing?
I cannot. I can believe it, but I can't believe it because some things have to be bigger than politics. Some things have to be bigger than politics. Whoever these Democrats are, I don't know what areas of the state they're in, but I hope they get voted out immediately. I hope they get voted out immediately because it's absolutely ridiculous. We'll say good morning and welcome in.
What you saying?
What's up, Wild Man? How are you?
Oh, I'm doing good. Hey, I have an idea about police and schools.
Okay. Hey, Bull, we're right up against the top of the hour, and your connection's a little loud with background noise. Can you call us right back, and we'll come back about 11:05?
10-4.
Is that a deal? Thank you, brother.
I do want to.
Virgin Orbit, the satellite launch company.
Can we try and interrupt the top of the hour news?
Ago and
you know there's fans out there, Julie.
85% of its workforce.
Think they're talking about Trump?
Now it has filed for bankruptcy in the U.S. after
No,
failing
he
to
ain't
secure
filed
fresh
bankruptcy yet.
investment.
That ain't him. Well, he
Earlier
has.
this year,
Just
Virgin
corporate.
Orbit rocket failed to complete its
We'll be
first
right back.
ever satellite launch from UK soil. The mission had been billed as a milestone for UK space exploration, and it was hoped it would mark a major step in the country's satellite manufacturing and rocket building. But the company has had financial troubles and said despite great efforts to address them, filing for bankruptcy was the best move.
That's BBC's Michael Race. Nigel Lawson, the tax-cutting UK Treasury chief under the late Margaret Thatcher and a lion of conservative politics in the late 20th century, has died. He was 91 years old. He led the Treasury from 1983 to 89. Breaking news and analysis, townhall.com. Almost 43,000 people died in traffic accidents in the U.S. 2021.
That's the highest number in 16 years, with deaths due to speeding and impaired or distracted driving on the rise. The 2021 final numbers released by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration confirmed earlier estimates showing a 10.5% increase in deaths over 2020. The number of pedestrians killed rose 13%, while deaths of unbelted passengers were up 8.1%. John Scott reporting.
They are heading back to the polls today in Chicago. It's a mayoral runoff with two Democrats vying to lead the crime-plagued city. The race pits former Chicago school CEO Paul Vallis, endorsed by the Chicago Police Union and major business groups, against Brandon Johnson, former teacher and union organizer who is backed by the Chicago Teachers Union. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com.
See all the Memphis legends, Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today.
The Mid-South Prodigy, Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more.
You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather presented by Dustin Rain. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin now, 731-200-1362. Tuesday brings partly sunny skies, breezy and warm. High temps in the mid-80s. Winds, 15 to 20, gusting up to 30 miles per hour. Mostly cloudy overnight. Showers likely with a slight chance of thunderstorms after midnight. Low of 70. Wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour are possible. Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin now, 731-200-1362.
Welcome back in to Walker Talks here on a Tuesday. Normally it's Tuesdays with Tony. I don't know where Tony's at. We're going to have to track him down. Brandon Shields from the Jackson Post will be on at 12 o'clock. They have a mayoral forum tonight at Jackson State. Very curious about that. My youngest son has baseball practice. I'm going to miss it. Hopefully it'll be live streamed where I can go back and watch it. Very excited about that. These forums are good.
Yeah.
Inform voters. Good thing.
Yeah.
We appreciate all the candidates for coming up to our mayoral debate that was brought to you by Sports Orthopedics and Spine. This comes in. We're coming right to these phone calls here. I think that's still our friend Bull. This comes in our advanced rehab text line number. That text line number is 731-800-8398. Says, Democrats do not want anything to change. They need the gun violence to continue to push the agenda of banning guns. It's always the same thing. It's complete garbage, and I hope everyone who voted against this gets voted out. I doubt that any of them even have kids in school.
Well, 3 of them out of the 7 who made that ignorant vote.
Ignorant.
They are actually up for expulsion after joining in on the floor.
Committees.
Yeah. After joining in on the floor with the protest the other day about the guns. They were adamant in protesting the guns. However, they voted no on protecting our children. This is something we've got to really get it together and really fight back. I mean, this is just, I don't understand.
This doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't understand. I can understand if your position is, no gun, whatever. That's fine. But we got to deal with right now. Then we can circle back and get into politics. But right now, this should not be political. Good morning. Welcome back.
Hey, remember back during COVID, they would tell people, if you got a computer at home and you can do at home on your computer what you would do at work,
right?
Stay at home and do your job.
Right.
Could that be managed to where a police officer could do his computer work at school and have an officer there that could also handle a gun?
Yes.
Really
and
smart
not
idea.
necessarily.
Yeah.
And really the only people you would need at the sheriff's department would be the people who keep prisoners in jail and fed and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And let people with office jobs work in different schools.
I love these ideas. And I think that's what it's going to take. We had Representative Todd on with us on Friday. We talked a lot about this. And I was like, look, I don't know what all the answers are, but I know that it's time to start having real serious discussions. And I don't find any faults with that. And you're right. I mean, maybe if officers come in and out throughout the day, it doesn't matter who's there. I don't know that it has to be the same person every single day. But you're right. You see officers pulled over sometimes. and they'll be doing their paperwork. Like there's that Presbyterian church, going down Highland. I always see an officer pulled over back there, and I asked, at the time he was police chief, I asked Julian Weiser one time, I was like, why do they always pull back there? Because I don't, can they radar from that far back? And he said, well, possibly. He said, but a lot of times officers will have some paperwork they have to do or something like that. So yeah, Bull, I think that's a very smart idea.
Here's another thing. You remember the Fonz on Happy Days, Henry Winkler?
Of course.
You know how he protects his home for very few dollars compared to other people?
No, that part I don't.
He bought a police car and leaves it sitting outside his house. Nobody wants to pick on a. We could buy police cars and leave them sitting at a school. You're not going to know if they're in there or not.
No, that's a
it's
great
like a
idea.
Scarecrow that works.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
you put a scarecrow out long enough, it don't work anymore. But.
Right, but at least for a little bit. And then especially your idea if they have police, in there. It needs
and go to work in a police car.
Yeah. We need everything we can to ensure that this does not happen in our state. I mean, I hope we ensure that it quits happening completely. But whatever we can do that's not politics, there's a time and place for the politics. And that'll come out however it comes out. But right now, we need to be... I'm a little frustrated that we don't have SRO officers in every single school throughout Tennessee right now.
Yep.
We're a week after this tragedy, a week in a class day after this tragedy, and I don't know that that's, I do know that's not the case in every single classroom and throughout Tennessee. But I think it should have been. It should have been. I think we got to do this right now.
Well, what I'm talking about, it won't work in New York City. There's not that many police.
Mm-hmm.
But it'd go a long ways in Crockett County.
Yeah. No, and I think you're going to have, and you're right. It may be one size doesn't fit all. You know what I mean? Crockett County has a high school, middle school, and then however many elementary schools that they have. 4 or 5. You're talking 7 or 8 schools. Do it all. Figure out how to get somebody in there, and that may not work, like you said, in New York City. But I think this needs to be decided at the state level. I think each state needs to figure out what works best for them, and what works for one may be a little bit different than what works for another.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Bull, we enjoyed hearing from you, my man. You got a busy day ahead of you?
Yeah, I'm working. Hey, do you have a sugar blood tester?
No.
Your blood sugar is?
No, I don't.
I recommend getting one and testing yourself in the mornings after you've been asleep all night.
Right.
And see how the food you eat the day before affects your blood sugar.
Ooh, probably not good news.
And I know you're young, but by the time you're 50, it ought to be a law that people do that to keep from getting to older.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I don't know that I want to know the news. I'm at a point in my life, I'm like, I don't know if I want to know this bad news. But you're probably right. That's definitely the responsible thing to do.
Believe me, you want to know. I'm doing it now.
What have you learned? What have you gleaned from that information?
Well, I'm struggling to keep my blood sugar below 100.
I don't even know. What should blood sugar be? I don't even know. You could Google it, but I don't even know. What's a healthy blood sugar?
You're doing pretty good if it's 80. And mine was 94 this morning. It was 101 yesterday and 99 day before that. You taste your blood sugar after you sleep all night and haven't eaten anything. That'll give you a good idea of where it's at.
Mm-hmm.
Mine was 150 the first time I tested it because I was eating crap. You were
back on those peanut M&Ms, weren't you?
Yeah, I was enjoying life. Last 3 weeks I haven't had anything that tasted good, just spinach and green beans. And I'm still struggling to keep it at 100 on eating like a mouse.
I don't want to say that doesn't interest me because I know it's the responsible thing, but I don't want to eat spinach and green beans for a week. Although I love spinach, and I can deal with green beans. I just don't want to eat them for a week. Are you eating them out of the can or the ones you grow yourself?
Yeah, what I do, I'll put like green beans in a bowl, and there's liquid in there. So I'll put in just a tablespoon or 2 of oats. I mean, oats raise your sugar too.
Right.
But they have a lot of fat. And then I'll put a raw egg in there and cook it until the egg cooks. Or I'll do it with chunks of chicken that's not fried.
I gotcha.
And then I really like these There's some tomatoes you can buy in a can that are seasoned. They're diced tomatoes. They're fantastic. And I have dropped sugar and Coke and cake and cookies and cereal, orange juice, and I'm still struggling to keep it at 100, which is 20 points too high.
I'll try, my man. Bull, have a great day, brother. We got another phone call coming in here. We'll say you're up next. Good morning and welcome in.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you, my man?
Well, I'm not very good. Julie forgot to turn on the streaming act on your radio station.
Well, it should be streaming. Hold on. You know what?
No, it's not.
You say some words. Well, it was because I checked it a few minutes ago. Make sure it's not
well, you need
your
to
problem.
check it again.
Let me check it
No,
again.
it's not my problem.
Oh, okay. I understand. Let's just see here. Rick, say some words, my man. Did you hear the report that Julie had?
What did Julie have to say? I didn't.
Oh,
hear.
it's working just fine, Rick. Here you go. I understand.
Okay, because I didn't hear Bull. See?
Oh, no. You didn't hear Bull because you were on hold. That's why I didn't hear Bull.
Okay, so first of all, normal blood sugar is 110.
Okay, Bull said 80 is where you need to be.
Oh no,
blood
no,
pressure.
that's too low.
Okay, good.
Yeah, Bull gets confused. We need to put him on the tractor again.
Yeah, he said he was working hard today.
Well, he needs to be. Otherwise, he gets in trouble.
I've been there before.
So, all right. So let's talk about all of this woke business.
Okay.
First of all, business-wise, this is what's currently on you and Julie's plate.
Okay.
I want to know what you think about it. The perverted Disney World is laying off 7,000 of their woke employees because they're getting bad business model due to hiring folks that molest children at that amusement center.
So they've laid off 7,000 people? That seems
7,000.
That seems like a whole lot.
7,000.
Yeah.
7,000, yes. Okay. Number two is Budweiser has come out and put a picture of the murderer on their can, on their beer can.
Not a murderer.
You said a murderer?
It's a transgender.
Yeah. Yeah. The girl that shot all these babies.
No, that's not who's on
Gonna
the
be
can
on
of
their
Budweiser.
beer can.
No.
No.
That's not accurate.
That's Dylan Mulvaney. Dylan is a male
Who's
to
that?
female, male to female transgendered TikTok personality.
Like an influencer.
She's a wacko bird. Oh, okay, so she's wacko.
Yeah, but no, not a murderer. But I do agree with you. I question why that even why would any business take a position anyway on any of this stuff? Because at best you're alienating half of your customer base in the United States because these issues are so divisive. I don't understand the business end of it.
Well, you yuppie boys and girls, y'all drink craft beers or something. You know, where you pay like $12 a beer or something, acting like you're doing something.
Right.
Okay, but now when you're drinking Budweiser hasn't been an American beer for over 15 years.
Yeah.
I know that. Y'all don't keep up with current affairs.
We said that
good.
yesterday. I said it on the show. I appreciate you listening. But no, I actually said that yesterday. I learned that when I did my tour. When I went to see a Cardinals game, we did the tour of the Budweiser, and that was probably about 15 or so years ago. And that's when they, right when they made that change. They sold it. Was it at some European company?
Okay, so I found a job for Julie, but it's in Chicago, Illinois.
I ain't going.
McDonald's is firing a whole horde of corporate employees of McDonald's because the word is out on you youngsters that McDonald's sells junk that you consume full of chemicals. Okay? There's nothing there that's real. It's all man-made junk that y'all are consuming. So anyway,
so young people aren't going to McDonald's
They're
anymore?
on the brink. McDonald's, the Golden Arches, they're falling, Chuck. So don't invest in it.
Okay.
Now, I've also picked up yesterday you are looking at a financial meltdown that we haven't experienced since the Democrats were elected under Jimmy Cartier. To plummet the stock market, you need to diversify. Both of you bright bulbs need to diversify right now.
Agreed. And it may even be too late right now.
No, it's right on time. You need to diversify. What I did was I took 2/3 of my investment, and I safeguarded 2/3 into T-bonds. It's a guaranteed 6%, okay? Because what's going to happen over the next 2 years while we have to deal with Bobo Dummy in the White House and the Obamanites, they are fixing to decimate the market. You're going to lose 13 to 16% if you stay currently in the not overly aggressive, but aggressive stock market. You're going to lose.
Right.
There's no doubt. The reason being is that all this trillions of dollars and all these banks that went belly up under Biden's dumb actions, 70%. You don't only look at the big banks that have been allowed to steal, pillage, and burn. You have to look at the small banks, your community banks, Chuck. 70% of your small banking actions under the corporate umbrella are begging for free money to be given to them so that they can meet the money need of their customers. That's how goat broke rail. So there's not going to be any, quote, growth over the next 24 months. So, like I say, I took 2/3 and put it in T-bonds, guaranteed me 6% for the next 2 years. And then when the market, when we get a real president, and when Congress kicks out all the dimwits that want to be communists and want to put you and Julie in a soup line, because I'm not going there. See, I've already seen all this. I've already seen this in person. I don't like it, okay? I spent my life trying to combat this evil from my home country around the world. Okay, so bottom line, that is what you're doing financially. Now, I also have relatives in Hawaii. Yesterday, they reported to us, gasoline in Hawaii is $7.68 a gallon.
What was it last week? Do you know?
It was in $6.50 or something.
Yeah,
but
so it's made a pretty big jump then, almost a 20% increase.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. It had been like nearly, high $5 plus or $6, but now it's virtually $7.68 a gallon. So ultimately, what that tells you and Julie is that when the crow flies here pretty quick, I've already warned y'all what was fixing to happen. Hopefully you listen. June and July, your food prices, your gasoline prices are going to skyrocket. So you're going to be forced to pay $6 to $7 a gallon for gas. So you think you're spending a lot of money for groceries? You better get real busy and put a tiller to work and grow you some veggies to eat in your backyard. If you're bright. If you're not, you'll just keep going to that grocery store and buying that junk, because 85% of what's in the grocery store, you might as well dump it out and eat the box for nutrition, because there is no nutrition in all that garbage.
We've got a big problem with Saudi Arabia, and this is something I wanted to get into Tom with a little today. We got into it with Bob yesterday about Saudi Arabia cutting 1 million barrels per oil a day. Other countries cutting, 0.15 million barrels of oil. So for the total of 1.15 million less barrels on the market, the fact that we are not aggressively pursuing ways to be energy independent, even a year or two ago, again, everything that was under the Trump administration, plus some drilling in Alaska and stuff like that, to put us in a terrible position. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, this BRICS alliance that now Saudi Arabia has agreed to trade the petro in the yuan, which is the Chinese currency. We're in a world of hurt because that's how we've been backing our dollar for 60 plus years. I don't know what the other side of this looks like, but I do believe that you're 100% spot on. It's going to be, and I think it's led by China and Russia, what Saudi Arabia is doing, what their influence is with them. We're going to be in a world of hurt economically, and I think that's very purposeful by those countries. We talked about, these sanctions on Russia when they first invaded Ukraine and how that would be crippling to Russia everywhere, and their economy was actually up 0.3%. And now you see what they're doing to us. In my opinion, it's my guess that they're doing this purposefully, and I just don't know what the other side of this looks like. But I think you're right. It's eat up with bad.
Let me expand on your Saudi Arabia deal. It's not only Saudi Arabia, Chuck. Saudi Arabia didn't independently go and sit down at the bargaining table. The entire organization of OPEC, Saudi Arabia and all the other sand
places,
wells in that part of the world, they are a conglomerate, and America does not have a seat at that table any longer. See, when you go and you elect a dummy, and then you leave Obama-nites in your White House, and then you have dummy Biden go and fist bump the prince and talk business about Saudi Arabia, you don't do that without consequence. So ultimately, once more, you young folks need to wake up, because you're only saving grace. You realize we have become a banana republic and none other than New York City. Today, this is how Venezuela dealt with their political opponents. Okay? This is how every communistic dictator regime in the rest of the world conduct their business. They go out and they trump up all these felonious, nonsensical charges that have already, the time period for prosecution has been dead in the doornail for the last 7 years.
Yeah.
7 years.
You're talking about the Stormy Daniels thing?
And yet, your Justice Department stands by and allows this and orchestrates this to happen. So my question to you and Julia today is, you're wasting a lot of time talking about woke stuff, woke people and perverts and all that. Do you realize that, like, transvestites have all of a sudden taken front page news? I don't really comprehend that, because in my calculation, they are a minuscule amount of population.
0.16%, and just in the state of Tennessee alone, 0.16% of people identify as trans, and just in the state of Tennessee. So I can't imagine it's a lot more. Yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, see, we've had to go and pass law to prevent. You're always talking about medical health, mental health, mental health.
Right.
Well, when you let out the folks that need to take medication to keep them balanced out, and you close all your mental hospitals, and then ultimately you let them wander around. And the policy change was, we're going to let them out. We're going to make sure they take their medicine, and that way they can live life. Well, the problem is that mental folks don't take their medicine.
Well, now
See,
we've reduced the amount, haven't we, Julie? Haven't we reduced the amount of places that the facilities that we used to have for these?
You never
people?
had them.
No, that's not true. You had places like Western State. I mean, they were all over the country.
No, they're closed.
I know.
Western
that's
State
the point.
is not closed.
But
Western,
it's different than how it was set up originally.
There was, I think it was Reagan that said we couldn't just keep people locked up, and so we released a lot of people, and they've bred, and now we've got more mental illness going around and more evil happening.
So, as far as, like I say, it's really tragic that it's kind of like your county operation. You know, the governor came out yesterday, and this is why I don't listen to a whole lot of that county clown talk, because they take extremely decades to yak about subjects that needed to be immediately adhered to and fixed. But, you know, like I say, y'all love to live about 30 years behind the rest of the world for some reason. You know, concrete stanchions should have been applied to every schoolhouse to prevent vehicle intrusion since 1976. So when your boy Deaton comes out and starts spewing nonsense, you know, I've already documented the fact that we asked that he get metal detectors in his schools. Well, we had to listen to all that garbage talking about, oh, no, we don't have the money, but you have enough money to get on and advertise and talk about your public schools being wonderful, when data shows that Madison County leads the state
in illiteracy.
Yeah. And yet you're constantly, see, what has frustrated me since 1995, when I came back to this region, is the fact that these folks that you elect, they keep talking to the point they don't know how to plan nothing. I'm talking your city government and your county government. You've got a schoolhouse that Julie has gone on record of indicating that your chairman of the County Clown Commission went out and expended our county funds on property that no one out of the school system told him to do. He did that by his lonesome, and he paid exorbitant amount of money for a gully.
Do we know the difference in acreage, or could we find the difference in acreage?
Yeah, we pulled it up one day.
Okay. Between what the 20 acres was versus what the school system bought and the price per acre?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, I think I would be very curious, and if we've had that information, I new information, I've forgotten it, but I'd be very curious to hear that.
I can get in on the computer and pull it up.
Okay, yeah, we'll do
It's
that
a
in the break.
flood zone.
Yeah, we'll do that in the break.
Part of
It's
it
a flood
is a flood
zone.
zone.
Part of it is, that's correct.
Flood zone.
Yes, part
You're
of
in
it
a
is.
flood zone.
Okay, you said that three
But I
times.
thought
We got
you were wanting to protect your babies.
Well, yeah, I do.
But you don't test the land, Chuck. Deaton's crew cronies did not go through proper procedure after they, quote, prior to buying it. They should have had the soil tested by an outside expert. But y'all are so tied up with the cronies pulling you by the nose around here that you don't understand all of the inner workings. You're so scared to go out and hire someone without political influence in this county. That's why you're 30 years behind the power curve.
I do know, because I've talked to people who were formerly on the commission, and they have told me that there was a commissioner who asked 2 or 3 times about a traffic study, and it was never done. And it's been years ago, right? This wasn't like last meeting or anything like that. But there was someone who asked about traffic studies, and it wasn't done. And now we've got this whole, potential roundabout fiasco, red light. How's traffic going to work? How's it going to flow? After the land has been bought.
Well, that's your little city mayor. See, it's his road, it's his pig path. It's his pig path.
Well, no. This was when the county commission was still looking at buying it, right? And so, okay, should we do a traffic study as well to see what cost we'll need to interject? You remember when the report came out a few weeks ago on the Jackson Post, when that report came out that they were, $4 million, something like that, under budget. And a lot of that was because of what's going to have to be done in that road system there. And then, some of the flooding and stuff like that.
Well, like I say, you can't, in order for you to be up to standard, okay, Dayton chose a piece of property in a flood zone, number one. Number two, they are allowing on the city planner to do the county planning business, which is absolutely hilarious and absurd, okay? You don't have the ability, according to Stan Pilot, to even put in, for Congo, baby, to put in sidewalks because it's in the city limits, because you don't have any structure running along your pig path out there. All you've got is a high ditch. So, again, it's just a total, asinine operation. And you poor people have been drugged through the mud so long over crooked crony projects involving your school buildings and your jail construction. It just goes on and on and on.
Rick,
and
I don't want to blow your skirt up, but there's an article that's posted today on the JacksonPost.news. And it's quote, the title of the article is Paul Taylor, who I think is a phenomenal councilman. It says JTA's budget errors, a $540,000 whoopsie daisy. It says Budget Committee Chair Paul Taylor stopped Merriweather during the presentation to clarify that word. It says the issues began when JTA Financial Manager Elizabeth Merriweather told the committee the city owes money for the organization to make it through the remainder of the year. Budget Committee Chair Paul Taylor stopped Merriweather during the presentation to clarify that word. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page, that there is no owes, because we clearly expressed the amount of funding that the city was going to provide, Taylor said. The clarification was over whether JTA is supposed to receive the match from a grant from the city of Jackson of $390,000. Through the meeting, the Budget Committee discovered JTA had never presented the grant match to Jackson City Council, but included it in their yearly budget and proceeded to spend money like it was there. It was also discovered the organization overestimated passenger fare revenue by about $250,000. With these factors, JTA was about $540,000 behind in revenue for the year. Council member Ross Pretty asked if the organization would have to cut services. The answer was yes. They had over-budgeted the city's commitment. They had over-budgeted their passenger revenues to such a degree that at this point in the year, they were on the brink of adjusting service, Taylor said. When I hear adjusting service, that means impacting people who depend on public transit to get from their job to their house and from their house to the grocery store. I mean, this is for people who absolutely depend on it. The Budget Committee recommended funding the remaining $540,000 to the entire city council. During the meeting, Taylor called it a $540,000 whoopsie daisy. We needed to get ahead and bite the bullet for them and get to this funding for them to help them continue service for these people. So ultimately, it kind of came down to that. It was a mistake within their budgeting process and ultimately affects the city's general fund, Taylor said at the meeting.
And that's why, Julie, you must demand, you media boys and girls that are holding these little mayor debates must challenge Scott Congor to divulge how much is owed on the baseball stadium fiasco, and also why he and his associate in charge of balancing a unbalanced malfeasance budget operation is continuing to operate in such stupidity.
I don't
And
know.
you
And I'll say this. It would be interesting to know exactly the dollar amount that's owed on the baseball stadium, because we have, learned about through the audit that Mayor Conger had when he first went into office. We did learn about a lot of questionable expenditures that were being done by previous administrations. But at the end of the day, you can't give the stadium back. You can't sell it back. Nobody wants it. I mean, so you've got to pay for it at some point. You have to pay for it. I don't know that that's a smart business move. At some point, you're already in the hole. What I would be more curious about, and what I think that most voters are more curious about, is what have we done to get out of the hole?
You haven't.
$33 million of debt's been paid down in 3.5 years.
You have not paid on the baseball stadium since 2000 when you built it.
Well,
you not understand that?
But all of the debt was rolled together. What do they call that when you put all the debt together, Julie?
Consolidated.
Consolidated. Thank you. I couldn't think of the word. All of the debt was consolidated, and $33 million of that $80 million debt's been paid down. That's good news.
No, it hadn't been paid down. It's been manipulated to let you hear what you want to hear, Chuck. You need to get with Julie. Julie is an accountant. At least she went to school to be one.
Right.
And she knows that figures lie and liars figure.
So where does it go? Where did the money go? Because I don't have a
Well,
choice.
$16 million went out your front door. $16 million went out the front door.
The front door to
wait. $800,000 that you, by law, are required to maintain in your trash fund. That was rifled. Okay, you had the quote recorder for your town operating the expenditures of your city hall by using 3 separate ledgers. Julie can give you an education on malfeasance and thievery by the pencil, Chuck. It's just that simple.
All right. Well, we'll look into it. Rick, we hope you have a phenomenal day. Thank you for the phone call, my friend. Julie, I see you working hard over there. You getting everything ready?
Mm-hmm.
The presentation?
I'm looking for a number.
All right. This comes in, Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Says, Rick is actually preaching a lot of truth today, staying on track. And it says, might want to hang up on him before he screws up. Now, Rick did a nice job today. A lot of good points, some things we disagree with. I'm not as offended by the consolidation of debt. Now, $16 million has rolled out the front door just haphazardly and just gone into thin air. I would be curious to know where it went. I think that would seem fair. I haven't heard that before, that $16 million just went missing and we don't know where it's at. That would seem like a lot for a city budget. I don't know. Seems like a lot to just, drop out of your pocket. Although it's been windy lately, so I don't know. This comes in, Advanced Rehab text line. It says, my wife is diabetic and in the medical field. You should eat more small meals throughout the day instead of 1 or 2 large meals to level up blood sugars. And it says carbs turn into sugar so you can limit your carb intake. Why do carbs taste good? Very unfortunate.
They just do.
Right? You're listening to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for 2 targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service specializes in commercial and residential cleaning. Watson's cleans huge commercial buildings. West Tennessee Agriculture and Education Center, the Federal Court Building in downtown Jackson. Watson's also specializes in residential cleaning services, stripping and waxing floors, buffing, pulling trash, sweeping and mopping, vacuuming, household cleaning, baseboards, walls, dishes, dusting and organizing. Call 731-293-3808. Family owned and operated Watson's Cleaning Services. 293-3808.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
What do you think he'll get you this year? Candy? Flowers?
No, I was thinking something more sparkly.
Wow, congratulations. How many carats do you think he'll spring for?
Girl, forget the ring. I want some of that shiny 45 Automark bling.
At 45 Automark, get a jewelry box full of $1,000 savings just by walking in and saying,
"Show me the bling."
We've had an 18-year clean Carfax successful marriage to our customers, and to keep the romance alive, we're taking $1,000 off so our relationship thrives. Say,
"Show me the bling,"
and carry this loaded leather sunroof Honda CRV over the threshold for $11,900, or pick up this 60,000-mile 2020 Chevy Colorado for just $21,900. Don't fall for Mr. Megadealer with a sappy sales spiel and false love sting when every drive-in your Forever 45 ride will give you the feels like a sweet romance with $1,000 off because you said,
"Show me the bling."
So call 989-8059 or come to 45 Automark today. Wear your $1,000 off the perfect for you ride with that love's in bloom at first sight feeling that'll make you swoon and leave you reeling. Dealer! They say consistency is the key to success. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently refreshing and light? Michelob Ultra, only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Wake up with Wood. Daybreak with Greg Wood. Weekday morning 6 till 10 on 96.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com.
And I care what people think. Blurry face and I care what you think. My name's blurry face and I care what you think.
Welcome back into Walker Talks. Here with Chuck and Julie. Tuesdays with Tony has officially started as he is in the building. Got a couple of text messages we need to catch up on. 731-800-8398 is our advanced rehab text line. 731-800-8398. This comes in, says, sounding great. I'll text a little inside city politics info. Mayor Conger turned down the following mayoral forums. He didn't show up Saturday for the NAACP mayoral forum due to family illness. We can ask Brandon Shields about that. He was there on Saturday. And it's declined Kicks 96, Radio Rashid's live broadcast forum on Tuesday, April the 11th. Question is, will he show up tonight at Jackson State? Stay tuned. We will ask Brandon Shields if they've had confirmations of the candidates showing up. This comes in, says, why are we not talking about the hundreds of thousands of dollars that the mayor in federal court? Hold on. This says, why are we not talking about the hundreds of thousands of dollars that has the mayor in federal court? Are you familiar with that?
No.
I'm not familiar with that. I would be more than happy to talk about it. I need to learn about it. We'll ask Brandon Shields on it. I do know that there have been some settlements made at the city clerk's office of like $500,000 or $600,000, but I think that was a while ago. I'm not sure about this federal court thing, but I'll certainly dig into it. This says, is anybody investigating the $16 million? $16 million missing. Have you heard that, Tony? I mean, I know you're a county commissioner, not on city council.
I never heard an exact number.
$16 million.
I just figured there was some missing money because of the ballpark, and there was some shady stuff going on with the ballpark.
But that was the past administration. Everything I've been told, that was the past administration, wasn't it?
Yes, definitely. That was when Gist was mayor.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought too. Yeah, I'm a little curious that administrations change, and that happens. I am curious that money. Okay, this comes in. It says that's the lawsuit Major Philip Kemper has filed against former Chief Weiser and Mayor Conger. Okay, now that's a lawsuit.
But
that hasn't
money
been ruled on.
And it wasn't $16 million. That is the money where they were mishandling it. But it was Philip Kemper and his, from what we found, whoever
that was part of his
boss,
duties at the police department.
And
that's right.
That would have been like money they confiscated in raids and stuff like that. That would not be taxpayers' dollars at all. So, and that's in a whole nother set.
That was the debate that when we had our debate, I'm sorry, that was when city clerk Daryl Hubbard said that there was like $32,000 under keyboards at the police. I was like, that's amazing.
What?
I don't even know if that's possible. Like, I don't know what the largest denomination is. Maybe there's $1,000 bill. I don't have any, but that's pretty impressive.
It'd be like 3,000 $100 bills.
Yeah.
So
that's a lot for a keyboard.
There's the lawsuit in federal court with Conger and Weiser. And is there another lawsuit that's out there?
I think that from what I understand, which I could be wrong, that is on the Kemper suit.
Right.
All right. This comes in. It says, did Rick figure out how to text in? 731-800-8398 is our advanced rehab text line number, 731-800-8398. It says $8 million disappeared under Mayor Gist administration. Attorney General Pickens took that to the grand jury after the state comptroller's audit, and the jury found it not true. Bill, case closed.
Really?
Okay. Well, there you go.
So the grand jury did not.
They decided not to indict him.
There was not enough.
Right. Better be glad it wasn't done in New York. The grand jury there would have indicted. But yeah, that was a fiasco. And I get it. I want to know about this baseball park too, and I would like to know exactly all the money that came up missing, because I think it's
okay.
See that
I got
bad.
the numbers.
All right, here we go. Julie has the numbers.
So, in that land, Jerry Winberry bought.
And we're talking about Pope Elementary.
Pope Elementary.
The new construction off Old Humboldt Road.
Yes. Jerry Winberry bought 47.01 acres.
Okay.
He paid right over $24K an acre.
All right.
So
$24K an acre.
This is all public record.
Gotcha.
There's two parcels he bought. So if you click on one, you're going to see 33.68 acres, and then another transaction for 13.33 acres.
47 acres.
So that would have been $1,33,600.
Yep.
That's what Jerry paid for.
$1,133,000, coming out to a grand total of around $24,000 an acre.
That's what Jerry. Okay.
Yeah, Jackson Madison County School System bought 41.5 acres.
Okay.
For $798,000, which comes out to $19,228 an acre.
Okay, so they saved a little money.
They paid
per acre, about $5,000 an acre.
$5,000 an acre less.
Right.
However, the only negative that somebody's going to call in, and let's just go ahead and say,
there's a gully.
Is there's a gully. So some of it is not, quote unquote, usable acreage.
Do we know how much acreage is the
how
gully?
much is usable with our mapping skills that we have, Julie,
We probably
right?
could.
Oh. Yeah. Look at us. Big J journalism and Walker Talks here. None of it being mine, by the way.
I actually like that part of real estate.
It's fun, isn't it?
Me too.
I like it when y'all do that because it seems like it's
magic. A lot of people
magic.
have confused the price of this land with the possible Passmore land that they were looking at one point. Do you remember that?
I do.
And
Passmore out there going towards the end of Highland.
Yeah, that would have been $1.75 million.
But
gotcha.
Isn't that the same parcel they're building the hospital on now?
Yes.
That's what I thought. Yep.
So that's where some of this misconception is coming from. There was an original Passmore, and it was going to be 1.75.
So
which would have been a much higher rate than what Winberry paid for.
Right. So this is coming in, looks like $19,000 per acre, although some of it may not be buildable, but we're going to do magic during the break and figure out what that would be in the buildable space. We can do that. This comes in Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. It says, first, Rick discovers Roku. Next, Rick discovers text messaging. What will be next? Will he discover Facebook? Rick has not accepted my friend request on Facebook. I am not upset about it. I don't make a big deal about it, and I don't talk about it on the program. He is still yet to accept my Facebook friend request. No big deal to me. Whatever. I don't care. But he could accept it. That'd be nice. This comes in Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. Says Major Kemper was the whistleblower who reported the missing $500,000 in cash laying around JPD. Was found and not turned into City Hall. He has not worked a day since then, but continues to draw his paycheck.
Yep. He's on like administrative leave with a paycheck.
Really?
And he, from what I read in the article,
this has been
found
over
the
a
money.
year. This has been over a year.
From what I understood when I read it,
Mm-hmm.
the article was that he found the money and still didn't turn it in.
Ooh. What he just alert people, say, hey, look, we got to figure this money out. Let's figure out where it's going. Okay. Well, I understand that. And I could understand, if that was part of your job, then you found this money just chilling out. You'd be like, hey, guys, we got to do something with this money.
I think it was just they didn't have good records of it. It was just kind of just put in a safe based on what I read. But
So Daryl Hubbard saying it was under computer monitors is...
Well, remember that was in our debate.
Yeah.
It was like $500,000. I was like, that's amazing. If that's the case, I'm filling out one of those police applications.
And it's my understanding they were paying some people because I think they have informants with some of the investigations they do, and they were paying people with some of this money. So it wasn't good records of that either.
Oh, okay. Well,
So
and you
it
do
was
that.
just
That's part of it.
Poor accounting and not,
Right.
and I think he was just trying to say, hey, you guys need to fix this.
Sure.
And then they were like, nah, it's fine, whatever. It's kind of what the article said.
This comes in on the Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. It says, hey, Walker, talking about cases missing money that seems to be happening locally, would it be okay to remind everyone that the United States has a bankrupt for-profit corp since... Oh, stop. No.
I do want to say this, as I've been digging, and I've called or texted out to some of my friends to help me dig through some archives.
Mm-hmm.
August 8th, 2019, the Jackson Sun, they wrote an article, and it said the environmental and traffic studies are needed anytime property is bought. Washington said the enhanced site surveys would evaluate access points for each location. It goes on this whole thing. So it had been said publicly numerous times that we needed this, and it just did not happen.
That's a problem. That's the old commissioners, and some of them are probably still there. But yeah, should have done a traffic study. That could have been helpful. This comes in Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. Says, I wish I could go on leave and get paid.
Yeah. The one thing that we've been discussing this whole road issue is that's interesting. And of course, you have an opinion of a report, which is a human being's opinion. And I respect that person.
Right.
But, I'm not sure, and this is something that's being looked into, is the schools in the same area. So did they account, the traffic study, did it account that these people were already coming that way anyway for the school, and the school's just getting a little bigger?
I don't think that there's you're saying the existing school, it's kind of across the street.
They want to add like an additional, I think, of a left-hand turning lane off the bypass, which is a state highway, and we don't do work on state highways. The county doesn't. That's PDOT.
And shouldn't.
Yeah, so like we need to make that longer. I mean, like, why? Because people would turn left there anyway for the school. I mean, the school's just going to be around the corner now. So there's a lot of like, why do we have to do this?
Yeah.
I mean, like, really? I mean, like, so it just seems like to me, the heads need to come together and hash this out, because, this plan, I don't think there's too many people that actually like everything about it.
No, you can put me in that box. Yep. This comes in Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. Says police aren't the best accountants. Well, they're police.
Their job.
Yeah, they're police. Keep you safe. This comes in. Dear Lord. You're going to make me yell. I've been on the air almost 2 hours, haven't yelled much. Says, Chuck, you really should be ashamed of yourself. You can't finish reading my very poignant text that you got halfway through when I started telling much. No, No, you don't tell the truth, man. You're brother. I'm not saying you're a crazy person because I'm not a psychiatrist, but I have seen psychiatrist shows. This comes in. It says, Chuck and Julie and Tony, there is not a law in place to protect whistleblowers. Seems terrible. Major Kemper is continuing to be punished for doing the right thing. What's happened to honesty in our local government? One more before the top of the hour news. It says, at what point do the commission's responsibilities end and the cities begin? It's not the county's job to build the roads.
That's the big debate. Is who is responsible.
Metro government, anybody?
There's some people that think that's a good idea.
Metro government, seems like we clear that on up. What do I know? Just a radio guy and a bug guy. I'm not very smart. We'll be right back.
WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. Former President Trump will soon be surrendering to authorities in New York. Mr. Trump and his legal team are vowing to fight the criminal charges against the former president. White House correspondent Greg Clugston has this report from New York.
Trump returned to New York City yesterday ahead of today's arraignment, which has drawn intense news media coverage. Before arriving here, the former president bolstered his legal team, adding a third high-profile attorney, Todd Blanche. This afternoon, Trump will appear in court where his lawyers say he will plead not guilty to the charges under seal in the Manhattan grand jury indictment. He has criticized the case as a political witch hunt. Greg Clugston, New York.
Also at srnews.com, Finland has joined the NATO military alliance, dealing a major blow to Russian President Vladimir Putin with a historic realignment of Europe's post-Cold War security landscape that was triggered by Moscow's invasion of Ukraine. Finnish Defense Minister Antti Kananen says his country welcomes full NATO membership status.
Of course, big day for Finland, and looking forward for the ceremonies. Been working a lot to get the full membership, and today is the day. So it is a big day for Finland, of course. And I'd say it's a win-win situation. It's good for NATO also.
Finland had adopted neutrality after its defeat by the Soviets in World War II. Forecasters warning of more severe weather and fire danger in the days ahead across much of the region that was hit by storms last week. Forecasters say more severe weather is forecast for this afternoon and evening, and that will be across parts of northeastern Missouri into southeastern Iowa and west central Illinois. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 242 points, the NASDAQ losing 58. More at townhall.com.
People ask me sometimes, Lance, I'm worried about my finances and I feel bad because I should be worried, right? I realize that inflation is going to be eating up money. I've got to do something to get around this crazy stock market and Biden's spending spree. Gold has, since the beginning of time, been the resource that God's people have relied on. The silver is mine and the gold is mine, is what the prophet Haggai said during a time of great shaking. To protect your retirement, I recommend that you diversify your 401k or IRA right out of paper assets and into physical gold. And the best way to do that is with Gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group. I want you to text the words FAITH, F-A-I-T-H, to 989898 and get a free info kit on gold IRAs. There's no strings attached to this, so just text FAITH, F-A-I-T-H, to 989898 and see what I've discovered here about gold and its ability to stabilize your investment and create a storage of wealth for you in unsteady times.
On the international front, Russia's UN ambassador dismissing U.S. and European Union descriptions of its presidency of the Security Council this month as an April Fool's joke. Correspondent Ben Thomas with the report.
Both the U.S. ambassador to the UN and the European Union's foreign policy chief described Russia's takeover of the Security Council presidency as an April Fool's joke. The presidency rotates monthly in alphabetical order among the council's 15 members. Russia's ambassador vowed to be an honest broker. U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield says she expects the Russians will be professional, but will use their presiding seat to spread disinformation and promote their own agenda as it relates to Ukraine. She vowed the U.S. will stand ready to call them out at every single moment they attempt to do that. I'm Ben Thomas.
Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. In Houston, UConn won the school's 5th national title with a 76-59 victory over San Diego State. The Huskies became the 5th team since the bracket expanded in 1985 to win all 6 NCAA tournament games by double digits. Louisiana State University not happy with the First Lady.
First Lady Jill Biden says national champions LSU Lady Tigers and the defeated Iowa Hawkeyes should both be invited to the White House. Biden's comment on Monday about inviting both the champion team and their defeated opponent would break decades of tradition. LSU's Angel Reese tweeted that Biden's suggestion is a, quote, joke. Sunday's national title game between LSU and Iowa was the most watched women's college basketball game in history. ESPN says the game averaged 9.9 million viewers and peaked at 12.6 million. The win was the Lady Tigers' first ever national title. Tasha Stevens reporting.
More on these stories at townhall.com.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com. The Rocket is coming to Jackson April 13th, Meridian Baptist Church. Roger Clemens will be the guest at the 4th annual benefit to the Trey Lindsey Scholarship. Roger Clemens has an unprecedented 7 Cy Young Awards, 354 wins, and 4,672 strikeouts. Clemens' career spanned 24 years with the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and Astros. The 11-time All-Star, winning 2 World Series with the New York Yankees. Silent auction is huge with sports celebrity memorabilia along with hunts, duck calls, vacation packages, restaurant packages, and more. Follow posts on Facebook mentioning items leading up to the event. Call 731-217-7187, 731-217-7187 for table sponsor or ticket information. Brought to you by Work Care Resources and News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com.
Swing my heart across the line. In my face is flashing signs. Seek it out and ye shall find. Old, but I'm not that old. Young, but I'm not that bold. And I don't think the world is sold. I'm just doing what we're told.
Welcome back in to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie. It's Tuesdays with Tony, our Catholic consigliere. We also have our good friend from the Jackson Post. I read an article from the Jackson Post that I absolutely love the title for. I think it was Julia's a second ago. The article's entitled Taylor, JTA's budget was a $540,000 whoopsie daisy.
Whoopsie.
Been there, Paul. I have been there myself, my man. Whoops. Hey, when that happens.
We all have those moments.
Yeah, well, I'm the only person to ever lose money out there by the Sportsplex. Thank God it wasn't $540,000. The only thing that stopped it was me being able to buy my way out of that lease, but it was enough to hurt my feelings. I know that. Enough to hurt my feelings. 731-265-6496 is our CWA development phone line number. 731-265-6496. Our text line's been blowing and going today. We appreciate that. 731-800-8398. Our advanced rehab text line number, 731-800-8398. This comes in and says, Julie, I can't say that word. What about crappy? Can I say that one? What a crappy system. Consolidated schools and divided government. This is going great.
Hey, the world's not perfect.
We're just a mouthpiece. There's no journal. The only journalist here is sitting to my right. This comes in advanced rehab text line 731-800-8398. But that is funny. It says many at the Bemis Pancake Breakfast, around 500 plus people were walking up to Ray Condrey. Wouldn't it be interesting if Condrey, Woods, or Hubbard wins the mayor's race without a runoff? Well, there's also Lisa Lyons in there as well.
Yeah.
And Brandon, Big J Journalism, standing over there. Is Paul Sherrod still eligible?
Yeah, he's still eligible. Yeah, he hadn't been convicted of anything that would make him not eligible.
Have we heard of court dates or anything?
No, those have not. His.
Will he need to be like rearranged again? I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We did just find out his county charges.
Oh, okay. What are they?
I haven't read the story yet, but Julia's found them out and written them up. So we'll have that in the print this week. I'm assuming we'll put it up online right after. I have been kind of checking around to see if he's going to be present at our mayoral forum tonight. And
let's talk about that. So is he out on bail now?
No, he's still in there.
Oh, he probably won't be there.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to speak for the Jackson Post, but
it
doesn't seem like he's going to make it.
We have discussed moving the forum to the CJC.
Right. Now, that would be good because they didn't have an open house.
They do video teleconferences often.
They do.
You could zoom him in.
But we have.
That,
you want me to talk to our tech people because we can make that happen. We can zoom him in.
We're fine. Julia and I just met with Final, just kind of run down and stuff for tonight, and we were working on a plan A or a plan B, and I said,
and it's at the auditorium at Jackson State, correct?
Yes, Ayers Auditorium.
What time is it?
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
Don't act like you're going to go.
No, I'm not going to go.
Because you didn't even come to ours.
Hey, I was out of town, I think.
Whatever.
I want to go, but my son.
No, you were there.
No, I had to coach soccer is what it was.
My son has practice tonight at Sportsplex, so maybe there for a few minutes. His practice is at 7. Is it going to be where I can go back and watch it?
Yes.
Great.
It'll be PBS is broadcasting it video-wise. They're putting it on their Facebook page. And then...
and you're going to share that link?
Right.
Perfect.
And then also we will... they're also going to have a schedule of 10 times it's going to be on their station between now and May 2nd. The last time being the night of May 1st.
And what kind of questions are you guys asking tonight?
Good
like,
ones.
what are your topics? Oh, good ones. Well, it's about time they had a debate with good questions. Now, what kind of topics are you guys covering?
Let's see. Well, we're not covering the border. We're not covering abortion. We're not covering...
Well, that's ridiculous. Well, then how are people going to know how to vote for a city mayor?
No, I mean, we're sticking it with the...
not Ukraine. They're going to talk about that at all.
No, we're not going to talk about Ukraine. We're not going to talk about do we support Vladimir Putin or in his efforts to colonize.
Right. Reunify the Soviet Union. I'm watching The Americans now on the treadmill. Like when I have to go to the gym, I watch The Americans now. That's a great show. It's about the Cold War. It's really good. If you haven't seen it, it's on FX. Go ahead.
All right. No, I mean, just typical city stuff. I mean, a lot of the topics that y'all discussed, 12 days ago?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we'll get some more thoughtful answers. Now that some of the candidates have had 12 more days to look at it and kind of be like,
go back and see what they may have, what they may not have said. How many questions will you guys have for the candidates?
Well, we're keeping it at an hour.
Right.
I think we have 20 questions ready to answer. They each only have 30 seconds to answer.
Oh, gotta go quick.
So we doubt we're going to get all 20. But that's just in case a lot of the answers wind up being 10 or 15 seconds, and we need some time filler there at the end.
Well, I have a question.
Take it after me. Don't ask a question that could just be answered in yes or no.
Oh, yeah.
That happened.
Yeah. Dr. Woods did a good job with that.
But, then we jumped in and asked him to elaborate, and he did. I'm going to tell you, Dr. Woods had my favorite line of the entire debate that we did here at 96.5. Yeah. When he said, because I mean, when he comes in here, I've asked him to come on with us, and I think he is. Hopefully, I know he's busy during our show most of the time. But I asked him, I was like, I'm sorry, when he looked at Ray Condrey and smiled and said, Mr. Condrey, you said you want to, protect the families and traditional families, and I appreciate that and I respect that. And he said it with a smile. He goes, but I also want to remind you that a single mama can be a family, a single daddy can be a family, a grandma can be a family, an auntie. I thought it was the very best line because it shows look into him, I think. And then every interaction I've ever had with Jerry Woods, he's the nicest cat in the world. I mean, I want to be like, do you sure you want to do this? I mean, you're so nice. You know what happens.
I had a question. So, at the presidential debates, you often see online who won the debate. Is that a poll that anyone's ever considered doing these local debates? Who actually won the debate?
I thought about it, and I thought about it last year with the one we did for the county mayor.
Mm-hmm.
But I decided not to in that instance because I kind of interjected myself into the public discussion leading up to the primary. and I didn't want to make it look like I was leaning one way or the other toward either candidate.
Right. You got to be careful with that.
Yeah. Now, if we were, if I'm a bigger news outlet covering a bigger area than just simply Madison County, and it's not as personal,
it's
to do the coverage.
Yeah, we're local here, for
right?
Sure. Yeah.
Like when I'm covering county commission,
right?
Things can get personal between me and the commissioners, so
Yeah.
I have to watch myself. I mean, sometimes I'm going to I'm going to speak my mind and call a spade when a spade needs to be called one.
Yeah.
But I'm also not going to unnecessarily do that.
Yeah, in the end, we're going to church together in the weekends or hanging out at the ballpark. So.
Right, exactly.
This comes in Advanced Rehab text line, and Julie, looks like you've got a story. This comes in Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. It says Brandon Shields and the team at the Jackson Post have filled an empty void in the news media. He continues to provide the best in local government reporting, and his team are absolutely the best in investigating reporting. The media is our watchdog of our local political system. I appreciate the Jackson Post.
And I can say that
it's very
for
nice
me,
text.
I appreciate it as a commissioner because, I mean, it's good to see just a different perspective sometimes, or someone that's, because I don't necessarily agree with everything that Brandon's. I've read some of his editorials, and I'm like, well, that's probably, I don't really agree with that, but I can see that point of view.
Yeah.
You're only going to get better as a person when you see opposite points of view.
Don't
you
say
can't just
that.
hang out with
That's
people
not
that agree
what
with you
we
all the
do.
time. So.
Opposite points of view. That's not how we live.
I got put as part of a text group within the last couple of months that I did not ask to be a part of.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's a little bit like being held hostage.
And it was pretty clear pretty quickly that, with the exception of me, this entire text group was an echo chamber for the main one who created the group. And the easiest way to get taken out of one of those text groups is to no longer allow that to be an echo chamber and just go ahead and fire back at them.
Right.
Every time that they look for the echoes.
That's right. That's exactly right.
That was fun. I should do that more often.
Brandon,
invite me to your echo chamber.
Brandon, you went on Saturday. They had, where did they have the NAACP mayoral forum? Where was that?
At their offices in downtown at the corner of Liberty and Lafayette.
Okay, and who is there, Brandon? Do you remember?
Everybody who's not in jail right now except for the incumbent.
Okay, all right. And how was that debate? What type of questions were answered or asked? I mean, similar type questions to what, infrastructure, growth, crime. What was?
Let's just say it was not like yours or ours.
Okay.
Planned to be. There was a lot of statements being made leading up to the questions.
Gotcha.
Some of the questions took longer to be asked than you gave them to talk at your forum.
Right.
And they had 2 minutes, right?
Right.
And I'm not saying it's bad or it's good. In fact, I kind of walked away just kind of like, okay, if I'm a candidate, I'm kind of frustrated with this. But the candidates all came away saying, hey, this was a good, experience. It was a good lot of information exchange. It was, I will say this, there was a point where the two moderators, and I didn't catch either of them's names, they weren't people that I know, they were asking a question, and it was obvious that they had a point to make with that question.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple of the answers that they got from the candidates, they kind of said, okay, that doesn't answer my question, or that doesn't sufficiently answer the question. What about this aspect of the question? And it had to do with environmental issues in East Jackson, and that are apparently some dumping has been going on in that area in the past, and it's caused apparent health issues. Like generations of people have gotten cancer, and the two moderators were wanting that issue addressed. They were wanting to see if any of the four who were up there, if they're elected mayor, are going to try to use that seat from the third floor of City Hall as a platform to address it.
Wow.
And
I've never even heard that.
Yeah, I hadn't either. I hadn't either. And it was, you know, it was a time of good quality conversation about that. You know,
is it from the drinking water?
I guess the drinking water, or maybe
Wouldn't it all be the same though? Because
it's all treated with JA, right?
I don't know. I mean, they just said apparently there's dumping. There's either it's illegal dumping or unregulated dumping in that area at some point in the past.
Oh wow!
That it's affecting. I don't know if it's the groundwater, if it's just exposure to the ground and like fumes coming up. Or
yeah,
I don't.
And that's a health department thing. I think you could report that. I would think. I've never heard anything about that.
They had discussed trying to take their issues with the state health department and also another department with the state that is escaping my mind.
I would just suggest to ask the local people first, because I'm not saying some people don't know about it in the government now, but I would imagine there's a lot of people that don't.
They were getting essentially what it amounted to was they were getting the runaround
really
in Nashville, so they were hoping somebody
maybe have
locally
better luck.
could help them. Yeah.
This comes in our advanced rehab text line, number 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398. It says panelists were Keith Davis and Jimmy Baylor. All right. And then Saturday's debate also included Lisa Lyon Williams sharing she could not get mayor's office to provide her with copies of the city budget and other documents. Hubbard continued his attack on Mayor Conger for missing monies and lack of transparency at City Hall. So that was somebody was there for sure.
Mm-hmm.
This comes in.
There's about 40 or 50 people there.
That's
watching.
good.
Yeah.
It says Dr. Jerry Woods continues to lead in the mayoral debates, in my opinion. All right. This comes in and says, did they invite Scott? They are notorious for not inviting some candidates.
No, he was invited, and even at the end of it, Harold Carter let everyone know that he had gotten a communication from the mayor at some point during the forum saying, hey, sorry, I can't be there. I think he said his kids were sick, so he was kind of
I gotcha. Yeah, 'tis the season. My daggum allergies have already started acting up. It's been ridiculous. I hate it.
I think they had a stomach issue. So.
That's not good either.
Yeah.
That's even
Spring's
worse.
beautiful, but it does come with pollen.
This comes in. It says, would that not be a problem for the EPA to deal with illegal dumping?
Mm-hmm.
It sounds possible, yeah.
And that's kind of why I was for lack of a better term, why I was kind of dismissing it in my own mind, because I remember a few times during the 2019 race, Conger and Woods and Jimmy Eldridge and Mark Johnstone and Vicky Foote, when they were running for mayor, they'd go to these forums and they'd get questions. Be like, what's your thoughts on gun control? Well, the mayor of Jackson has
nothing.
So it's like, okay, let's just stick with city issues.
There's
this
a
office
state constitution and a U.S. constitution that talks about that.
And there's
not a Jackson, Tennessee constitution.
As someone who helped that meeting we had, formulate our questions, there's so much that we just did not get into for time constraints that we wanted to. There is so much that goes on that a mayor can deal with and affect your life here in town positively, even if you live outside of the area, but you come to Jackson to shop or to whatever.
But for their point,
there's plenty of questions that make sense that you could ask.
When
gun control, abortion, things like that. Those aren't the questions.
When you get sworn in, though, do you swear to uphold those?
Right.
So, I mean, it is slightly relevant.
No, it's not.
It's not even a little bit. That's not.
You uphold, but you don't decide anything.
I mean,
Right.
you can't make law to change it. That is true. Yes.
Yeah, if that's what we're looking for our mayor to do, is to protect our gun rights in Jackson. That's the only thing we have. I mean,
that's not his lane.
a problem.
Right.
Yeah, we've got bigger fish to fry.
That's right.
Here in Jackson. All right, so this starts at 6 tonight at Jackson State. What are some other stories we're working on, Brandon?
Other stories we're working on. Julia was just now at City Council, where the JTA issue that you read about earlier this morning was brought before the council and decided. Apparently,
what was the vote?
The council decided to go ahead and take care of the whoopsie-daisy.
$540,000.
Wonder what fund they got that from. That's quite a bit of money. I mean,
we're rich.
Back in December, Congress said they had like 30-something million, like 36 million in fund balance.
Oh, well.
When he was talking about buying the Jackson Plaza, he's like, yeah, this is why we can afford it.
Okay.
Well, it's a drop in the bucket for us. We got that 540. Don't worry.
It's like pissing in the ocean.
Yeah, there you go. $540,000 ain't no problem. $540,000 gets me $540,000 closer back to being even. I wonder if I can apply with a city. I'm a good citizen.
Go run JTA.
Yeah, I'm a good citizen. Here's some things. I love the story. I did love the story. I think Julia does amazing work. She has written some killer articles.
She's the MVP for the last few weeks for the Jackson Post.
I know you're appreciative of having her, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
But one of the things was they assumed that there was going to be a match on the $390,000.
Mm-hmm.
And the financial manager said that the city owes money. I have a problem in government with this. There's a lot of paid positions that if mistakes like that happened in business,
you would be fired.
Well, and I know I'm not advocating for anyone to lose a job. I think I don't want that at all. But man, there's got to be some accountability and responsibility if you're receiving a paycheck, right?
Yep.
How do you not put that on and then say you owe me this money? I did like what Councilman Taylor said. Is like, I want to make sure we're on the same page that no one owes because we clearly expressed the amount of funding the city was going to provide. I think that's a great quote. We can't make these mistakes. I mean, because I can't make these mistakes in my business. I can't call you up and say, well, I forgot
to charge
bill
you.
This. Yeah. And so I understand everything, but you got to have to, that's not how life works.
Well,
that's not how business
here's
works.
something about accountability. I had a closing the other day and somebody was supposed to pay something and they didn't, and it did not get basically transcribed to the attorney the correct way. So guess who's coming out of pocket $500? Is
that you?
Me. Because that's what's right. And that's what I'm going to have to do. So
but these closing attorneys, they got to get that right, man. Because when I print my list of not getting paid for termite letters, and
it
stuff,
wasn't. So what happens is it's usually
us.
not the closing attorney. It's usually somewhere on the lending side where the CD was put out, and they didn't account for.
It happens.
Things.
I think last year I had to pay 3 closing letters to you guys. I just paid it out of my pocket.
And we put it on there. Not paid. Please take out a close. We put it in the notes. So whoever reads that, assuming they actually read this stuff, this is stuff that no one else cares about other than people in our business. And I know it's not y'all's fault.
But some of it is the realtor's fault.
The paperwork.
Yeah, one of them may have been mine. That's no doubt. Yeah, you could miss a little charge here and there if you're not paying attention.
You don't miss it when you're paying $4 gasoline. I know that's for sure.
Well, until we took care of it. So
731-800-8398. We appreciate you. 731-800-8398. Our advanced rehab text line. Our CWA call-in number. CWA development phone number 731-265-6496. Love this song. Elton John's so cool.
I love him. I used to love this song, but a guy I worked with redid it and played it during his wedding because the girl he was marrying was a dancer, and then I hated it.
Like a dancer? Like a dollar bills dancer?
No.
Elton's incredible live. I saw him last April.
I bet he is.
Nobody likes you, Tony.
Jeez. It's Masters Week. Let's be nice.
Be nice.
Yeah, I saw you hanging out with John Daly.
Hey, Daly's all right.
Oh, dude.
I think he quit drinking, but he was still smoking it up.
Yeah.
Cigarettes.
Don't be hating.
I'm sure that's it. Best male golfer without shoes on in the history of golf.
All my
John
exes
Daly.
wear Rolex.
Hey, we invited him to come back to Jackson and play Danny Green. So.
Oh, yeah. This comes in. It says, how many real estate agents or banking folks are on the city council or county commission? 100% of all of them. No, I'm just kidding.
Well,
I have no idea. Y'all have any idea?
I think that's just a coincidence, but
Hold on. We got Brandon. We got Big J Journalism in here. We'll break this down. We'll let you know.
Yeah, I'll let you know after the break.
After the break. That's called a tease in the business. It's a professional radio show. We use all the big words. We'll be right back on Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie.
So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently refreshing and light? Michelob Ultra, only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
CWA Development is a reliable and experienced company that provides a wide range of maintenance, restoration, and renovation services for both commercial and residential customers. Fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, drywall insulation and repair, gutter and roof cleaning, power washing, fence and deck repairs, and a whole lot more. CWA Developments. They emphasize their commitment to customer satisfaction through integrity and excellence. Licensed and insured for their work. CWA Development are available for calls Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and on Sundays for emergencies. CWA has a combined experience of over 80 years. Commercial and residential maintenance as well as restoration and renovation. CWA strives for your satisfaction with service focused on integrity and excellence. Call CWA today at 731-503-9598. Call CWA today, 731-503-9598. CWA Development.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking. Or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service specializes in commercial and residential cleaning. Watson's cleans huge commercial buildings, West Tennessee Agriculture and Education Center, the Federal Court Building in downtown Jackson. Watson's also specializes in residential cleaning services, stripping and waxing floors, buffing, pulling trash, sweeping and mopping, vacuuming, household cleaning, baseboards, walls, dishes, dusting and organizing. Call 731-293-3808. Family-owned and operated Watson's Cleaning Services, 293-3808. Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
When you need a heart expert, you need an expert with heart. Corbin Cardiology is dedicated to providing the highest quality cardiovascular.
Trying to get up that great big hill of hope for a destination. I realized quickly when I knew I should that the
I'm gonna tell you what, if we had another name for this show or like a theme song, this would be it. What's going on? I love our contacts. We got all the talented people in Jackson coming in here. Got Brandon Shields, got Julia Ewalt. You got the Catholic consigliere. You got Melissa out there. And sometimes Dan Reeves brings coffee, so that's helpful.
He's our tech guy, too.
Yeah, he was when I was gone, wasn't he? I heard that he was under the desk most of the shows.
Yep.
This comes in, Brandon. And Julie, you're having a spirited debate online. which is usually where things are solved. So this comes in our advanced rehab text line 731-800-8398. Says another hot topic around JTA is the city and JTA board not renewing the management contract with First Transit yet. It expired last July and is only going to be renewed month to month. Here's the problem. According to City Council, namely Paul Taylor, the City of Jackson and the JTA board are paying over $300,000 yearly to First Transit out of North Carolina to consult and tell us how to manage JTA. How ridiculous is our JTA board not capable of even overseeing JTA? Ooh, maybe a follow-up story there, Brandon.
Yep.
Did you know this?
Yes.
You were privy to see? He always hides the good stuff. Eventually, the listeners and I will get down to the crux of it. Why are we paying a board from North Carolina to run our transit system? Do we make money with our transit? I've often wondered.
I doubt it. I mean, it's a service.
Julia's working on that story too. The short answer, and this is a total unashamed teaser to the story.
Yes.
The answer is no.
But we will find out by how much we're missing the money.
Well, it's kind of like when I was on St. Mary's School Board, the cafeteria lost money 7 out of 8 years. It was a service.
Yeah.
Not a profit.
I think
It wasn't a profit center.
I think it's an important service. Don't get me wrong.
Well, also,
but there's
how
a
much?
charge. How much?
What would your tuition have gone up? Had to gone up if y'all added to your advertising? We don't serve lunch.
Well, they changed the way they did it. I mean, because a lot of schools just do like, hey, it's Chick-fil-A day this day. So a lot of schools are outsourcing lunch now. They're not doing cafeterias anymore.
Yeah, a lot of parents that have kids in schools like that can't afford lunch. I told Will, it's like, you just come home, my man. Or here's $4 for Burger King. That's back when you could get those dollar burgers or whatever.
Yeah.
Go eat 4 of them, man. I can't. I mean, listen to me. I love $15 sushi as much as anybody, but that's not a lunch for a 17-year-old every day in my house.
Nope.
Well,
I mean, now kids can get like smoothies from Tropical Smoothie Cafe or something.
And they're still like $7 for a smoothie.
Yeah.
Harper's like, can we go there? I'm like, no, ma'am.
Unless they want to advertise Tropical Smoothie, we're more than happy to talk to you about some deals. This comes in. This is a follow-up to the question about how many real estate and banking folks are on the city council or county commission. It says,
we didn't count that up.
Well, I will be on there, and I'm one real estate person, but I also have a lot more hats. So
That's
don't
right.
just label me real estate.
Right. She we found out yesterday she labels herself a lady.
I am a lady.
That was Big J journalism on
She's a mom,
on
too.
the show.
Yeah, I'm a mom.
I'm a lady.
An accountant. I'm a lot of things. I'm a radio talk person.
Personality. I know the county mayor worked at a bank. It says y'all just can't help yourselves. Well, I mean, you know what, though?
He did work at a bank. He's worked at a few banks, actually.
Yeah. He worked at a credit union, too.
Well, that's a bank.
Yeah. Well, it's not
Right?
kinda. Yeah.
No, they got different rules.
Yeah.
Okay. Julie, tell us what got you fired up a second ago. I think this is good information.
Well,
I think the family wants to know.
I'm really aggravated that the 7 Democrats that voted no, especially when they want to, 3 of them want to have a protest on the floor in the middle of a meeting.
Right. No guns.
And you're saying that we're doing that you're doing that for our children to be safe. However, this is our first step of getting something there immediately. One of the things in Audrey's manifesto was that she did not go to a school because of the security that was there. So they voted basically to open up the conversation between local law enforcement and private schools to have SRO officers there. That does not mean that the taxpayers' money would fund that.
Right.
That means that the private school would fund that. The parents, the people there paying the tuition. And it was funny, I put something about it on Facebook, and I basically called those people hypocritical and cowards. And the reason they voted no was because they could not push their gun right agenda. Now, here's what this thing is doing. We're saying we obviously are not going to come in and take guns and get that done quickly. So let's get to something that can do something immediately, which would be let's put SRO officers all over. Let's get the officers there. That's going to deter them from the front. We know that. But so they voted no. These 7 voted no. 3 of them up for expulsion. Not really. They're doing a little bit on Twitter, and they're talking about because we need gun control. okay, that's fine if you want to push the gun control, but we need to do something now.
Right.
Because, once something bad happens, the copycats go. It's just like the guy that walked into Target shooting at the back wall. Copycats happen when mass things happen. But one person basically said that the reason they supported it was because it was for the rich white kid school. And I was like, you do not know the demographic of these people in these schools. Not every single person in that school is white. Most of them aren't rich. Their parents are working their hands and knees to the bone to get them there. Some of them are. Now, some of them, yes, they're cushy and they've got great things, and that's awesome for them. I'm not jealous. I'm thankful they have it. Yada, yada, yada. But there are also children that are there on scholarships.
Mm-hmm.
There are children of every race in those schools. To say that one kid deserves a certain amount of safety versus another because of their race or their parents' financials is not equality. That is the furthest thing from it. And the left wants to preach it, but then then they back up and they say, well, we have all these school shootings. And I'm like, well, go look up the list of the deadly mass, like school attacks, school violence. And there are places like Canada that have them. But you know what? Canada has 33 million. We have 336 million people. The mass.
The 10x quotient.
The per capita mass.
We broke that news yesterday.
And they're not allowed to have guns, and they're still doing it. So explain to me how you think this is going to work. And then you go back and you edit your comments and you take out the rich white kid and you start, backing up. If you want to have an intelligent conversation with me, have one. But when you say what you're going to say, I'm going to come back on it. You cannot tell me that one kid deserves more safety than another child.
So was this a potential law or bill passing that the vote was down on? Like right now, could private schools not pay armed guards to be there? Would they not have that right?
I don't know, but I would say based on what I've read so far, they could only get private security maybe, and now they can actually get actual like sheriff's department, deputies who work in the public sector. Is that right, Julie?
Yeah.
Okay. I really have not looked into this a whole lot. She probably has more. But.
Yeah. Well, this comes in. This is a great point too. 731-800-8398. Advanced Rehab text line number 731-800-8398 says, why shouldn't private schools at the very least get officers? Private school parents still pay taxes that go to fund public schools.
Yeah.
That's a very fair point. It doesn't matter if your kid goes to a private school or homeschooled or whatever, your tax dollar is going to education.
I mean,
a lot of it.
If anything, it would just help the sheriff's department deputies, because police are, I would say, one of the professions that are underpaid. That and teachers as well.
Right. This comes in, Brandon. This is for you.
All right.
Says, oh my goodness, talking about intelligent conversation. This is Josiah. Man, you ain't fooling anybody. I've already revealed the past.
I'm not.
The world peace, and doesn't seem to pick your interest.
This is what makes me absolutely insane. We have real things going on in the world, and you want to text in some crap like that?
He's high.
I'm done. We're talking about kids being murdered, and you want to talk about a free society and weed and trading corn for electricity. I'm so over that whole conversation. I'm over it.
You know how they call marijuana the gateway drug? What's the opposite of a gateway? Because like closed portal, your texts are a closed portal to anyone else out there who would ever want to try marijuana, because they'd be like, oh yeah, no, I never want to text a radio program like that. This comes in, Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Says, the worst is when media and both sides accuse the other side of killing children or having blood on their hand. That doesn't move the conversation.
No.
Can we at least agree that neither Republicans or Democrats want kids to die? Yeah, exactly. There's got to be problems over policy at some point. We have to take our political blinders off and say, yeah, we got to work on this right now today. I don't know that we do.
It's just crazy that, certain people, celebrities are protected, and, all these public venues are protected. And you've got, I went to the Masters this week. Oh gosh, going to the Masters. Oh, there were like dogs out front with police officers. I mean, there's a guy with an assault weapon standing there. I'm just walking into a golf course, and really, really nice golf course.
Right.
So why can't we have people protecting our kids? I don't know.
Courthouses.
I mean, yeah,
courthouses have people. I don't understand. And I could understand positions if you want to say, well, I don't believe that we should have the Second Amendment anymore. That's cool. Isn't that your belief system? And that's fine. But like right now, today, you're smart enough to know that we're not outlawing guns tomorrow. So what can we do to fix guns immediately? Have y'all had a meeting about this at all as county commission? I know they have school board. They have a school board. We had some people in here yesterday on the program, Adrian Comer and Tim Culver, and they talked about their head of security for the Madison County school systems and some things that they have done in Madison County and making that paramount, tantamount. But it's got to be at every single county. And I'm really hope that I stay passionate and hold every politician's feet to the fire.
I mean, just recently, no, I haven't been to any meetings that talked about it specifically, but I do know during the last 6 months, it has been a topic of discussion, and there's been some things changed in the last 5 years that didn't happen 5 years ago. So I think that, the community has addressed this issue in some ways. It's not just been kicked down the road. So I'm impressed with our law enforcement and a lot. They've done training with about every school that I can think of.
Yeah, they said that yesterday.
Even the private schools have been gone through with training. So there's definitely been things going on with that.
And it should be. This comes in for clarification purposes here, which we always appreciate. Our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. It says, I'm high too. I'm not acting like a jackwad though. Thank you for clearing that up. And Tony, this comes in quotes. It says, a really nice golf course. Yes, Augusta is a very nice golf course. Yeah. I've never seen it. I mean, obviously TV and stuff.
It is crazy.
I don't have a problem with anybody that smokes weed. I really don't. I don't, whatever. Yeah. That's your thing. It's not my thing. It's your thing. I don't care. But when you get so far out that everything you talk about is really just centered around you and you're consumed with it, that's when I'm like, man, what in the world are you doing with your life?
You're the opposite of a gateway drug. You make me hate pothead. Someone who I normally don't spend any time thinking about is the guy that crushes the bag of Doritos, right? But now you've made me want to encourage our politicians here in Tennessee. You're like, turn down the tax revenue. We don't need to legalize pot. I don't need any more stupid messages on our advanced rehab text line. I don't need any more. 731-800-8398 advanced rehab text line. CWA development phone line 731-265-6496. Brandon, I know you guys, y'all have tons and tons of going on right now with election season and stuff like that.
Right.
But have y'all been following the Jeff Young trial at all?
I saw that there was a conviction.
There was a conviction.
It was quick, too.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's been in prison since 2019.
Well, I'm talking about the actual
it was 2 weeks
deliberation was pretty quick.
I don't think there was anything they could say they didn't have enough proof.
Yeah. I can't speak on the case. I'm just saying it just seemed like it happened quickly. Some juries
what was it, a week?
I thought it was 2 weeks, but maybe not. This is an article on WBBJ. It says, according to court records, the jury found Young guilty on all 15 counts on Friday, which include conspiracy to distribute controlled substances and distribution to multiple patients on various dates. Known to some as the Rock Doc, Young has been in trial at the Odell Horton Federal Building in downtown Memphis this week, facing charges related to the 2019 federal opioid investigation. Multiple witnesses took the stand throughout the trial, including Young's former office manager, Heather Geisley, and former supervising physician to Young, Alexander Alpovich. Alpovich, okay. I didn't know how to say that.
Dr. Alpovich.
Okay, so there we go. Yeah, you hate that. I had interactions with Jeff Young, and he was always very nice to me. But man, the stories and stuff. I mean, we all remember when that was going on. I hate that.
Do you remember the Topics website?
I do.
He was the main keyboard warrior behind it on these people. He was so enthralled with himself that even he would post about himself to get people talking about him. And then he'd make like these posts on Facebook like, "Oh, I'm a victim," but it ended up it was him.
Really? Gannett owned that site, didn't they, Brandon?
Yes.
Other than destroying local journal, I'm sorry, I'm not going to say that on there. Scratch that. Julie, hit the dump button. But that was probably one of the worst things the company did. That was that slander site like that to be bankrolled by a large company was just frustrating. How many times did y'all get complaints on that when you worked?
Daily.
I mean, you would have to, right?
I got put on there more times than I can count over the silliest stuff.
You were put on there? I'm sure I was on there at some point. This comes in and says the Misty Allen case is going to be much more interesting. Now, is this the one
the FMP that tried to start a fire?
Milan.
Yeah, and supposedly, now of course we don't know this is true.
We don't know. Speculation.
She had been let go.
She done got let go.
And it was,
She was upset.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've read a little bit about this. An investigation by special agents and fire investigators with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, along with the Milan Fire Department, has resulted in the arrest of a Jackson doctor in connection to an attempted arson at a clinic in Milan.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the family medical clinic? Is that what
It was at, let me find this in the story. I do not see the name of the business or of the clinic.
It's bad.
Yeah, it's a bad look. I hope nobody starts a fire at a place where people work. That's not good news.
Yeah.
And I believe that they were there at work while this was going on.
That's less than
so
ideal
that
as
could
well.
have been really, really bad.
Yeah, really.
This comes in and says, Brandon, this one's for you.
All right.
731-800-8398. It says, what do you think the Rock Doc would do for a Budweiser about now?
I bet he wouldn't prescribe an opioid.
No, that's not good news.
Yeah.
That's not good news. This comes in and says, Julie, you never entered a conversation with me about
And I'm not going
futurism
to.
and total quality control.
I'm not going to
Look,
because that's not doing anything for
No.
my life, my children's life, and
No.
anybody else's.
But Dan Reeves' show is on 3 to 6.
And
Feel
he would
free to
love
harass him.
to talk to you about
Feel
futurism.
free to harass.
He actually tried to talk to me about it yesterday at Dumplings. So, yeah, call him.
Yeah,
Talk to him.
Dan loves when you get high and call in.
Okay, I
Please
understand.
call him. Yes.
I have a completely
Go
random
ahead.
thought I saw on Twitter. Today
All
is
right.
the day that 55 years ago Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that. Have you guys ever gone to the Lorraine Hotel
You
and
know,
walked through that?
that's something. That's why I brought up. I'd really like to take my family there because they have a museum.
Yeah, that
and-
sounds
and
like a
it's
good family trip. Hey,
pretty
kids,
cool.
it is. Well, it's a part
look
of
where
history.
somebody got shot.
No,
It's
it's
just
a part
history.
of history. No, I think so.
Yeah.
Brandon, have y'all done it?
Can you take Harper because she loves history?
Yeah, of course you can.
I like history a lot. I'm one of those guys. I see a mile, one of those things on the side of the road. It's a historical marker, and I'm like
Yeah.
slowing down to see what it says.
And I'm probably coming up behind you like, what are you doing?
Yeah, like why is this person slowing down?
Go, Tony, go.
It's very, I mean, when you think about it, because you don't just go there and just like look at an empty hotel room, right? There's still some stuff that's left there. They have like little plaques that you can walk around and read leading up to it. I mean, it's really, it's very, especially if your kids have gotten to that part in history
Sure.
to study that. It's very hands-on. It's just right down the road.
Important, he was a wonderful man. It was a tragic event. So
Yeah.
I mean, what more can you say?
Yeah, for me, nothing. For me, absolutely nothing. We have had a big day, and we have not touched on and much.
He's there.
Much to my chagrin, Donald Trump.
He's there.
He's there.
He's reported within the last hour.
Reported. Trump to be spared handcuffs and mugshot.
If he gets one, I want it so bad.
I know, but they're saying he's not going to get a mugshot. That's unfortunate.
They just won't
if I were
release
him,
it.
I would want one. I mean, because it's not like people aren't going to find out that you went to.
Bob Ney said that they just won't release it. That it'll
Because it's New
happen.
York?
Yeah. Well, that like he got when he was arrested and all that, he did have it, but they never released his mugshot.
mugshot.
And I've dug looking for it
Couldn't
because I
find
was
it.
going to frame him and put him on my wall.
I know.
So
Yeah,
you really
Bob
have
Ney's great.
mugshots in your bathroom?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a black and white bathroom, and all my mugshots are black and white. Like I've got the Elvis one from Shelby County that's really hard to find.
Oh.
I've got Johnny Cash.
She
of
doesn't
course.
have them like printed from our website. She's got like famous people.
Yeah, it's like a thing.
It's
I
a
got
thing,
you.
yeah.
And then, like, in my bathroom, in the actual, like, commode room, I've got AOC, like, losing her mind in a picture.
Wow.
Like, hanging up over the toilet. It looks
She
like...
has a mugshot, or she's just
No,
losing
it's
her
just
mind?
a picture of her. And then I've got one of Nancy Pelosi, like, where they're just losing their mind, and it's like that perfect action. I've got a few different politicians that I've got hanging up in the...
Nancy look drunk?
Drunk, and, like,
I think that's
she's
just
looking
her
for her
face.
dentures.
Oh, one of those.
Yeah.
Does she really have dentures? I hear you
Absolutely.
say that. Does she really? Well, I mean,
Absolutely.
she's elderly. That's okay.
I mean, it's okay. But they
Elderly
are going to
people.
come out one
Hey,
day.
Brandon, do we have anything else that you could talk about? I know you're just hanging out over here listening to us jab about stuff.
No, I'm just listening about all the mugshots in her bathroom.
Yeah.
I just had somebody text me and like, hey, you can get mine. I'm going to get it and I'm going to frame it.
Are they famous?
They're famous to me.
Well, there you go.
I tell you one thing that's famous is all that Masters stuff. People go nuts over it. There's a gnome craze. People run to get the Masters gnomes.
Now, I do have a gnome that's like Snoop Dogg, an iced tea gnome.
Is it in like your flower bed?
No, it's in my kitchen. I've got this like one thing that's got glass in it, and they're there.
I need to come check out your house.
I mean, it's me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
cool.
it's there's parts of it that are that are nice, but it's still gonna have like my touch to it.
Influential stuff in there.
Yeah.
What about Gabe Hart wrote an article on our website, which I thought was really cool because on our website on newstalk965.com, you will find mugshots posted on there, right? And he wrote on there that, it's of his opinion. He writes opinion pieces from time to time on the website that we shouldn't have mugshots posted on the website. I tend to agree with Gabe on those. I know that there's different media outlets throughout town and probably throughout the state that post them. Some choose to. I've never seen any on the Jackson Post, Brandon. Is that on purpose?
I just don't feel like going to the trouble of getting them, posting them.
Right.
That's more laziness than
more lazy than anything else. I don't know. For me, if you want to do it like on convictions, maybe. I just don't know because every so often
you're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, right?
And in the court of public opinion, which for people in town, especially small towns like Jackson, the only thing that matters, right?
Yeah.
That's a lot more damning than the actual court system.
What good is it doing? I guess for the person, not really anything.
I on purpose intentionally don't look at them unless I'm in a hostage situation on a group chat that somebody sends one on from somebody that we all knew, like went to school with or whatever.
Yeah, right.
I on purpose don't look at them because it's not my business. My life has been happier when I've stayed out of business that was not mine.
Yeah.
Now, if it's a case where there's someone who could be child molested, if it's a safety issue, that's one thing.
You can find that on Miranda's list.
Miranda's list.
Yeah, you can get on Miranda's list and type in your address, and it'll show you everybody around you.
That's like been convicted of crimes and stuff.
There's tons of things.
That's convictions, right?
Yeah, that's sex offenders, not just just little stuff. It's got you are a registered sex offender.
Yep.
This comes in Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. Says I have a coffee table book called Celebrity Mugshots. It was a real hit in college. Before the modern internet. That's pretty cool.
I love it. I would love to have one of those. I think I've got an Elton John book right now and an architecture book.
Lindsay has that artist in New Orleans that she likes so
Ashley
much.
Longshore got some of hers. Yeah.
I have like kids hangers and clothes on my coffee table.
Oh no.
You're not entertaining anytime soon, huh?
I mean,
now you go in my bedroom and I've got this black couch I had custom made at the foot of the bed because I've always wanted a black couch. That is nothing but a laundry hamper.
Just a catch-all.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
This comes in. It says, "You see now how I live."
And you live fine, Chris Holt. Don't worry about it.
The text line is anonymous.
Well,
we will not be outing you on the text line.
I will, Chris.
That's against radio policy.
Right.
We're married. What's his is mine, and mine is mine, and that phone number is his, so it's mine.
This comes in Advanced Rehab text line. I'm sure Brandon and Julia will get into this tonight. Says, let me encourage all candidates for mayor, Jackson Mayor, and city council to please consider city street repairs and resurfacing the next council. It continues to be embarrassing daily for our citizens and another 100,000 people who come into Jackson and endure the poor conditions of our most used city streets. While Conger has made a start into resurfacing, there's hundreds of main thoroughfares in pitiful conditions. And is the best thing we ever have happened to tire shops for front end alignments. Let's get our streets fixed, Mayor, whoever gets elected.
I mean, I can speak for the county. I'm on the road committee, and I do believe that the county road commissioner, who's responsible for the roads outside the city limits, is doing a good job at addressing it. It's just there's not enough money just to do it just like that. It's going to take time to get it better. Now the city, I'm not sure, but
don't they go through the highest traveled ones first?
I mean, he's actually got a plan, and I'm impressed. So it's if you want perfect roads, for the city and county, honestly, really fast, we'd have to raise taxes Because
I'm not game with
the
that.
cost of
I'm done on hearing we need
or
more
these
taxes.
contractors would have to be cheaper.
Right.
You know.
Yeah,
I'm
the
done on
road's
hearing
gonna
we
be
need more
uneven.
tax dollars. I cannot do that anymore.
Yeah.
From any politician ever. We pay 50. Now I understand it doesn't all go to the city or county, but this is just us as human
I have a
beings.
question about
in
that.
America, 55 cents of every dollar you make goes to a tax.
If we raise county taxes $100 on everybody or city, and it put SRO officers in every school, would you pay it or would you be mad?
If we had done an independent study first, and all of the money was being used wisely, there was no waste. It was being ran the same way I have to run a business, and then it was $100 a person. No, I'd have zero problem.
Hey,
absolutely.
I did see this.
It's got to be something that I got to make sure that it's not already there.
In Washington D.C., a senator, I can't remember his name, did make a comment or statement about taking some of this IRS money that the president wanted to expand the IRS and use it for school safety. Something like 81 billion or something.
Do it.
I believe.
Put an officer in every school is what it said.
Call me foolish, but when you're talking about billions and billions and billions of dollars at a state level, I believe we can tighten our belt a little bit and find it even without that. I don't want to have to wait to depend on the federal government to fix this problem for
Parents
us.
were nervous about that, I know, around here.
Yeah, of course they are. And everywhere, and they should be.
And everywhere, I'm sure, yeah.
I mean, it only makes sense. You have been listening to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie. Tony, thank you so much.
Hey, anytime. I love it.
Brandon Shields, Jackson Post, tonight, 6 o'clock.
Yep.
The auditorium at Jackson State. What's the name of that auditorium?
Ayers Auditorium.
Ayers
in
Auditorium.
the McWhorter Center.
And the McWhorter Center tonight, the Jackson Forum. The mayoral debate / forum / whatever. We all let them have back and forth?
No.
All right, never mind.
It's a forum.
Forum.
Brandon has put his foot down.
Put his foot down.
Yeah, no soup for you.
We will see you tomorrow. You've been listening to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie.